Chapter 10. Reverses, Advances and Revelations, in which the Middlemarch is discussed and described. The City in the Autumn Stars. Grey evening came and we flew amongst the great silent mountains. The Duchess of Crete, holding her pistol steady, reached up with her left hand to push back the hood and pull loose her domino. I watched eagerly for any sign in her handsome, heavy features that she held me in some kind of affection. Lubusa. We were never lovers, yet because of her I was everywhere in unmapped country, both corporeal and spiritual. Lubusa. No longer laughing, she acknowledged me with a flicker of her concentrated eye. "Madam," said St. Audrin in an angry murmur, "there's no need for this melodrama." Carefully, Lubusa uncocked the pistol and placed it at her feet. "The need's past, I agree, for now you've kept your bargain with me." And she stretched all of a sudden and yawned as if only just awake. "You dealt with me through Hohenheim, the lawyer, and I supplied your aspirant gas." St. Audrin was piqued. With disapproval and dismay he regarded the huge surrounding peaks. Then his lips parted. There was astonishment on his face. He peered towards the west. Following his gaze, I saw a line of pink behind the far crags. The line broadened. Klosterheim and my Duchess showed no surprise at all. It was less than half an hour since the sun set, and now it rose again. I looked wildly at the compass, and remembered it was reversed, which was small comfort. We now stared east. The pink spread into gold and pale yellow, and I required no further evidence that we had truly entered a magic kingdom whose reality I had so recently dismissed. I looked out upon those terrific crags with renewed curiosity. Far below were thin silver threads of rivers, ribbons of dark green that were valleys. Did ordinary folk live there, or were these the haunts of trolls and hobgoblins? From believing nothing, I was now disposed to accept anything. The sun, when he emerged, brazen and blinding above the peaks, was our same familiar sun. We observed no dragons or hippogriffs, only a few swallows diving in the air currents below. The morning was considerably warmer, so much so that we were soon removing our outer clothing. St. Audrin was lost in himself. Far from reconciled to Lubusa's thwarting counterplay with the dragoon pistol, yet evidently excited by the adventure itself. Klosterheim merely leaned upon the edge and noted familiar landmarks to his companion, who paid him scant attention. Crosswinds pushed us this way and that between the mountains, as if we were steered by Talus's gentle fingers, until we were drifting over high valleys whose meadows were entirely free of snow and which were filled with late summer flowers. The seasons, too, were mirror reflections of our own. Otherwise we might be in Switzerland or return to the Carpathians. The heating air was sweet and lazy, a balm to the troublesome humours which had beset me for so many weeks. My blue devils were all but banished. We saw cottages and little towns, the occasional walled city, its architecture antique and pleasantly familiar. like so many of our old German cathedral towns, save the cannon fire plainly had never attacked these perpendicular cloisters and castles, these tranquil viaducts and massive fluted towers, the carved arcades of granite and limestone set upon hills overlooking lovely rivers whose steep banks were thickly forested, all dark shades of green. "Is this where you told me Hal's army marched?" I asked Klosterheim. "No," he said, "not here." He pointed, "beyond Ireland, beyond the west." More relaxed, more the familiar female rogue I had first met on the Lausanne road, Libussa became a kindly tutor. "The Middlemarch is not one realm as you understand it. It weaves in and out of our other world, crossing and intersecting, but you can travel through it without even noticing. If you seek it and know where and when are the points of conjunction, the time of certain winds even, then you can enter as we've entered. We cross a land roughly between Austria and Hungary, yet you could pass through it in the space of moments, though 'tis many thousands of miles square. There again you might find yourself in some other Middlemarch kingdom. Time and geography are not the finite things your reason demands, von Beck. Your natural philosophy, based upon constants and analysis, is scarcely the keen, pure instrument you insist it is. You narrow the world, sir, with such logic. We alchemists celebrate complexity and refuse to reduce it. We aim at universal understanding through quite different means." For some reason I believed she punished me. My groin began to knot. I desired her so strongly it was all I could do to remain where I stood, braced against the basket-work while the great balloons swayed above. In controlled tones I asked her, "What do you seek, madam, in the Middlemarch? Why did you commandeer our vessel?" "I seek only what we all seek, von Beck, and since time is of the essence presently, your airship carries us to our destination faster than horses, and will carry us away also." "And what do we all seek, madam?" She smiled. She seemed to look upon me as if she suspected my innocence to be assumed. "The Grail. My interest is chiefly alchemical. Unity and harmony are two of the most used words in our professional vocabulary, and those are surely what the Grail personifies." She would answer no more. "Your ancestor believed, as did Prince Lucifer, that the Grail should bring an easing of the heart, an end to torment." Klosterheim spoke into space. St. Audrin, still distant and antagonistic, addressed her. "If you're as adept as you say, madam, it would have been simple for you to build your own balloon. Why take ours?" "No time," she said. "My intelligence was recent. Besides, I wanted more than your vessel." St. Audrin frowned. "A matter of personages, eh?" Libussa looked away, so I could not see her face. I did not fully understand what my Scotch friend said, but he had struck home. "Klosterheim proposed an alliance already," continued St. Audrin, his eyes narrowing. "Which of us is so necessary to your plans, madam? Von Beck, I'd guess." She sighed, and then she glared at him again. She was furiously out of sorts. "Your logic's good, St. Audrin, but 'tis over-complex. This is no maze we explore, merely a simple expedition to the likeliest hiding place of the Grail, which Von Beck will recognize, though it's in disguise." St. Audrin lifted his hat and scratched his head. Ironically, he might not even know now what he finds. My friend now had a calm air of victory. I recognized his stance. His strategy had carried him clearly through to the point he aimed for. and my Labussa was of a certainty displeased, for she stuck out her jaw, and her fingers clenched as if she would readily discharge the pistol at him if she still held it. St. Audrin, clearly satisfied, having avenged himself for her outwitting of him earlier, looked across the great valley. "Ain't the scenery pretty?" he drawled, "and ain't the weather uncommon warm?" She stared at me for a moment, brows furrowed, as though I was a dog which might have understood a word or two of their exchange and maybe would become less docile in the handling. But she could not know the depths of my compulsion to serve her and be loved, or at least acknowledged by her. I was almost singing. It was possible I did possess some small value to her. But then St. Audrin had sprung for the pistol and had it in his hand, straightening. "This will help the balance," he smiled. Klosterheim looked contemptuously at the weapon. "I've died so often it makes no difference to me should I die again." "Fire that Barker, sir, and we're all dead," said I, feeling foolishly divided. Sensing me for an unreliable comrade, St. Audrin shrugged and held the pistol aslant his shoulder, as if about to fight a duel. "You'd do well, sir," said she amiably, "to accept all this with better grace. Truly, we've no quarrel. Your deceit, and our counter-deception's ended. Frankness will serve our interests better, and this adventure could bring mutual benefit. Accept me as your commander, and you'll find me neither unjust nor ungenerous. By tonight we'll have reached our destination, where the opportunities for enrichments are considerable. And your friend, sir, is in no danger either from myself or from Klosterheim." Bored with his own attitude, St. Audrin sighed. "Name your destination, that's all I ask." He had relented. It was not in his nature to bear a grudge, nor to play a pointless game. Klosterheim answered, as if there had never been any mystery. "We go towards the autumn stars," he said. "We've had a glimpse of them already, and they'll be readily visible tonight. You knew this, von Beck, the lines of force?" I humoured him, for there was nothing to be gained otherwise. I had begun to believe he was lucid part of the time and given to uttering gibberish for the rest. St. Audrin picked up his greatcoat and stuffed the dragoon pistol into one of the pockets. He offered me another glance, as if he sought to know which side I was on. I was on both. I was torn. She came up beside me, smiling. She reached out and stroked my face so that I shuddered. "You're tired, von Beck." She spoke intimately, as if we had always been lovers. My legs were weak. Had those dreams been reality? Had she visited me during those nights I thought I merely suffered fever? I was breathing in shallow gasps and recovered as best I could. The woman's strength of character and good looks were obvious to all, but she enjoyed a devilish aptitude for arousing my lust at a touch, and lust was ever the banisher of reason. She was irresistible. Even she, I think, did not fully guess the extent of her power over me. St. Audrin, opening his mouth to warn of her duplicity, saw my face and once more shrugged. Labussa placed a hand upon my heart. The hand was unusually warm, even hot, as if just withdrawn from hellfire. Her lips were red and kissed my eyes. "You should sleep, von Beck," she whispered. "Sleep, my dear, until you're needed." My eyelids had closed before I realized it, and I sank into the slumber, even as I lowered my body to the comfortable, yielding wickerwork. In her presence, I thought ecstatically, I had no will. My will could come between us, so therefore it must be abolished. My only desire was to be useful to her, to aid her in whatever ambition led her to commit this act of aerial piracy. I awoke once, hearing Klosterheim's drone. He sat against the gondola's side with one knee drawn up, and he described all he understood about the principles of flight, then continued without pausing to discuss his theological theories. Lucifer could know that God is dying, and thus he bides his time, whereas once he was eager to settle the matter. He made an agreement, I know, and von Beck witnessed it. Has he mentioned nothing? Is that family so thoroughly sworn to secrecy? I told you, sir, I'm unfamiliar with the family or its doings. Von Beck's discreet, and I'm incurious. God gave Lucifer the earth to rule, to watch over at any rate. Where we once brandished swords against heaven, now we raise arms to conquer hell. Man must take his liberty by force, or liberty will not be valued. It must be won in blood and agony, and the one called Antichrist shall lead us. Lucifer destroyed and God exiled will possess their power without their patronage. St. Audrin scratched his neck. I'm bored, sir, to a stone by all this abstraction of yours. If God and Satan are not mere symbols, but are personalities, then they'll have things settled between themselves by now. They'll not tell us, eh? Well, Von Beck's ancestor knew what passed between them. He saw I was awake. And you, Von Beck, too, I'd swear. You're the devil's darlings, all of you. My sole acquaintance with the devil, sir, is in Lesage's excellent Le Diable Bourtois. That fellow, however, was perhaps less comely than your old master, but he had a monstrous bit of wit by the sound of it. My master was the wisest and most beautiful creature in all creation, said Klosterheim. This statement, so matter-of-fact, and yet so sincere, made me aware of a fragment of life left in his soul. Like Lucifer defying God, Klosterheim had rebelled against the only being he had ever loved. His punishment was to be eternally denied the presence of the master he betrayed. And did not his situation mirror my own, save that I had betrayed an idea, and therefore myself? I became disturbed by a subject I lacked the courage or the wisdom to examine. Labussa's hand fell upon my brow, but she spoke to Klosterheim. Johannes, this dull talk will not do, sir. The touch of her warm skin sent my blood rushing harum scarum to my head, so thought was again banished. Surely, I felt, our passion must soon be consummated. She could not mean to torture me much longer. Sleep, she said. I returned to my languorous trance. We were fated to be lovers, destined for union, eternal harmony, whether we wished it or not. When next I woke, it was at her finger's pressure upon my lips. I heard the Chevalier's voice in the darkness, and felt the gondola swaying under me. Look ahead! Look ahead! Cried St. Audrin. Oh, look ahead, all of you! His grim humour was completely abolished by his wonderment. He was leaning over the side, while Klosterheim stood impassively beside him. Black gloves on hands now, hands upon ropes, hat upon his fleshless head, cloak wrapped tight around him. Von Beck, look, dear friend! My Labussa helped me regain an uncertain footing, and led me to stand between Klosterheim and the Chevalier. In silence she pointed towards the northeast, through a wash of changing light and colour, towards a great deep valley through which flowed a broad river. We were descending as we drew closer, and I was filled with a curious frisson of recognition. Now I could see the outline of a wonderful city, glowing black and white in the light of stars whose formations were unfamiliar, whose size was larger, stars warmer and older than any I had seen. They had faint but distinctive colours, cinnabar and vermilion, saffron and deep gold, and they illuminated the valley with their hazy radiance. The city seemed to combine every architectural style. She was Nuremberg, of course, but Nuremberg exaggerated. Nuremberg made still more beautiful, larger and inconceivably complicated. Baroque towers were of dark jade. Old gabled houses were of worn obsidian, and their exposed beams were of milk-white marble, forming a perfect negative of those in the Nuremberg I had known. The city was silent and still, yet every so often an eddy of subtle yellow light rippled across her rooftops, and then it faded, like the valiant last flickerings of a candle. Its source was one of those distant, dying suns. Duchess, St. Audrin was restored to his habitual grace. I apologize for my poor manners, and I thank you, no matter what your purpose, for bringing us to this astonishing city. 'Tis a kind of mirror, I know, to the one we've lately departed, but 'tis also an idea of what a perfect city could be. Blood, madam, but 'tis the personification of every architect's dream down the centuries, of every mason who ever took chisel to stone. He drew in his breath. It seemed to me that he was near weeping. Klosterheim made a flat interjection. The city in the autumn stars, he said. Where all our destinies shall be decided, said she. St. Audrin looked inquiringly at her. She nodded. He lifted his hand to his valve and began gently to let gas from the envelope. Scents began to rise up to us. Spices, sweet-smelling trees, shrubs and night-perfumed flowers, coffee, delicate meats and vegetables, cheeses, cakes, pastries, sausages and preserves, aromatic oils, old parchment, leather, mildew, wine, sulphur, wood smoke, dust, hot metal, sewage, lye, human juices. The combination, defeating all true analysis, which was the individual signature of every great city. Yet I had never smelled anything so exotic, not even Constantinople, nor yet Alexandria, nor any of those cities which I had passed on my way from Samarkand, as this, Nuremberg. There was a little of them all in her. Something of London's boisterous eclecticism, of Rome's unconcerned antiquity, of Prague's ornament and Paris's labyrinthine vitality, of Venice's haughty stink and Dresden's fragile granite. As a city, she was the sum of mankind's ages. Chaldea, Memphis, Jerusalem, Athens, Berlin, St. Petersburg. She was timeless in her jet-black marble, her clear white alabaster, her geometry, her angles, planes and curves formed a subtle language. This rhetoric of masonry and mortar described a multiplicity of stresses and tensions, of mutual dependency and irreconcilable contradictions, of deep-rooted permanence and constant change. She spoke, too, of sorrow, of agony, and of joyous celebration. Klosterheim turned his expressionless eyes to look at me. Clumsily, he stretched his hand to show me the city, as he had once tried to show me a snowflake. His voice possessed no resonance. He merely repeated his statement as if to a simpleton. The city in the autumn stars. Chapter 11, in which we experience something rarer than we know. Prince Miroslav Vihailovich Koromko. Alchemical Recollections. Patience Rewarded. Union Without Harmony. At last our ship was landed. St. Audrin and I tethered her just beyond the high, tapering walls of that quintessential Nuremberg. We approached the city, the four of us, just before dawn as the light of old stars gave way to the sun. Smoke began to rise, plume upon plume, as Nuremberg's fires were lit. A cock began its relentless morning gasconade. At the gate of massive, deep blue obsidian, a single guard, his bucolic features stiff with sleep, yawned and buttoned the neck of his yellow and grey tunic and waved us through with a lazy salute. But St. Audrin, worried lest our gold should be stolen, approached him, begging him to keep at least half an eye upon the balloon, still visible in the meadow where we had anchored her by rope to an oak tree. The man explained he was not on duty to quiz who came and went, but to be of use to any baffled stranger. He promised, however, to watch, though he frowned. "Shall it remain that shape, Your Excellency, or will it change? I've a natural weariness of all wizardry." St. Audrin opened his mouth to explain, then thought better of it. "There's nothing to fear from our vessel." We were in the Mittelmarch, where our rationalism might not be entirely adequate. Klosterheim alone appeared to know his way. The city did not exactly mirror the one we had left, though there were many familiarities in the configuration of outlines and streets. The architecture, generally on a larger scale, was more featureless, lacking the Baroque flair one expected. It was more severe, more classical, more imitative of Greece. The streets were waking up as the four of us passed across an enormous plaza. At a centre, a fountain shaped like a horse poured water into a large pool in which fish could be seen, dark reds and golds, dark blues and ochres, almost reflecting the colours of the near-vanished stars. From here, 4 great avenues marched away into the distance, exactly on the compass's main points. Their pavements were reflective black marble veined with grey. The flanking buildings were fashioned of milkstone, onyx and quartz, excessively grandiose in my opinion. They were reminiscent of the monumental coldness of St. Petersburg, that city designed to suit a notion of what cities should be, rather than one which grew naturally from the changing needs of her inhabitants. But a minute out of the plaza, and we were in cobbled back streets full of fruit and vegetable barrows, vaulted alleys busy with ordinary people calling to one another. Their colloquial German would not have been out of place in Munich or Cologne. Up went windows and blinds. Out sprang shutters and awnings. Behind them were human heads blinking into the morning. Cats were recalled, dogs exercised, slops emptied, husbands awakened, children assembled, domestics rallied. Dignified tradesmen in suits of clothes a little out of date by common European fashion, but not incongruous to me, raised billycock hats to crinolined ladies, and remarked on the heat of the day, "'Twill be a scorch 'em arm by noon," all of which contributed to my sense of dreaming. It was usual in dreams to find such banalities in the midst of the fantastic. Looking up, I saw a steeple some 200 feet high of mahogany-coloured stone, sharp against blue summer sky. There was a statue, almost as big, of a weeping child contemplating a broken plate which it held in a chubby hand. And over to my left was a tavern, 5 stories of it, with balconies and a wild garden on its roof. A playhouse which could seat perhaps 60 people. A mausoleum, striking in its pale blue polished granite. And then a street of tumble-down houses full of brawling, cheerful children. An alley winding up a hill. There was a little secluded square, mainly sandstone, with a coffee shop, a large elm tree, and a well in the middle. 4 or 5 plump middle-aged men, sat at the outside tables reading journals and chatting. They were served by a waiter who wore an animal mask, shaggy and tawny on his head, and walked as if on pan hoofs. We crossed a bridge over a canal to rival Venice's. Green water, the colour of emeralds, gilded barges, and a man on shirt sleeves used a wooden pole to move a boat so intricately carved with Neptunes, mermaids, dolphins, and the like that it was hard to believe the cargo it carried. Cabbages and onions. What seemed a twin to that boat was sunk some 20 yards back, prow pointing out of the water, moss growing on the exposed wood. A donkey came swimming past and stopped, treading water to sniff the wreck, before paddling on to the towpath where he shook himself in a shaft of sunlight. Window upon window rose up and washed dry on every balcony. Behind us now the donkey let out a bray, like a rusty door forced after a century of neglect. Cowled men came in single file towards us, and as they went by they lifted their fingers in an unfamiliar sign, to which Klosterheim automatically responded. We turned a corner, and at the end of a short street, whose grassy verges sloped up towards dark scarlet cottages, was a huge bronze mask, similar to the Greek dramatic kind, with downturned lips and an expression of tormented ferocity, serving no clear function. We crossed 2 more streets displaying the same head, and then we were on a quiet little lane with an arch at each end. All varieties of roses climbed through intermediate trellises and archways. There were pretty vines on the whitewashed walls. The terraces of houses were reddish-brown, presumably of brick, their beams painted white or yellow, their gables decorated with fretwork, fruits and flowers. Each house had a tiny railed yard outside, and in these grew all manner of blooms, sweetening the air. It could have been a village in New England. The bustle of the city was muted there. Klosterheim marched up to the 3rd house on the left, pulled on a bell rope, and stepped back until a maid opened the door and curtsied. We followed him into a cool hallway, wider than I expected. There were several looking-glasses on the wall, a vase of chrysanthemums on a small polished table. The servant took what outer clothing we could give her. She showed us into the drawing-room, also reminiscent of a rural merchant's, with some low chairs and an oriental table. On the table was sherbet, water, glasses. It strongly brought to mind the quarters of some ascetic Mussulman. I half expected to see a hookah in the corner, the kind the Tatar sultans smoked, but there was only a stove of green enamel decorated with white flowers, a jar of country grasses on top of it. Klosterheim removed his hat and passed a finger round the inside band, gathering his own sweat and staring at it without enthusiasm. He had told us nothing of the person we visited, and only the Duchess appeared to know a little more. We sat down in the chairs. "A pleasant room," observed St. Audrin, to break our silence. "When were you in the city last, Your Grace?" "Some years since," she replied. "The travelling is not as easy as it might have seemed to you." She shrugged, "But at least once here I can remain a woman without the irritation of mannish disguise." A footman in wig and tails bent to pour us glasses of iced lemon water. "My master offers apologies. He is delayed downstairs." His accent was heavy and foreign, perhaps a Pomeranian's. He had coarse, youthful features, a heavy brow and large hands. He seemed only recently from a farm, but his livery suited his muscular body, and he was well trained. Libussa looked questioningly at Klosterheim and made a little gesture of impatience. Klosterheim patted the air with his fingers as though he hoped to calm her. I crossed to the plain white wall on which a triptych icon was displayed, 2 candles burning below. Evidently it was Byzantine, but of a design I did not recognize. On one side was a youth holding, left-handed, a golden goblet, On the other, a maiden lifted a sword in her right hand. Both looked inward to the centre panel where the youth's head was set upon the woman's shoulders. Cup and sword flourished in each end as the subject rode astride a gigantic wolf-like beast with blazing golden eyes and scarlet fangs. In the background to this panel, either side, were shown two citadels on identical hills. One citadel was gold and the other black, and in the sky a red sun blazed against a white. In the left panel, the same red sun also shone, and in the right the white was prominent. I was puzzled by the icon. It struck a chord in me, though I could not recall the holy legend it must surely have represented. I was still studying it when a deep voice cried, "Forgive me for my tardiness, dear friends. Will you take some tea with me?" I turned to see a huge, fair-haired man wearing a loose embroidered shirt of the kind Ukrainians make. He had red silk trousers tucked into red leather boots, a bent-stemmed meerschaum in his left hand. His full beard was greying at the edges, and his hair was long, flowing to his shoulders. His blue eyes, apparently frank and amiable, had the smallest touch of the same cold light which filled Klosterheim's. It was the cadaverous ex-priest this man first approached with. "So you were successful. Thank you for your message, old friend." His voice dropped just a little as if in sympathy. Then he was introduced to Libussa, St. Audrin, and myself. He made a deep bow over my Duchess's hand. "Your Grace, my house is greatly honoured. The meeting you desired has been called. My own experiments are ready for your approval." His large, warm hand next grabbed mine. I was kissed on both cheeks. "I am glad you are here." He spoke as if I had been expected by him. He performed the same ritual with St. Audrin, with, "I trust, sir, you'll explain the principles of aerial navigation to me while we dine." "Charmed, sir," said St. Audrin. "Delighted, sir. You're a scientist yourself, then, sir?" "Of a sort, sir. I'm the despair of respectable society. My name, which Klosterheim has forgotten, is Prince Miroslav Mihailovich Koromko." "From South Russia, sir?" said I. My cousin was Catherine's Zaporozhian hetman. An honour, he thought. The other Zaporozhians were divided on the subject. His laughter was spontaneous and open. "You know Russia, sir?" "Well, St. Petersburg, Moscow a little, and Siberia and Tartary are both familiar. But those regions of your land which lie in the Middlemarch are, I regret, completely unknown to me." "Well, me also, sir. I've never been there. I'm not a native of this realm, but crossed the border years ago in pursuit of my art, for alchemy is better practised here, or so I thought." "And you never returned?" asked St. Audrin, already collecting information which might aid his early escape. "I've never been permitted, sir." Miroslav Mihailovich dropped his gaze and rounded on Klosterheim. He patted the puny chest and arms, making the thin man wince and withdraw without actually moving, like a cat. "Here's the rogue who can rove at will, gay and easy as a bird." He winked at me, yet he plainly had real affection for Lucifer's ex-captain. "I paid my passage but once. Klosterheim, unclaimed by heaven or hell, is perhaps the only one of us to whom both worlds are thoroughly familiar. But they shall be reunited soon, Herr Johannes? Soon, if all our plans are fulfilled." "What?" said St. Audrin in astonishment. "Is that what you all plan? To bring down the barriers? Shall the Middlemarch melt into the mundane world? Shall Earth suddenly have twice her volume? What must befall the other spheres?" "All that's accounted for," replied the Russian. "Indeed, this blending of the two is a mere conjuring trick compared to our ultimate goal." "Is that so, sir?" "Prince Miroslav," said Libussa lightly, and laughing, "you have known all the freedoms for so long, you're in danger of indiscretion here." He subsided suddenly. "Forgive me, sir," he said to St. Audrin. He took a taper to his pipe from one of the Greek candles beneath the triptych. He puffed steadily for several minutes, until the meerschaum was drawing to his satisfaction. Well, he said easily, old differences are settled now. They'll not be fully reconciled, she said, until your final unity's established. Until the final unity's established. Have you seen any more in your glass, sir? Klosterheim told you, eh? My discovery was quite accidental until we reduced Saharan sand, sulphur, and agatium to a molten elixir. As the liquid solidified, it cracked the vessel containing it, spilling across my bench. D was with me then, as you know. He saw it all, and spent the remainder of his short life attempting to make his own. The substance formed a small pool and was almost immediately hard. It had become a kind of glass. The incantations had been those used in our prayer to the future. In a distorted, murky scene I saw D. He was in England and being cruelly set upon by the Commons, his house and library fired. I've since debated the morality of my decision to say nothing to him, but as it was, of course, the mirror had foretold the future. Even in my own life, events were accurately predicted, small domestic matters. Yet the mirror is an unreliable instrument and cannot always be trusted. 'Twas a happy accident. There's no other like it, and all my efforts to make one, or a better one, have failed. You have lived long, sir, said I, if you were a contemporary of D's. Prince Miroslav shook his head, smiling. Tsar Fedor was my emperor. The Parvenu Romanovs are too greedy and materialistic for my taste. Yet I understood you to say you have an older relative who served Catherine. Well, he was not the snob that I am, sir. Sedenko was your bastard, said Klosterheim, flatly as usual. This seemed to have meaning to Prince Miroslav. Indeed he was. He'd have been legitimate were it left to me, but I was already hounded. You knew my ancestor, I believe, the Graf Ulrich. Disguising my impatience, I said, I must tell you, sir, I know nothing of my forebears beyond understanding them to be worthy men and women who, if they had vices, leant towards over-education. Well, just so, said Prince Miroslav. Klosterheim perceives the world as one of those children's fretwork puzzles, each piece needing to be pressed carefully into place. The result, a clear and simple design. Eh, friend Johannes? Well, Sedenko rode into the Middlemarch with your ancestor. He almost saw the Grail, I understand. I'm not much of a military man myself. He patted his belly. Exercise ruins the figure and excites the arterial vapours. These vapours, exhausted through the pores of the skin, carry off half one's creative resources. Besides, I sweat too much already with my retorts and globes in that basement. You, sir, are clearly of the military persuasion. The set of your shoulders alone would reveal your German birth. Yours is a nation, sir, rich in great practitioners of that art. But then 'twas plain by the way you sat your horse. And he paused. Libussa was testy. I've said nothing of all that, sir. I must soon address Captain von Beck in private. But I was alert. You predicted my coming. Did you see me in your mirror? Prince Miroslav seemed now to be embarrassed. He relit his pipe, shrugged, glanced at me as if in apology. One cannot always be sure. He subsided. It was always strange to see a large man display the discomfort most of us know. He looked for a moment like a bear which had danced the wrong measure. St. Audrin, on the other hand, was grinning in triumph. He wore the self-satisfied air of one whose suspicions had been confirmed. When I looked searchingly at my Duchess, all she could do was murmur a line or two from Goethe. Ist Gehorsam in dem Gemüt, wird nicht fern, die Liebe sein, and promised me, with an inconspicuous movement of her head, further revelation in due course. Klosterheim got up, unsettled by this exchange. Our duty, he said, is to proceed with as much honesty as possible. And frankness, said St. Audrin sardonically. Eh, madam? A lie is like an impurity in an element, agreed Prince Miroslav. It makes useless any elixir, no matter how carefully mixed or in what auspicious circumstances. The lie will always cloud, distort, damage. But Libussa had an answer. Sometimes the purity proves to be the most important ingredient, however, and leads to discovery. Puts us a little further along our path. Your mirror, for instance. Prince Miroslav spoke with great reluctance. The art and its principles have changed a great deal since I first put on the adept's gown. His attitude towards her was strange, slightly mistrustful, yet very respectful. An old master in the presence of a young genius. One who was enthusiastic and clever, but still had much to learn. Now, said Libussa, anxious not to lose his good graces, I was promised admission to your laboratory. The promise will be kept. His voice lifted. Now? I'm eager, sir. She was a winning coquette, and I winced to see her adopt the part, but my Libussa would use any role to obtain what she desired, that I already knew. What's the mystery, I wonder, said the Scot to me when the others had gone. Are they making gold down there, do you think, Von Beck? His presumption amused me. Aye, 20 ingots a day from rusty nails and old knives. St. Audrin, these are adepts of the so-called exotic faith. They disdain experiments in metallic transmutation. Well, I lack your familiarity with the Rosy Cross, he said sourly. I'll wager, though, there's gold to be found aplenty round this business. But what of you, Von Beck? Does none of this alarm you? Because a magic glass predicted my arrival. I shook my head. Libussa's influence had banished my previous terrors. My mood was one of faint elation. I was certain Libussa promised love to me, if only to ensure my help. Therefore, contrariwise, I was somewhat unsuspicious of her. I was glad to be in the city and reunited with my goddess. Glad to be free of the old world's horror. St. Audrin, of course, saw my euphoria as sheer folly and my manner towards him one of unwelcome condescension. I rose and walked to where he sat and placed a hand upon his arm. Dear friend, I accept your instinct's warning. We must be careful. We must recall by what trickery we were brought here. But that's no reason for discrediting everything, or everyone. I merely recall that Klosterheim commanded the brute who slew our Landgriffin, said St. Audrin grimly. We were given no choice in this affair. We were made to cross the borders at pistol point, an action lacking finesse. These people will do anything they must to ensure our involvement in their schemes. That lady has a power which unnerves me, Von Beck. Would you claim a woman has no right to power? Well, if she were of the masculine race, I'd still fear her. She's clearly a disciple of Wollstonecraft, and works towards the equality of woman. I was still disposed to justify the behaviour of others by interpreting their actions according to my own beliefs. She works for herself alone, St. Audrin, was all scepticism. If she be a supporter of the common woman's rights, Von Beck, she's put a great many people to a deal of trouble without advancing that cause any further. Strange to me that what you see as plain in Robespierre you cannot recognise at all in Milady. You accuse her of self-interest? Well, what's wrong with that? I defended her, yet I did not altogether care whether she was noble or degenerate, for her character was not what I loved. It was her sense and her sensuality I admired. No night with her could be without its fresh discovery. I felt as if an entire creature were about to inhabit my body. That creature would be feminine while the creature she explored would be masculine, and the sum of the two of us would be godlike, a culmination of human passion and wisdom, with masculine and feminine undivided. As in my dream she had spoken of unity. My family had educated me to believe harmony all-important. Do you the devil's work? Well, that took a clearer meaning now. She's a witch, he said, very serious. You're mesmerised. I'm trapped, St. Audrin, said I very quickly to him, as if the truth would only stay with me for a little while. But my fascination for her, I feel that I am discovering myself. Those are the words of a lovesick convent novice, sir. Believe me, my dear friend, this is profound. Even should it prove destructive to me, the exploration will still be justified. I'm her slave. He shook his head, looking at me askance. My poor Von Beck. Ugh. I'll do my best to see you cured when this is over, but I'll not encourage you further. He fell silent for a while, thinking deeply. And then he added, Don't let them take anything from you, save what you want to give, and try to remember you possess something of great value to them. How you bargain with them could mean at some point if you live or if you die. I was puzzling over this when the others returned, babbling in alchemical argot. My Libussa's face was flushed with enthusiasm, while Klosterheim's chin was tucked down into his horrible neck as he mulled over what he had seen. It will be ready at the Concordance, said Prince Miroslav. And your price is too high. Klosterheim's voice was somewhat outraged, almost emotional. Not to me, said the Duchess of Crete. Klosterheim stopped in his tracks, but Libussa, radiant on Koromko's huge arm, carried on into the room, smiling at me, her eyes narrowing a little as she acknowledged St. Audrin. Perhaps she saw him as a rival. She had nothing to fear from him, however. He was a friend and a good one. Today, said Prince Miroslav, is the last of the sun. Tomorrow, when the stars begin their long rule, you must present yourselves to the Sebastocrator, for he'll have awakened to reign through the coming seasons. It will be in his time the concordance shall occur. Libussa now crossed to me, taking my hand naturally, as a child might. My body sprang to life again. It was almost without sensation since I parted from her. My mind was bereft of thought. Klosterheim looked at her quickly, showing consternation. She smiled at him. You must not, he began, and then he regretted speaking. With a sudden step he went to St. Audrin. And what of you? I, sir? The Scot was baffled. Klosterheim frowned as if trying to recall the reason for his question. What of you, sir? Guarded, St. Audrin stared back at Klosterheim and the rest of the company from his disarming, sleeping eyes. I've no specific engagements at present, sir. Good, said Klosterheim. I'd talk with you. Again he had difficulty recollecting words. He looked down at the floor. You'll permit me to show you more of this Mirenberg? His poor, gaunt features were oddly innocent. Much obliged, sir. Thanks. St. Audrin's tone was light and casual, though his gaze was anything but. Virtually, his entire attention was concentrated upon me. You'll join us too, won't you, Von Beck? Well, she asked me. There was pressure from her fingers on my hand. Gladly, I said, but later. She commanded me like an expert rider, with tone and touch. I had no choice but to gallop whichever way her whim dictated. I must debate with her grace. St. Audrin was disgusted. He turned his back on us and walked towards the door. He bowed to Prince Miroslav. Sir, most grateful. Your servant. You'll dine with us, sir, said the prince. At what time, sir? At 7? Very well, sir. St. Audrin and Klosterheim, unlikely comrades, strolled out to the warmth of the street. Prince Miroslav left to attend to his tubes and crucibles. My lady led me up a flight of stairs. A long passage cut the house on the next floor, running the length of it. She took me to a door about halfway down on the right. Hot sunshine filled the room as we entered. There were shrubs and flowers everywhere, in pots and baskets. I would swear I heard bees hum. It was a country garden, and at its centre was a bed spread with sheets of golden silk, a bower enclosed by climbing roses, ivy and honeysuckle. She took me there without preliminaries. She told me to stand at the end of the bed while I undressed. I removed my boots, my stockings. I removed my breeches, my under-breeches. I took off coat, waistcoat, shirt, and linen. There was blood on them. I noted I had cut myself slightly on the thumb. She smiled. Now I was fully naked. She looked at me, praising my physical virtues, stroking my body lightly, but sending fire into me so that I gasped and then gasped again. She touched me here and there with her lips. I was close to swooning. She stripped off her bodice and crinoline, her shift, her underclothing. She too was naked. I looked greedily at the curves of her thighs and breasts. I sank to my knees to bury my lips in her sex as she desired. My words were incoherent when next I looked up. Nothing I could ever say in the world. I had departed. I am yours. I am your lover, your woman and your man. I belong to you as no one has ever belonged. Command me to anything, and I swear I shall obey. These are words from my earlier dreams. Her hands grip hard in my hair. Her face is copper fire, glowing and fierce. She groans. She shudders and looks down at me. Then all that is yours is mine, she says, and I reply ecstatically, all. She sighed with contentment. There is time. She takes her satisfaction and therefore gives me mine. An hour later we were cross-legged on the bed, and I had been telling her how much I loved her, how lessened life was since she took the road to Nuremberg without me. Her body was soft, yet, as always, seemed to absorb and retain heat, a heat which somehow was never dampened, was her natural temperature, as if great furnaces permanently burned within. Perhaps she did indeed serve Satan. I was already half convinced she was immortal. We must find the Grail soon, she said. For me, not for Klosterheim. She flung her body into the direct path of the sun's rays. Klosterheim has no good will for you, Manfred. He would kill you if it gave him the smallest advantage. He has no conscience, merely an appetite for power which has for far too long remained unsatisfied. I thought him your ally. Not so. I am in debt to him, that is all. Borrowed money? She smiled and rolled on her back. We're rich, the Cartagena y Mendoza Chilperics. We've accumulated wealth for centuries, wherever we've been. Even those of us killed by the church left fortunes to the others. So the debt's a moral one. Dismiss it. I'm bound to him by my alchemical oath. It was the only way I could gain his knowledge, that part which was useful to our purposes. When she speaks of us as mutual, I am elated. It's taken years to gather all I need. The Grail alone is of no use to me. 'Tis what I place within it that's crucial to our destiny. And there are significant rituals. All my learning leads toward that. She was speaking for the first time with unguarded frankness, and I was of course flattered, though scarcely comprehending what she said. Klosterheim would pervert all that, calling on arts and rituals so discordant they'd threaten the very fabric of matter, and all this for his own barren ends. He has no other ambition but to make himself in Satan's image, so that his old master shall recognize him and take him back into hell's bosom. You've known of this for long? I was on my way to France to seek you out when we met at that inn. See how destiny takes its inevitable course? I knew of your family and of you, but I was not fully intelligent of my own fate until Prague. I have had to pose as a man for too long. Only by that means could I achieve what I needed. But now that's all to be forgotten, and I can do what I must do without subterfuge. She grew almost melancholy. Starting up in her wonderful nakedness, she waded through the mellow light between the hanging baskets of flowers, and she continued to speak. So we too, the Grail, my own tincture, are almost ready to combine. When the concordance comes, then the upheavals shall begin, and I, you and I, shall merge in triumph to claim our ultimate destiny. I had heard such apocalyptic prediction more than once in my revolutionary past, though without the mystical ingredient. My scepticism fought my will to believe her. With an effort I found my voice. "This is Robespierre's logic, Labussa." Her dark green eyes burned with outrage as she turned. She advanced on me. "Oh, there's a difference, little one." Her words vibrated with the force of her violent emotion. "A singular difference. For I am not Robespierre, and he is merely rhetoric, hope, and greed. There's no argument against what I tell you now. Believe me, there is no argument. The world you'll see shall be so transformed, so perfect in its balance, you would weep if you beheld it now. And 'tis your destiny, as it is mine, to create it." She was astride me, my head in her hands and her breath upon my lips, fit to scald me. "That's what you must understand, Manfred. You are as helpless in what you are as am I. A great destiny binds us together, linked by more than the grail, which we must follow our destiny and wait again through an entire cycle before we, in fresh mortal guise, can begin again. Our moment is here. We are reborn, come together. We have been one and loved as one since the beginning of time." I was gasping. She gripped my head and threatened to squeeze it to pulp, so powerful was her grasp. I cried out, "What is my fate? What is it, Labussa?" She dropped me, looking blankly at me, opening her red lips, and then she began to stroke my cheek. There were tears in her eyes now. She moved against me. "You cannot be told until the moment. That much is clear from the Book of Ritual. There all was revealed to me. It is the same as the last. The same as the last. Well, why not reveal it to me as well?" She laughed, at once bitter and proud. "Because I'm the active force and you're the passive, as it must be if the alchemy is to work. Ask no further questions. Do as I instruct, and you'll enjoy such ecstasy, such fulfillment. You'll come to know what it is to be a truly sentient, sensuous, living creature. We drive towards the ultimate. We drive towards the greater harmony. You'll see." And laughing still, she seized me again and turned me this way and that, so it seemed as if I was tossed in the maelstrom of sensation and meaning. "The elixir and the grail," she crooned, taking her pleasure, drawing from me all I had to give her. "Oh, little one, you are privileged among men. Trust me, Von Beck, and you shall have every desire, be anything you have ever in your profoundest dreams wanted to be." "Well, it is you I want, Labussa, no more, no less." "You shall never leave me. We shall be together for eternity, you and I swear it. There's no deception, but I must demand your trust and your aid in defeating our enemies." "I love you, Labussa." "Of course, you must." She lapped at my body like a thirsty lioness. "The elixir and the grail, little one, and the two of us, the old ritual of death and rebirth, the end of all struggle, the end of hatred and disharmony. It will herald the destruction of heaven and the abolition of hell." She sucked in her breasts. She flung back her head. "I am the beast she has conquered. I am the beast she rides, and I hear the bellowing from the labyrinth, smell the stink of the Minotaur, and Ariadne is laughing. She holds a sword and a shield. Ariadne is riding. She wars against all mystery. She cries out in a voice that is neither human, demon, nor animal. The cry is sharp, and then it fragments into sobs." It was as if molten mercury dropped from her forehead to my face, streaming down her breasts, and strong sinews of her torso and groin scattering across the flexing muscles of her thigh and calves. Her white teeth were clenched, her hair flying back from a face which no longer controlled, no longer able to deceive, no longer set with a mask, was a burning, molten thing of bronze, a monument to the power of sexuality, to what our chemistry could achieve. "Von Beck!" she shrieked, her teeth parting at last, as all was shrugged away, all false pride, all resentment, and all unnatural humility. Is that what lured Eve to Adam's destruction? Von Beck! And was the service of heaven anything to rival it? God could not have known when he created us, half beast, half angel, or he would not have imposed such meaningless conditions upon our entering his kingdom. Yet neither was this Satan's sphere. It was, whether accident or no, mankind's own. And mankind was now bound to provide its own rules, its own principles for its own salvation. Beyond the windows, day slowly gave itself to a long, pollen-coloured twilight. Shadows grew huge and faint, as though the fabric of the world were spreading outwards, threadbare, as insubstantial as smoke on the wind. The colours of the flowers and foliage grew darker and richer, and the white of the room's walls turned to a dusty pink. I never saw such a sunset, never knew one to last so long. Scarcely able to walk, I pushed myself upright and went to the window. The light itself seemed to possess the quality of old parchment, of tallow candle flame, though stable and diffused, and when I held out my hand into it, it seemed to settle upon my skin like gold dust, gilding me, preserving me. I heard the tired hooves of a tradesman's dray echo through the streets. Musky scents filled my nostrils. My flesh was alive and seemed to emit its own radiance. I heard birds calling, heard citizens speaking their conventional good nights, coming home in ones and twos. A few sluggish bees staggered up from half-shut roses and made their uncertain way back to their hives. It's a perfect, dreamy evening, I told my Labusa, but her mind was still on destiny and grand designs. Can there be many evenings like this in one's life, even in Nuremberg? For some unguessable reason, I had amused her enough for her to forget her reverie and smile spontaneously, sweetly. She asked me to bring her a goblet of water and took a passing interest in the fading light. Enjoy it, dear little Von Beck. It's doubtless the only Nuremberg sunset you'll ever see. What? I was innocently smiling back at her, though the joke was beyond me. Is my destiny to die, then, a sacrifice on alchemy's altar? She wallowed in the last of the warmth. Life's ever at risk in a quest such as ours. But that's not why I smile. This is the city in the autumn stars. She will maintain herself as that, whatever passes in our other world. Her seasons are predictable to the minute. What you're witnessing, Manfred, is not the end of a perfect summer's day. 'Tis an entire summer's ending. Look. The leaves, from being green an hour ago, were growing russet before my eyes. The Sebastocrator will be stirring now, she said. In 8 hours he'll be fully awake and ready to resume his reign. He rules only in the night and will soon be upon his throne. He'll stay there for the rest of the year. The autumn stars have peculiar properties, and one shadows another to produce this phenomenon. Such complicated eclipses ensure Nuremberg's long night. Not 50 miles hence it's day and night, morning, noon and evening, just as we're used to. But this is the Mittelmarch, where many unusual things are to be found, and for most of her lifetime Nuremberg is lit only by those dying stars, millions of miles distant. It defies logic. Well then rejoice, she said, since a defiance of nature, or at least her transmutation, is what we strive for, you and I. The gold slowly faded to silver. She rose and lit lamps. Her body was crusted with sweat. I looked up into the firmament where the old stars burned. Let us bathe, she said, and then dine. We celebrate the return of a familiar darkness and the true city. This dark and fundamental Nuremberg shall soon grow to full life again. Later, washed and perfumed, decently dressed, we went downstairs. I heard St. Audrin's lazy tones, Klosterheim's frigid murmur, Prince Miroslav's hearty bellow. Libussa put her arm in mine. I asked for no more. Yet as we reached the bottom of the stairs, it came to me that I had learned nothing of substance. Had she sought merely to confuse me, so that she should not be thwarted in whatever it was she really schemed? The evening passed in casual, easy converse. That night I followed her towards her room, but she paused, stopping me, showing me to my own chamber. From now until the concordance we must save such vitality. Then we shall be utterly fulfilled. Baffled and once again full of conflict, I obeyed her. It scarcely mattered what my brain said. I had renounced my own will to become her puppet. This knowledge amused me, and I smiled as I disrobed, crawling into the clean sheets of my narrow bed. And then, as I was drifting towards sleep, I began to weep. Chapter 12. An interview with the Sebastocrator of Byzantium and the Holy Grail. A pact and a plan. Emissaries for Lord Regnard. Discourse with a beast who mourns the Golden Age. It was not a dream, for the actions we take in dreams need not affect our waking lives, but it resembled a dream. The light which shone on this other Nuremberg was the light of 1,000 senile suns, old light, dark gold and dull red, amber and ochre, the light of autumn stars diffused by a twinkling haze, which was the fabric of some earlier universe, rotted and turned to dust. Shreds of weary starlight fell intermittently upon the bulk of the great town, making black marble gleam, reflecting a misty sepia above us, before again becoming one with the massive silhouette. It was a unique illumination which set the city to moving like a slow ocean, creating shadows, sudden detail, so that not only buildings but faces were forever revealing a different aspect, displaying a character which, because of that inconstant definition, possibly only existed in one's imagination. One's senses had constantly to be re-examined beneath the autumn stars. Yet, taking Prince Miroslav's carriage to the Sebastocrator's palace, I was surprised to find streets and squares still filled with ordinary business, men and women opening up their shops and stalls, children tumbling and laughing, dogs barking, wagons of produce moving too slowly for impatient coachmen, self-satisfied merchants singing their songs of success and importance behind the sheets of the morning press as they filled the familiar coffee-house benches. Apprentices and schoolchildren trudged the routes of unwelcome learning. Young women put before the world the results of their 2-hour toilets. Bucks perambulated with such practised posture they might have been the chorus in some vast performance of the ballet. Save for the light, that ancient light, the jet and obsidian of the oversized architecture, we could have been in Weimar or Leipzig. Yet I seemed the only one to notice. Libussa leaned back across from me, lost in her own reveries of some gigantic destiny. St. Audrin asked Klosterheim if Satan's ex-general was familiar with the works of Dolbach. There was an Albach, said Klosterheim, in Bavaria. He tried to recall what he knew. I believe he was nicknamed the Butcher of Nuremberg, but that was 2 or 3 centuries ago. Did he hang living women on hooks? I refer to the French philosopher, sir. Système de la nature? But Klosterheim dwelt in the glory of his memories when his Albach had doubtless been a recruit in the hosts of hell, and St. Audrin had to raise his voice. To Holbach has written lucidly, sir, about such things as these strange stars, or suns, he says, and forgive me if I render this poorly into German, are extinguished or become corrupted. Planets scatter across the wastes of the sky. Other suns are kindled. New planets formed to make their revolutions and describe new orbits. And man, an infinitely minute part of a globe, which itself is only an imperceptible point in the immense whole, believes the universe made for himself. Eh, sir? My lady stirred and glowered. One expects such stuff from Voltaire. These men invent cosmologies to avoid responsibility for their moral crimes. By reducing all to universal movement, one may cheerfully continue to maintain one's behaviour, no matter how unjust. I sometimes believe Galileo invented the cosmos to avoid his wife's misery. St. Audrin answered mildly, Well, maybe so, madam. I was merely impressed by D'Holbach's observation. The coach advanced now across a mighty ceremonial square in which, lost in darkness, were tall columns bearing statues. A fountain of black water flumed at the centre. A pool of mercury swirled and reformed under the action of the cascade. And out of that agitated mixture of incompatible elements occasionally leapt glittering red shapes, elongated, fish-like, fanged, some 5 yards long. We were the only vehicle upon the black marble pavement, and our horses' hooves set a distant echo. I leaned from the window. Ahead was a great 3-winged palace on some 6 or 7 floors, of white and black stone with complicated multicoloured mosaics laid into it, with gilded domes and steeples, reminding me of my days in Samarkand. They were more oriental than European, yet not wholly Eastern. The palace was surrounded by rails of silver and dark jade. Behind these was a wide courtyard, and then the arched entrance to the palace. Guards were present, formal and dignified. They wore a uniform of feathered helmet, short sleeveless jacket over embroidered shirt, baggy silk trousers and boots. But for their features they might almost have been Cossacks. They were armed with pikes and short, curved swords. Reaching them, the coach stopped. Prince Miroslav's coachman handed down a sealed sheet which the guard captain opened and read, becoming clearly impressed. He folded up the paper, saluted and bowed to us. My lady, your excellencies. The coach entered the gate and crossed a courtyard, passing under an arch hung with heavily embroidered banners, many showing scenes and portraits reminiscent of the icon at Miroslav's house. Then we were within the central bailey, lit with huge lanterns suspended from posts and brackets all the way to the top on 4 sides. The coach drew up at the bottom of a flight of steps down which more soldiers now marched. A tall man in a robe of green and white, wearing over this a checkered cloak and with a soft velvet cap upon his grey head, descended from behind the guards. St. Audrin climbed out first, helping Libussa to the ground. Then Klosterheim, moving awkwardly, joined them. I was last, and the man in check was already hailing us with, Welcome, honoured strangers. The Sebastocrator greets you. I represent him as he represents our emperor and our despot. I am called the Pan-Kuiper Sebastos Andreas. He took a rolled parchment which Klosterheim handed him. This merely contained our names and part of our purpose there. He read it slowly, rolled it up again, and ushered us forward. The palace was so brightly illuminated it might have been day. The walls were massive mosaics from roof to floor, depicting scenes of battle, courtship, love and trade. The pillars were all marble, also set with gold mosaics. From time to time we passed along decorated alcoves containing benches and cushions. The interior reminded me somewhat of Catherine's Kremlin court. This Nuremberg seemingly retained more of her Slavic character than her counterpart. Yet nowhere did I see the Christian cross, though I had been told the Mittelmarch had her share of Jesus' followers. Turning sharply, then turning again, we reached the beaten brass and gold doors to what proved to be the throne room, described by the Pankypa Sebastos as the receiving chamber. There, without guards or courtiers, reading a book as he sat with legs crossed in an enormous chair of granite and silver, was the Prince of Nuremberg, her Sebastocrator, but not, we'd been warned, her emperor or despot. He was a heavily bearded man, and on his head he wore a wooden crown set with rubies. His eyes were small, well-spaced, clever. His rosebud mouth made him seem at first a popinjay. He was fleshy, in need of exercise and open air, but when he spoke in rich musical tones rising from his throne, laying his book carefully on the seat, he was evidently a man of substance. He descended the steps to meet us. "In the name of the despot and the emperor, I welcome you to New Constantinople, capital of the world to be." Well, Klosterheim was our spokesman for that occasion. "We thank Emperor and Despot both for their hospitality, and we thank you also, Lord Sebastocrator. My name is Johannes Klosterheim, known sometimes in the Mittelmarch as Wandering Johannes." "Aha! The same whose soul was put back in him after the battle at the edge of heaven." "The same, Lord." The prince looked searchingly at Klosterheim, then relaxed to listen as the man continued. "May I introduce Libussa, Countess Cartagena e Mendoza Chilperic, Duchess of Crete." The bearded ruler brightened. "Of Crete? Are you free of our conquerors at last?" She bowed deeply, kissing his extended hand. "Sadly not, my lord, yet that is my title. My ancestors were born there." "Von Beck," said Klosterheim next. The Sebastocrator raised his brow. "The same as slew you?" "A descendant, lord." I was privileged to kiss the royal rings, as he had said graciously, "Greetings, my dear Count." I made no effort to explain what my father still lived and was the present Graf. St. Audrin was last, approaching the fingers with a flourish, as if his lips graced the hand of a Gainsborough bell. "Honoured sir, your servant. I've no old blood, I fear, no inherited quest, no special destiny, no history of resurrection. I'm merely the boatman who ferried this trio across whatever divides my world from yours." "Ah, the balloonist. They informed me as soon as I awoke, and I should like to see your machine, sir." "I should be delighted, Your Honour, to demonstrate her powers." "It shall be included on our calendar." The Sebastocrator rubbed one half-shut eye, yawning. "Forgive me, I am as yet not fully awake. This hibernating has much to recommend it, but 'tis devilish hard to rouse from." "Has your honour always slept through Nuremberg's summer?" "Always, sir. I took the vow, you see, not to look upon the sun until emperor and despot are both restored to us." "Are they prisoners, your honour?" The Sebastocrator was disbelieving. "Know you nothing of our history or our doom?" St. Audrin made a repentant gesture. "It is my first voyage here." The Sebastocrator laughed in apparent delight at my friend's ignorance. "Of course. Yet in your world lies the source of my vow. In 1453 our Emperor Constantine died at Byzantium's St. Romanos Gate. He defended his city and his religion against Mohammed II, lord of the Osmanli Turks. When the emperor fell, so did the city, and the Turkish sultans have ruled there for over 300 years. Constantine's successors and the remnants of our legions marched through Thessaly and Macedonia, seeking a citadel to command which they might dedicate to those they worshipped. When they entered the mountains east of here, they suffered starvation, exposure, and hopelessness. Then it was that Stephen Palaiologos, our newly elected emperor, opened his heart to any being who would listen, promising his own soul, his own life, if others would be granted a sanctuary from Turks, Bulgars, and Serbians. He received a vision. The Byzantines would be granted the boon he craved, but until their capital was restored to them, or their descendants, they must cease to practice their religion, though they need not deny it, whereupon they should find the sanctuary. After much debate, the Byzantines agreed, believing they should easily, in a year or two, find new allies and restore their city to her former beliefs. Next day they made their way from summer to winter. They had entered the Middlemarch. Another day, and they had discovered the settlement, already a rich trading city, cosmopolitan and tolerant, but under threat from a demonic tribe, half-beasts, who had wandered into the valley in search of game and loot. In return for their hospitality, Stephen, his despot, Andreas Caractolus, and their soldiers destroyed the demons, sparing only a few for slaves. The grateful city invited my ancestors to rule them, and this have we done ever since, until the day comes when we must leave Nuremberg to fight against the Turk. You are not yet strong enough for that? Another important matter holds us here. Since we settled, it became clear God has either imprisoned or exiled. Since we settled, it has become clear God had either been imprisoned or exiled. Special emissaries, descendants of our old priesthood, search all realms for news of God. As yet we receive no satisfactory answer, so meanwhile we rule without benefit of church, without consolation. We cannot demand consolation while God himself has none. Also we rule without emperor or despot, until we come again to Byzantium. All this was given so flat and directly to St. Audrin that I could make no response. Klosterheim seemed the only one of us not confounded. Either he was familiar with their beliefs, or had heard such a multitude of heresies in the course of his long existence that he was unimpressed. This city has not been threatened, continued Nuremberg's lord, for 200 years. The past 150 have been singularly tranquil. I regret I take little interest in Nuremberg's daily affairs, however. I have my books, my drumsticks, my toads. But you must tell me how I can be of service. There came a pause. I looked from Klosterheim's frozen skull to my Labussa, who displayed cool self-control. Klosterheim spoke suddenly. "We've come to seek the Holy Grail, Lord. We know it's here." The Sebastocrator was sceptical. "Well, the Grail is in the hands of Satan. Your ancestor, Count von Beck, delivered it himself. It is as much one of Satan's spoils as the Hagia Sophia, or the great treasure of Jerusalem." "But where's Satan?" said St. Audrin with mocking levity. "Is he not exiled too?" "Well, we have had no dealings with him. I understand Lord Reynard of the Moldavia accepts Satan as his liege. 'Twas from Reynard I heard the story of the Grail. He rules the lesser city." "Did he not speak of Satan's desire to be reconciled with God?" asked Klosterheim in disbelief. The Sebastocrator was dismissive. We become used to resisting the attraction of rumours. We remain faithful to our vow. But Satan rules on earth now, said Klosterheim in a furious murmur. God's charged him with man's salvation. The Sebastocrator heard nothing. For him, God was either exiled or Satan's prisoner. If he was not, then there was no meaning to the prince's exile and imprisonment. He laughed. Well, Johannes the Wanderer, perhaps you know your own master best. He's no longer my master. Then finding the Grail will not be easy, eh? You may search in Nuremberg if it pleases you, of course. Amongst all our citizens, with their multiplicity of interests, you'll maybe discover a clue to its hiding place. He became vague, to ease away any of Klosterheim's meaning. While you remain in the city, be ever assured of our hospitality. His voice faded. He studied his throne, its cushions, the book resting upon them. Can we provide anything? He looked absently over our heads. The interview was finished. The Pan Khyber Sebastos took a step forward, held a hand towards the exit and bowed. Libussa made as if to ask a further question, and then sighed. Took my arm and turned to move forward with fierce exhilaration. She plainly thought her time wasted. We were ahead of Lord Andreas. The man's a fool, she said. The Grail is here. Well, you cannot be certain, I said. My dear little Beck, I've searched for years. I married my findings with those of the world's greatest alchemists and with Klosterheim's. 1,000 reliable witnesses, seeresses, oracles, demons, men and women raised from the dead, astrologers, necromancers, all agree the Grail's here. Everything is to be achieved in Nuremberg. All signs proclaim it. All logic insists upon it. Her voice rising, she checked it, slowed us down, waited for a politely frowning Lord Andreas, followed by St. Audrin and Klosterheim, and offered him an insincere apology. Lord Andreas said gently, You must see how my master cannot accept what you claim. You'd do best to seek out Lord Renyard. Where's he, sir? The lesser city, chiefly the Moldavia quarter, is the thieves' city, so-called. 'Tis dangerous. Lord Renyard lacks the desperation of Byzantium's exiles, though, in a way I suppose he's also exiled. I thank you, sir, said she. We were outside the palace and standing beside our carriage. Almost hastily Lord Andreas offered us a good fortune and hurried back to his unhappy prince. Klosterheim grumbled. Moldavia's the second most dangerous quarter in the city. Why so dangerous? Asked St. Audrin, who knew the thieves' kitchens of half Europe. It's ruled as a separate kingdom, like several of Nuremberg's districts. You've seen how little the prince cared for his responsibilities. Lord Renyard's absolute monarch of the lesser city. He's descendant of the race the Byzantines crushed when they first came here. He has no love for them or those resembling them. So he'll not readily grant us an interview, said Libussa. We were back in the carriage. The coachman set us in motion. If we had something worthwhile to offer him, perhaps. Klosterheim licked his lips with a white tongue. What have we of value? The airship? Not yours to dispose of, said St. Audrin pointedly. I find it strange you came empty-handed on this mission. He made no mention of our stolen gold. How many thalers could buy the Grail? She was contemptuous. We must go directly to the Moldavian. If Renyard has the Grail, he might not value it. A little clay cup, you said. Klosterheim nodded. Made by Lilith, for the eventual triumph of humanity over its own nature, over the dictates of God and Satan. A little clay cup, cure for the world's pain. With it we can challenge Lucifer, or bargain with him. We've heard all this before, sir. He still believed she aided him in his particular schemes. Lilith, she was called. I saw it long ago and did not recognize it. Next time, von Beck held the Grail in his hands. Satan took back my soul. He turned to stare out at the city, then banished me again to this body. The Grail could release me. He frowned deeply. I did not recognize her. At that moment I saw all the cold horror of purgatory personified. I was at once repelled and sympathetic. Libussa, however, remained merely impatient. She barely restrained herself from slapping Klosterheim. She hissed under her breath. She looked from me to St. Audrin and back to the Wanderer. "I had expected to see the Grail, to be the city's greatest treasure," she said, "displayed for all to see, and now we must search the haunts of knaves and billy-pickers. Has anyone a notion of their brand of Rotwelsch?" She had gone abroad in such places often enough to know that each had its own secret language, and one survived by being able to speak at least a little of it. In Spain the argot was called Germania, in Naples it was known as Giorgio, and in London, Kent. "I speak most dialects," said I, "and St. Audrin also." She was satisfied. "Then we'll go at once. I planned to have the thing by now, and time grows short." St. Audrin was all mockery. "When metaphysics become the chief concern, practicalities are inclined to be forgotten, your grace." She darted him a terrible glare. He subsided, unrepentant, smiling to himself as if all his views of the world were at once confirmed. She turned her head away so as not to see him, clearly displeased with herself, for she set great store by her superiority over a fallible and untrustworthy world. I too was amused, though I dared not show it. Klosterheim was dogged, far more used to struggle and defeat. Her career had been in the main one of implacable success. She felt almost betrayed, yet could find no one to blame. "Diplomacy also is needed with Lord Ranyard," said Klosterheim. "We'll employ it, sir," said she. She looked at me. "I understood you had some sense enabling you to sniff out the Grail. Is there nothing in you telling you where to find it?" "Not a murmur, madam. Not a murmur, madam. Do you take me for some sort of occult bloodhound?" My lady softened. "A unique and superior bloodhound, my dear." "I've no special affinity with the cup," I insisted. Klosterheim unclasped his hands from his lap, leaning forward. "You're simply unaware of your birthright and your powers." "I am neither compass nor sextant in any realm. My sense of direction, indeed, was never very good, believe me." "Klosterheim means you'll recognize it when we're in its presence," she said placatingly. "Does it not change shape, disguise itself?" "A chameleon amongst chalices, a sentient ale-pot." I scoffed at this. Though it were proof of my lady's gullibility, it did nothing to cool my ardour for her, but it provided some relief from the weight of it all. "Oh, madam, there's nothing worse than a faulty chart and useless instruments when one journeys into terra incognita." Klosterheim it was who leaned from the window and shouted up at the driver to change direction for Moldavia. And the driver cried back, "I've no instructions from Prince Miroslav. I can only take you to the obelisk, sir. It marks the edge of the district, but I cannot take my master's property into the lesser city." "Oh, very well, the obelisk." Klosterheim flung himself back in his seat. "Well, friends, have we a pact, a plan to follow through?" St. Audrin was disgusted. "I've not volunteered for this. I'll return with the carriage and inform our host of your decisions. Should help be needed, at least he might send it to you." "We need you for the translating," she said, as if that was an end of it. "You've no power over me, madam." "I can catch the drift of any mumper's tongue," said I. "Very well," she said. "As you please, St. Audrin." She glared at him in suspicion, so that St. Audrin laughed aloud. "Fear not, my lady. I shan't fly free while you keep my companion with you. Unless, of course, I hear he's dead, or no longer desires a comrade." The carriage moved through dark canyons. Here and there candle flames flickered and lanterns gleamed in the steep walls. After some while we stopped in a noisy market square, packed with hucksters and customers haggling at their loudest. The square was lit with a mixture of flambeaux, oil lamps, bull's-eyes, candles, and braziers. It stank of fried fish and sausages and sauerkraut, was awash with cheap ale and penny gin. Vagabonds in patched frock coats gathered to bicker over the value of stolen rags. Upright men in tall beaver hats, their shillelaghs under their arms, strode in aristocratic glory, looking with disdain at the mere pudding-snammers and pavement screevers who darted about them. I recognised the market for what it was, not merely a place where thieves congregated, but neutral territory, the border where crime met honest capital and arrived at a compromise. Such places flourished on the edges of the true thieves' quarters of all great cities, and sometimes were even termed rendezvous as a fair description of their function. Here were the dolly shops and translation men dealing in stolen goods, the gutter bloods and tattered finery, often arm in arm with their rum morts, she as covered in stained ribbon and torn lace as he, brought their goods to market, as did the govey burners, pocket nippers, and a generality of rapscallions living off the scraps and leavings of the ruffler's trade. The base of the obelisk, 100 feet of black granite carved with worn, almost indistinguishable bas-reliefs and mysterious alphabets. It was surrounded by wicker baskets, horse tackle, hand carts, sacks, panniers, and the general paraphernalia of a busy market. We stepped down, Klosterheim carelessly, myself boldly, and Libussa with some caution, leaving St. Audrin in the carriage. He would present our apologies to Prince Miroslav. He seemed concerned for me, and I did my best by my demeanour to quell his fears. With Klosterheim leading, we threaded our way through to the back streets lying close to the lesser city. Here were the lodgings of the honest poor, and little shops, decent people at their domestic concerns, a few rowdy alehouses on street corners. But it was as we progressed further that we began to draw antagonistic attention from the populace. Increasingly they took on the familiar appearance of harlots, loungers, and petty cribbers. Doubtless Klosterheim's cadaverous features halted more than a few in mid-catcall, and the fact we walked side by side, an unusual trio, gave us pause. My plan was to pose as visiting high picaroons, the cream of roguish society. I trusted that the cant was the same as I'd used during my own time upon the road. When at last we were approached direct, it was by 6 or 7 vagabonds, all hung with pistols and poignards like an iron merchant's window, their wide hats shading already dark faces, their black eyes glittering beneath. The leading jocko, a nearly chinless youth with a beard clinging from his jowls like thrice-used meat strings, challenged us with, "Cast ye daylights on the kitchen cove and a jack-o'-legs, me Abrams. Shall us crash to culls and jock to mort?" To my relief I understood every word, not hard to guess since he proposed killing us and carrying off Libussa, so I replied, "Douse ye crow, ye cork-brained cunny wangler, and lift ye Gilgiltha to the finest high Toby Morton any cheese." He was impressed enough to put his fingers to his hat's brim and stand back, grinning. "Dimber dambers, we near mulled our rig and filched ye," and he asked if he could be of service. I told him we were seeking Lord Reynard to present our compliments before we began work. We were stiver cramped, so anxious to start quickly. The picaros fell in with us, and I invented a tale for them, borrowed more from paper than from memory. But they would always take the brightest bait, those fish. And now they hailed another group of sword-sporting ragged bravos standing outside a tavern and debating if that or the Rose and Compass sold the best beer. We were introduced as eminent knights of the road, and 3 of the youths, flattered by our pretence that we were already acquainted with the Lord of Moldavia, promised to escort us. "The fox stalls new rogues this dark man's at Raspatian's in Oropskaya. You're in rum pearl if you're not dry bobbing." So, with our swaggering gutter bow clearing the way for us, we pressed deeper into the tangle of twitterns which form the knotted core of the rookery. At last we reached a railed square upon which momentarily a beam of ochre starlight fell, revealing half-ruined walls, thick climbing lichens and ivies, empty windows, fallen roofs. At the centre were the remains of a formal garden, thoroughly overgrown but still following the outlines of its original geometry. A path through this chaos of fading cowslips and rosebay willow herb led us to the far side. Here was a large ramshackle building, part wood, part brick, apparently derelict in its upper floors and bearing a painted, unkept sign in the Cyrillic fashion, the first we'd seen in Nuremberg, reading Raspasian, high-class beverages and light suppers. There were 2 rush torches stuck up on the gateposts leading to the basement stairs, and these were the only hint of occupation. Our bravos stood hesitantly beneath the sputtering flames, hands on sword hilts, skittishly awkward, eyes everywhere, attempting an insouciance and succeeding only in comicality, evidence they lived in terror of their vagabond king. Odd, murmured Labussa to me, that such a prince should hold his noonday court in a run-down chop shop. He interviews rogues and passes sentence on transgressors, I told her. We stepped forward, but one of the youths in a greasy billycock hat put his hand upon my arm. Another ran down the slippery stone steps and rapped a complicated tattoo at the basement door, then ran halfway back to stand, half in defiance, half in apology, waiting. Almost immediately the door was flung open, and there stood a barrel-chested buckaroon in the stained and rusted armour of a Selmuk Turk, a half-caste oriental giant, strutting aggressively to the bottom of the steps and glaring. Fröhlich. The words nix under upright men. The high cull chivia. Jan Maundoff, replied the youth, all placation now, and jerked his thumb at me. Yon Torno spells his gentry cover. Toby men all. Yonderd vader al Vulpino. The giant was cautious, strutting out another yard while Fröhlich fell back bit by bit until he was beside me. Here's the Nipperkin nagpad, Erigis. Clackamonsel. And he had turned, was almost running with his 2 companions close behind, and was gone. Ergish scowled and ascended another step or 2. I told him again we were first-rate highwaymen, seeking his lord's permission to work the territory beyond the lesser city, and to use the quarter as our bolt hole. He pointed out my sword and pistols. Yon'll statch ye pricker and ye poppers aft mane. So we handed over our weaponry, whereupon the door was shut firmly in our faces, and we waited in some anxiety until it was opened again. Glaring at us from habit rather than any specific animosity, the Turk admitted us. He led us down a short passage and into a large dark room crowded with tables, many of them empty and dusty save for those at the front. Here upon a low dais, which normally might have presented entertainment to diners, sat a figure in the feathers and lace of a century previous, one of the Sun King's cavaliers. Yet he was oddly proportioned, his face in darkness. On either side of their high cull were rascals in every manner of extravagant costume, lounging in postures of studied boredom and inspecting us with bold, challenging eyes. These were not the street bloods we had met outside, but the top ranks of the thieves' castes, the rufflers and upright men, barons to Lord Reynard's king. Seated in the armchairs at the foot of the dais, and looking almost as bold as their men, were the autumn morts and dells, giving off a near-visible cloud of perfume and powder which blended with lace and silks and brought back a memory of the flash nunneries of Stamboul and Barcelona. The tables contained petitioners and prisoners, some bound and under guard. The hall was lit by huge church candles, stuck into massive gold holders, so it seemed the place was on fire. Lord Reynard's imperious lace summoned us forward. He was still in shadow, knowing its effect. He stood up very tall, with eyes glittering suddenly in the light, and they were penetrating, wise. At first I thought he wore a mask, and that he was in some way crippled. But he was neither. When he spoke, his muzzle curled back from sharp white teeth. He was a fox. A huge red-haired beast on hind legs, taller than me and sufficiently manlike to grasp the pommel of his sword and stand in pantaloons and polished buckled pumps, in long embroidered waistcoat, fine lace flowing over everything, like foam down a tankard, silk dress coat, near as red as his fur, ribbons here and there, and a heavy dandy pole in his other hand, which doubtless he used to help him stand steady. His expression was curious, but not a whit friendly. His strange voice was close to a bark, and his whiskers twitched. The ostrich plumes of his great hat wobbled, fit to fall off, but it was impossible for that creature to look ridiculous. "Ain't you just a pair of notch-nuzzling flashmen, and their mab ladycock playing the noddy, on the pad yon chive? And where, with no nags?" said he. "Lord Reynard," said I at once, "though I've some claim to be what I told your men, we're here from the Zeitenmakers to see you and beg a boon." I knew it would not be possible for all three of us to pose as highway thieves, and it seemed better to announce the truth, if slightly coloured and flattering to himself, before Lord Reynard guessed it. It seemed I'd sworn foul in church, for the rufflers were close to being outright shocked at my use of conventional German, but Lord Reynard stilled his followers with a gesture of his red hand. He put his long, cunning head to one side, staring at us for a full minute or more. Either I thought we would be torn to pieces, or would be held in the hope of a ransom. There was the faintest chance, however, he would hear us out. I had expected a less clever prince of thieves, and a commoner one. "Yon'll be schollards, Nick?" He seemed to muse for a moment. "Aye, sire." I was exhausted of any wit. Then he sat down suddenly with a thump in his great chair, crying, "Well, let's hope, damn me, that at least one of you is familiar with the works of Diderot, for if you're not, there's little point in your admission here, and being Diddycoy nabblers, you'll not allow yourselves back to Swallonia alive, not unless you prove yourselves somehow." He turned his muzzle, grinning. The fox, as you may appreciate, I hope, is bored. I was stunned by all this, and found myself babbling. "I've read the supplement Au Voyage de Bougainville, sir, and other things." "Rêve de l'Alembert," said Libussa, a schoolgirl, little else. "I do not know the gentleman," said Klosterheim in hollow, disapproving tones, reminiscent of his Lutheran origins. Lord Reynard pointed up his snout and laughed, a series of short, high yaps. "I shall not quibble with that. Good enough. Who do you read, sir?" "I'm not in the habit, sir." Klosterheim spoke like a Quaker, invited to the Balum Brancum as guest of honour. "Nor have I been for the past 200 years. This mystery amused the fox. "A fellow more full of ennui than myself. What a novelty! What a mismatched trio of otherworldly travellers you are. A spider-shanked cadaver, a foppish minikin, and a doxy looking like a Rome mort who's just pissed on a nettle." This won the laughter of his crew and put us all the more at ease. "Where are you from, and how did you come here?" "We're Germans, sir," said I. "Come here by air." "So your ship's moored out there, eh? Your credentials are perfect." He turned to his gaudy ruffians. "Nix on the crash. Nor fleecing, nor lumping, nor fuddling. Ban out when starats." And they had obeyed his orders. We should not be harmed. I was certain he would be obeyed. He said in more conventional language to them, "Have you listened, you stains, you whoremongers?" "On record, your worship," said one, fingers to forelock, single calculating eye on us. "What names do you want?" asked another, his mouth red in his blue-black beard. He opened a dog-eared ledger and licked a quill. For my own part, I could not resist giving Tom Rakehell, which would be, in London at any rate, an acceptable alias. But Labussa went the whole hog, with all family names and qualifications. Alchemical adept, member of the Council of Prague, elder of the Brothers of the Sacred Triangle, first of the Triumvirate. She paused. "I have degrees from several universities, and my blood is the blood of Ariadne, older than time." Lord Renyard was pleased. She had read him right, and said, "We've that in common at least, Duchess. I trust you're not here in quest of some other poor man-beast to murder, or is a mere fox unworthy of Ariadne's cunning and Theseus's bludgeon." "No violence at all is intended, my lord. We're in the lesser city for your help, if necessary to trade." "Trading rarities? I'm devilish partial to rarities." "Knowledge," said she. "Rare enough." He resat himself, evidently never comfortable in that chair. "Give me half an hour for my duties, and we'll talk." "Klosterheim," said the ex-captain of Hell, and the brigand noted it in his ledger. We arranged ourselves beside a table at the back and watched as the plaintiffs came and went. Lord Renyard allowed this cut-purser license, while that one was sentenced to the top, which was hanging, for some mysterious transgression of the vagabond code. Half the proceedings were conducted in the canting tongue, half in such refined language it went over the heads of most of us. For all his graces, he was a fox, high-pitched, staccato, but a fox whose authority was unquestioned, even by those he sent to their deaths. When this court was over, we were summoned forward once more. His followers fell back, most of them looking at us with wariness and disguised dislike, as if somehow we threatened them by parleying so with their master. "So you've read D'Alembert's Dream," said he to me, "and the Encyclopedia?" "Not every word, sir." "I've read all 17 volumes, Tom Rakehell. Thus I know all there is to know of the world." Of your world. I long to visit it. But it would be foolish, eh? Here I'm already a sport. There I'd be a monster. You're familiar with current theories of spontaneous creation, are you?" "Well, not exactly current, sir, those notions. 50 years ago." "A golden age, sir," said the fox. "A better age than this. Voltaire, Rousseau, Buffon, Danbonton, Montesquieu, D'Alembert. How should I have loved to have conversed with them?" "I know several who did, sir. I served at Catherine's court, where, as you know, Diderot and Voltaire spent much time." "You knew Diderot?" "Only slightly, Lord Renyard. He was leaving for France as I arrived." "Your date of 74, said the fox, with a knowing nod. "Just so. I was very young." "But he impressed you?" "As a lively, sweet-natured, curious man." "So I've heard." The fox eased his strange body in its chair once more. He alone reached through intellect what the rest of us know by experience. In Bougainville, for instance, he asked, "Who knows the early history of our globe? How many stretches of land now cut off from each other were once joined?" "A mind as lively as Voltaire's, sir, but more humane, eh?" "Quite," said I. The fox stood up. "This way." He pointed to the steps leading to the dais. We mounted obediently. His men surrounded us, all sweat and woman's perfumes, and we were escorted off along a passage, down a flight of steps, to a great underground kitchen where servants roasted meat and prepared vegetables over trembling open fires. Running the length of this chamber was a great oaken table and benches like a monastery's. "We'll feast," said the fox, his red mask enlivened by the fire, "and we'll converse, to ape Catherine's banquets, eh?" We were set with me on his right, Labussa and Klosterheim on his left. Then his delicate muzzle sniffed at beef bones, though he was hard put to lift them in his strange paws, and his lacy sleeves fell always in the juices. The meat was unremarkably cooked, a little on the raw side, and the vegetables were short of salt. But the conversation was one of the strangest I'd attended. He was a thorough student of our Enlightenment. He knew them all by heart. He quoted Voltaire, "Destroyed or degenerate suns make a graveyard of the sky." It was, said the fox, as if Voltaire had actually journeyed to this Nuremberg and seen the firmament for himself. Did we know that autumn star in a local argot meant church prison or God's enclosure? He wondered if it was a name coming from the fate of the Sebastocrator, waiting in his palace for a signal which would never come, and believing therefore that it was God, not himself, who was trapped. Libussa was barely interested in that. Her own obsessions filled most of her mind. Klosterheim, too, listened without much attention. Libussa was hard put in her pride to show patience with philosophers who did not share her somewhat more romantic views. Rousseau was now touched upon. Did he suffer the pox, do you think? Or do you believe what he wrote on the subject in his Confessions? The fox ate daintily, while all around was such a snorting and snuffling, such a clatter of knives on plates, sucking, burping, guzzling, such a gabble of coarse jests and observations, it was sometimes hard to hear or be heard. Lord Reynard seemed sublimely oblivious of his lieutenant's bestial manners. Klosterheim, though a twice-damned ex-servant of Lucifer, still disapproved in his way of all those non-churchmen and their godless notions. He would have no part in it. But Libussa aired her considerable knowledge. When she allowed it in herself, she displayed a greater taste for metaphysics than I, and was soon in her element. Yet always she steered a course relentlessly towards the Grail, cheerfully inventing references to it by every name the fox revered, until she had arrived in this port. And didn't Diderot, sir, consider the Holy Grail's scientific properties in one of those lately published posthumous works? "I do not recall, madam." He was apologetic. "It takes many years sometimes to receive books from your world." "Yes, sir, an essay on sentience, sir, and its manifestations, active and latent. He wonders if an inanimate object is capable of volition. The legendary Grail's his example. Its tendency to come and go apparently at its own will, to exercise a healing property, to impose peace and order within its influence, to guide, maybe, the affairs of men, or choose to remain dormant. He suggests such an object exerts a change upon its environment for its own survival, and is thus the chief instrument of harmony, perhaps the very pivot of our universe. This Grail, if there be only one, maintains the rhythm of the spheres, yet also aids mankind to act in concert. If God created unity, Diderot suggests, perhaps he also created something to preserve that unity. Another school says the Grail and God are one, possessing power and sentience, but not moral intellect. "God, madam, has abandoned this planet," said the fox, matter of fact. "Is the news so late in reaching you?" "Most refuse belief," murmured Klosterheim. "So," continued Lord Reynard, "maybe another force than Satan seeks to fill God's place. Reputedly, Satan's no pursuer of order." "Satan renounced the easy means to order," said Klosterheim. "By his will and his severity he could rule now. But he refuses. He seeks unity with the very being he once deified. He once defied, and thus abandons all his followers." The fox looked startled, licking his snout before opening his mouth to speak, but Klosterheim interrupted with, "Satan alone rules our planet." He was oblivious of the effect he had. His white face bore the marks of strange tensions within. "The war, when it comes, shall be against him. With the Grail in my hands, sir, I'd soon have hell in full rebellion. Then mankind would be sole master of its destiny." More destiny, thought I. Why had I heard so many differing descriptions as to the exact nature of this inevitable destiny? How could they all be inevitable? Destiny was certainly a word describing an individual's desperate need for certainty. You'd lead this rebellion? The fox was deeply curious. In the name of enlightened science? In the name of man, said Klosterheim. That is our intention. He was unaware of the fox's ironic glint at the word man. Sir, if you possess the Grail, your advantage would be served as well as ours. Libussa almost winced. Klosterheim had cut across her pretty, seductive tune with a flat horn. But the fox was amused as he answered Satan's ex-captain. How can that be? What rational world would permit the existence of such monsters as myself? It would be a rational world, sir, said Libussa quickly. A world setting high store on liberty and self-direction. A world based firmly on the belief that equality is the bedrock of happiness. But France's revolution argued the same. The fox put paw to muzzle, frowning down into gravy-stained lace. And now unreason is observed at every turn. Intolerance and tyranny. His lips curled back from pointed teeth. A vulpine smile. Worse than mine. Von Beck here was a deputy in France, sir. Libussa hardly knew which tack to take. She was so discomfited. He'll tell you why the revolution did not succeed. Von Beck, Lord Renyard was delighted. Follower of Klutz? Tom Rakeheld, sir, if you don't mind. I prayed he would respect the rogue's code and not make inquiries of me. Forgive me, Tom. You were saying, madam. Libussa was baffled, and then grimly she said, He'll confirm they lack wisdom. She took a breath, furious with both Klosterheim and myself. And, sir, they lack the Grail. 'Tis insufficient that a few lawyers form a parliament and make fresh laws. If mankind would change, great upheavals are in order. A new age, born from the destruction of the old. One tiny nation's floundering revolution, in which only half the population is represented, if that, is useless. Of course it must collapse. We must have fundamental change, sir. Out of chaos shall come order. That order based upon a harmony hitherto unguessed at, whose great symbol is Hermaphrodite, the woman-man. Theseus and Ariadne combined against the beast. Not a beast like yourself, sir. The beast is all that's stupid, brutal, unthinking, greedy in man. The beast is selfish, unjust, cruel. Its swaggering posturing and the simple pleasures of war. Its harem-keeping. It's using the female sex to maintain the vanity of the male, at woman's great expense. Today the beast speaks in the accents of civilized democracy, but he is still the beast. Klosterheim grew puzzled, as if unsure she'd understood what he required of her when the Grail was theirs. Hermaphrodite, sir, is more terrifying to the male race than ever you could be. I am flattered, madam. Hermaphrodite shall be the leader of this true revolution, as long as strong, as eloquent, as divine as Jesus. Hermaphrodite must take the same terrible path as Christ, for that is the price paid if one's to influence the course of history. A leader who no longer spreads the word of God, but spreads the word of humanity. This being shall incorporate the experience, the hopes and idealism of our whole race, the sum of male and female experience, the sum we've all learned. The Grail's our true salvation, sir. The fox picked up a chicken and lifted it to his sardonic mouth. No room for monsters. No room for those who'd fear singularity, sir. She was glib. Any reasoning world would reckon itself rich with Lord Renyard in it. The fox looked hard at me. I would support her, but I knew not how. He gave Klosterheim a stare. The skull-faced ex-priest attempted to absorb the meaning of Libussa's rhetoric. Good flattery, madam, said Renyard, chewing, but poor observation. By whatever logic the times require, we all know how one species will destroy another. As for those hybrids like me, we're lucky if we're merely isolated. And isolation produces a kind of inescapable madness, though it adopts a guise like mine of rationality and breeding. Your sexes are not equal, as you say. Your colours war one against the other. The Arab race, calling itself the white race, despises red and black. The red race, calling itself the white race, despises brown, black and yellow. The yellow race, calling itself the favoured race, makes war upon another yellow race, calling itself the favoured race. Can all that be banished by your Grail? She was sincere. Aye, sir. He put down the torn chicken. I can't believe you, madam. This new Messiah would not do for me. I'm better off upon the edge of chaos. In my criminality and my kingship over thieves and whores, my rufflers are easily understood. Those who fear the singular also fear the sword. His glance towards his gorging captains and their doxies was meaningful and tolerant. You support your vanity, sir, by consorting only with inferiors, she said. That's your argument, I think. Madam, I have no equals. The Grail shall change the world, sir, so all stupidity is banished, and we'd begin as equals. Your case remains unproved, madam. It does not attract me. 'Twould put an end to your boredom, sir. He placed both paws before him on the table and laughed again, as field foxes laugh, with a little bark and head half lifted. His tail would have fanned if he'd had one. I wondered if he'd docked it to fit his fancy breeks. I'd fear your price, madam, he added softly. She had a puzzled smile upon her own lips and seemed not entirely sure of him. But you'd take a risk, sir, if offered. His head came forward, bearing its huge scarlet hat and host of ostrich plumes, so his face was hidden again. He spoke from beneath the brim. I owe you something, to be sure, for this entertainment. Raising his head again, he reached for damask and wiped his greasy muzzle. Then, unconsciously, he licked his nose. I do not possess your mystic cup. He smiled, and his freshened whiskers fluttered. Otherwise, I might well barter it for some of those recent volumes you've mentioned. Indeed, I hope there's still room for trade between us. But if you'll make me a promise, I'll be glad to help you towards your goal. It seems we are, if not of mutual interests, at least of mutual intellect. He now reached under his buttons and pulled a small leather-bound sextodecimo from the back of his pantaloons. His paws fumbled a little. They were hardly fitted even for the turning of pages. I guess his forelegs shook with the strain of seeming easy. His brain was not at odds with what he read, though his body was indeed at odds with his brain's commands. I began to understand his claims of isolation. The promise, sir? I felt considerable respect for this mysterious creature. He showed me the book. I opened it. It was wonderfully printed in sharp black type on pure white paper, with red decorative capitals and so forth. It was called, in German, A New Understanding of the Universe, and I did not recognize the author at all. It was an impressive mouthful, more associated with the 17th century than the 18th. Philachus Grossus von Trommenheim. I wondered where he had obtained such an unusual book in that condition. I don't know it, sir. I saw it was printed in Nuremberg and dated 339 A.B. Meaningless to me. The prose was exquisite, perhaps a little stiff, some sort of essay on perception. I'm surprised I've never come across it, sir. It's not the usual dull stuff. Keep it, sir, Lord Reynard gestured. 'Tis by myself. A single copy was printed, and there's only me to read it here. My real name's on it, and my real vocation, I suspect, is displayed. You'll keep the promise? Of course, my lord. Libussa was eager as she leaned forward. Perhaps she thought there were secrets in those pages. Lord Renyard waved his paw at me again, and I slipped the little book into my shirt lining. "What must we swear?" she asked. His bright eyes still regarded mine. "To remember me," he said. There was unusual pain in his expression. Next he was looking at Libussa, his chin up, sly and charming. "I'd want you to send books you think would interest me. Goethe's work whets my palate for more, and certain Englishmen, Burke for instance, and the North Briton, Hume, though my reading in their language is inadequate." "It will be impossible, sir, not to remember you." Momentarily Libussa forgot diplomacy and could not flatter. Without remarking my appearance, he took a pewter chalice of wine in both paws, drinking deep. Is a gigantic fox a scholar first, or a freak? And a speaking fox at that. Make him a fox dressed in foppish flounces and commanding a nation of rogues in a city which scarcely ever sees light man's, as days known here. Why, how could you resist retailing this wonder? A marvel, a sensation. Oh, I'll live on as a performer in some distant circus of the imagination, and 'twill become impossible to tell if it was ever really fact or fiction, this upright fox. They shall announce in voices loud enough to drown out already shrieking dinner guests, was moreover an enthusiast for the encyclopedists. He paused then. "Ah, a man in a mask, surely," they'll say next. "A hoax. Some poor creature with a hideous deformity." Well, perhaps one's memory is not all it might be. Perhaps Lord Renyard was merely a cripple using his disfiguration to control the brigands. He could become quite human before the century's out. "Remember me?" He drank again. He smiled at Libussa. He winked at Klosterheim. An ear twitched and his hat fell slightly to one side, giving him a still more rakish look. "Well," he said, "if we're to believe Voltaire, a taste for marvels engenders systems, but nature seems to take pleasure in uniformity and constancy, just as our own imagination likes great changes." This seemed mockery of Libussa's heart-cry. "So Renyard's an aberration. Yet Diderot celebrates chance and difference. Perhaps that's why I love him. Do you love him too, madame?" He grinned, drank, and again wiped the muzzle on fresh linen. "I'll need no more Monsieur Voltaire, but if you could see I'm sent Maupertuis, I'd perhaps enjoy him better." "Sir," said the Duchess of Crete, "if it's within my power, you shall have the entire biblioteca." "You're extravagant, madam. You shall have all I can tell you of any substance. Everything else you must discover for yourself." I recall a meeting some time past when I learned the story of von Beck, Klosterheim, and the Grail. This is slim reward for having been bored by an undereducated, not to say vulpine, jack-thief, and at such length, but here it is. He considered what he had to say, lifting his red snout towards the shadowy beams and staring at flickering tallow. His words were measured, significant, yet almost whispered. "You must find the Red O'Dowd." He slumped a little in his chair. Evidently this statement cost him something of value, and moreover had exhausted him. Kitchen fires danced and crackled. Lord Renyard looked sadly across the table at Tom Rakehell, already protecting himself from despair should Tom fail him. His followers guzzled obliviously, and he grew tender as he regarded them. He was a humane monster, ruling bestial men. I could almost smell the Minotaur's fetid breath pouring from his flaring nostrils, and hear the angry stamping of hoofs upon hard earth. A massive club beat against strong walls. The ground shook. The bull screamed his challenge. Theseus advanced through the labyrinth, and reason took up sword against brute ignorance. Libussa dropped her eyes and spread her wide hands on the table, as if in shame. Chapter 13, in which begins the search for the Red O'Dowd. We leave the second most dangerous quarter of the city and enter the first. Several conjunctions and a hint of the reasons. A sword, a lamb, and a prince of hell. In truth, we had rather more than the Red O'Dowd from Lord Renyard. We had a map and intelligence of the map's terrain. We moved amongst narrow walls beneath the slow, unsettled light of those senescent stars. The alleys were at the city's very centre, which was the oldest district of all, enclosed by its own walls and called Amalorm, perhaps after those Amerian tribes existing there before the Svatavians came to kill and enslave them. We descended. Our route took us steadily downhill by sloping streets and flights of dark, winding steps. Sometimes a gap in the buildings showed fires and lanterns twinkling below. It seemed the centre had grown around an enormous spiralling crevasse, a valley whose floor could not be seen. In Amalorm, the Rat ran underground. Building had been placed upon building, some 10 or 15 ramshackle stories high, all leaning at unstable angles. I was half afraid some great pile of bricks, stones, and timbers would fall on us at any moment. I refused to raise my voice, remembering the landslide I'd caused. Typically, the natives of Amalorm were squat, taciturn, and dark. Counting their social position, they set, we were informed, strong score by such things. According to the height, they lived above ground. Thus, we moved at the lowest level. We encountered only the miserable poor, most of them sleeping on some form of opium. This drug, Lord Renyard had told us, was the real currency of the deeper city. Somewhere here, we were assured, he'd find the Red O'Dowd, if he still lived. Lord Renyard had not been able to speak for that, nor could his men, in spite of all their conscientious head-scratchings, tell us much. Lord Renyard and the Red O'Dowd were rivals. The lesser city enclosed the deeper city, and the deeper's existence meant all Renyard's vagabonds had to circumnavigate walls, so could not directly cross their domain at any quarter of the compass. There had been attempts to reach a compromise, but all had failed. They said the Red O'Dowd was not, like the Fox, ruled by reason. Moreover, the territory of Amalorm was coveted, for it was the greatest stronghold in the Middlemarch, and not difficult to rule, since the richer inhabitants did not care what happened in the gullies and valley floors of the lower streets. They had no loyalty to their own kind. It was as if we moved through a natural limestone cave system. The walls were wet with pale lichen and semi-luminous grey moss growing upon them. There were echoes, the greatly magnified sound of drops of water striking a deep pool. We had been told that the Red O'Dowd had arrived 20 years ago with a mercenary band. He had fought those who ruled, and in the end his control of the centre had no longer been disputed. His purpose in seizing that territory by force of arms, and at hideous loss of life, was unclear. He would only claim that he, quote, guarded his property. The Fox had been of the opinion that the Red O'Dowd guarded an idea, for any negotiations over territorial matters had always become enigmatic and fallen down. Lord Renyard had told us that he had no inkling what the idea might be. The buildings swayed and creaked in the autumn starlight. It was as if an earth tremor constantly shook the deeper city. "It is like a ship," said Labussa wonderingly, "or the giant in Gulliver. They've surely built this place upon the back of a living beast." She was now as volatile as ever. She had only temporarily been daunted, and was freshly convinced that she had only to meet the Red O'Dowd for him to hand her over the Grail. Lord Renyard had allowed no such reassurance. She laughingly clung to my arm. "In Klosterheim's, or could the settlement, do you think, be one single organism?" "Well, Klosterheim was disapproving of her fancies. "It's merely age," he murmured. "It's more than that," said I soberly. "Every linchpin, brick and slate and bit of guttering cannot already have crashed. Why should what was left retain its peculiar stability?" We entered a steep, drooping lane. From above came a distant booming, a faraway clamour of metal and the sound of masonry tumbling into a street. We received a glimpse of burning points in the valley, the smell of dank smoke. Then there were yellow torches bursting round the corner and dancing up the cobbles towards us. Now we saw black martial figures, their swords already drawn. They were confident bodies, well armed and steel cruel. Our own weapons had been left at Lord Reynard's, thanks to Labus's flaring impatience, but it would have made little difference. We looked back, guessing the presence of the half-dozen who crept behind and who now stopped and straightened when they were seen, hands on hips, their faces hidden. Klosterheim, maintaining against all experience a somewhat legalistic turn of mind, cried pompously, "What comes? And be warned, we are on important business." A tall bicorn hat with a cockade in it, atop a face with a thin, handsome mouth, upon a lean, well-muscled figure, broke from the general crowd. Monsorbier wore a smile of considerable satisfaction, as if the pike had caught the trout at last. Had I dreamed all that time? Was I in actuality upon some Parisian spiral near Montmartre? Or had Reynard sent me into this bristle of greedy Ferrara cutlery? Did the fox give me up as Monsorbier's reward for services rendered? No, I thought, some other treachery was afoot, for I had a book in my shirt with the name Philacus Grossus upon it. Or perhaps there was no treachery at all, save fate's. Every adept spoke of concordance, and certainly conjunction, at any rate, was evident at every step. No matter how hard I tried to break the pattern. And then Monsorbier recognized me with genuine astonishment and laughed in sheer joy. "Von Beck, is it thou? This is better than anything." I was still not so much alarmed by the danger as mystified by the coincidence. Labus's earlier words made unacceptable sense. Too much that happened now suggested a unifying design superior to my own ordinary cognizance. Well, this thought greatly unsettled me. I had no liking for the idea that I might be a pawn in some game of Olympian chess. I would have fought then, had I my blade upon me, not because I hoped to win, but to free myself from the sticky net which gathered us beneath the autumn stars. I was a fool, I thought, to have left my Samarkand scimitar and Georgian flintlocks at Raspatian's. But I supposed I too had been dazzled by the golden prospect of the Grail. Well, now it seemed Monsorbier also hesitated. Maybe he was equally uneasy. His thirst for vengeance surely dominated him. I could see him trembling with anticipated satisfaction, like a stork in courtship. And I, weaponless, was reduced to putting arms akimbo, legs wide, stomach out, and smiling at him like a forward village maid. He stood, licked his lips, looking from face to face, still twitching, a terrier with an impudent rat, still forcing himself to control his admirably capacious passion. "You were called here also, then?" he suggested. It was as if he longed for a printed questionnaire to flourish and thus contain his terrible emotions by means of bureaucratic formality. There was no public safety to be protected here. It was his lust for my life that was naked now, more than when he had stood in the inn and arranged to acknowledge his honour. I prayed he would recall the appointment was unkept through accident, and that he would offer me a sword and thus a chance at least at life. But it was holding off that puzzled me. He plainly did not know if he should kill me or shake my hand. Someone had instructed him, but not on every eventuality. I decided therefore to play direct with my instinct, and went forward at an easy pace. "Fool," said I easily, "we're no longer enemies. Where go you now?" "The Lamb," he said. "And you?" Well, there was nothing for it but to nod. "The same," I said, believing he described a tavern. Libussa and Klosterheim, who had also been anticipating their imminent slaughter, greeted Monsorbier with uneasy smiles. Our elegant duke-catcher, sliding his sabre back into its heavy leather scabbard, took a breath or two and regained control of himself. He scratched his neck. "By Lucifer, von Beck, this is a paradox indeed. If we're all comrades now, what's to become of our individual ambition?" I had grown so light-headed I clapped him on the back. I was devilish jovial. "Do you really believe there's no point to struggle, if all it achieves is reconciliation and equality?" "Compromise, you mean," he said, teeth gritted. "I was promised leadership." "By whom?" "Oh, don't jest, von Beck. All adepts know we journey to the centre of time, to the concordance, there to receive supernatural intelligence and, consequently, ultimate power." He bowed to Klosterheim. "We expected you sooner, sir. When you failed the rendezvous, we continued on our own initiative." Klosterheim was discomfited, believing himself privileged to a better-kept secret. Well, now it seemed he was merely one of a score or more. I guess he experienced terrible confusion of a true solipsist when the outer world impinges. "Who made this bargain with you?" Well, of course he suspected Satan, the arch-betrayer. "'Tis implicit to our search." Monsorbier looked askance at Klosterheim. "You know that, sir." And then to me, "How were you called here?" "I followed impulse," said I, taking advantage of the family reputation. "You von Becks are lucky." He was clearly envious, and gave me a further clue to his hatred of me. Could we be brought together in order to settle all scores at once? A final fight? "Well, any fight shall follow the concordance, not precede it," said Libussa. But she was not sure of herself. She, too, had believed herself Destiny's only candidate for command, and considered this man a mere follower. But now she found too many rivals. I, it appeared, was the only one present not believing himself an alchemical adept. "Well," Monsorbier was surly, as if for the first time aware of her true ambition, "we had best continue." We had no choice but to fall in with his party. Quarter of an hour later he was knocking his pistol butt upon a blackened door, which was swiftly opened by a young girl with white gold hair and a pale but healthy complexion, innocence personified, save for a suggestion of lewdness about the eyes, in blue and yellow gown, its sleeves flowing and medieval. "Welcome, my noble," said she, curtsying as we entered. Filing in, the men removing their hats like Sunday parishioners, we eventually found ourselves in a stone chamber which, in its severity, greatly resembled a low church chapel, with narrow pews and a plain altar. There was no crude Satanism in evidence, no inverted cross, merely a triangle of gold hanging above the altar. By movements of her hands the girl showed we were expected to kneel, so down we went. Libussa, aware as I of any danger and any unconscious disobedience, looked right and left for potential escape. Klosterheim simply folded his hands under his long nose in gloomy surrender. Here was something neither of my companions had planned for. The chapel was entirely lit by massive yellow candles, their melted wax making strange traceries, their restless smoke writhing like damned souls. Monsieur, one stall forward of me, settled his sword at his back for comfort, pushing long hair away from his pale face, glancing at a man in a wine-red, high-collared coat, already deep in his devotions in the opposite pew. When the man turned his head, I saw it was the coward, von Bressenvorts, offering us all a shifty, conspiratorial grin. I was half out of my seat, ready to kill, when Labus's firm hand stayed me. My heart pounded, but I obeyed. From both sides now emerged a group of figures in purple, gold, white, black and yellow robes, festooned with tassels. They wore great peaked cowls like some auto-da-fe, and lace, and embroidered motifs in obscure parody of Christianities. Some wretched collection of Masonic officiates with supernatural leanings, I thought, all grunting and hobbling and sweating, their visible flesh so coarse they might have been farmyard creatures. They led a pretty, bleating lamb, bucking in its halter of woven gold. Next came our flaxen-haired maiden to take it in her soft arms, stroking it, murmuring, letting her tresses fall over its shivering body like a curtain. It bleated uncertainly and tried to suckle one of her pink fingers. She smiled and crooned. She was a head taller than her cowled companions, who now swayed in a semicircle before her as she mounted to the altar. Behind us, more men and women filed in to take their places. It was evident that Labussa recognised some of them, though Klosterheim saw nobody, remaining with his eyes downcast. In sweet high tones like crystal ringing, the maiden spoke. "The demand has come at last, and the price asked. Shall you pay readily?" "We shall pay readily," was the response. "By this means," she continued, "shall ye ensure the gathering of suns, and witness the great moment when all worlds conjoin. Ye shall become free to pass amongst those worlds at will, and shall each possess the power to change whatever they wish changed. 1,000,000 realms in concordance, 1,000,000 suns. So shall we determine mankind's fate for the next great revolution of the cosmic wheel. The balance steadies. The change is inevitable. The change is inevitable. Its nature shall be determined. Its nature shall be determined. Its nature shall be determined by the privileged, by the adepts, by those seekers of the centre who are gathered here now. Decisions will be taken, and new debts incurred. First, the old debts must be settled. The old debts must be settled. The time of the Lamb was a time of failure. The Lamb promised hope, but brought only despair. Only despair. Now we are permitted to create, if we can, the time of the lion. The time of the lion. The time of the lion shall be the triumph of mankind's ambition. A time of power. A time of fire. A time of destruction. A time of destruction. A time of destruction when we shall be the leaders of man. Our dreams shall become the unquestioned realities of the coming millennium, and none shall dare deny us. None shall deny us." She paused. "Who speaks for the Lamb?" The little animal no longer struggled, but looked at her with wide eyes. She held it out before her. "Who would save the Lamb?" Her silent congregation merely swayed and stared in silence. Then the girl lowered her head, as if to kiss the cradled beast. She buried her mouth in the little creature's neck. There came one strangled bleat. She twisted her head, and her hair swung in an aura of gold. She lifted her face to the congregation. Blood was smeared across her lips, while the lamb jerked and pumped more blood over her gown, over the altar, over the officiates who giggled and chanted, who pranced around her, beginning to cry, "The time of the lamb is gone. The time of the lion must come. The time of the lamb is gone. The time of the lion must come." Save for we three, all the rest, including Monsorbier and von Bresenvorts, were up and swaying, like a Methody flock at its monotonous hymns. Men and women, looking ordinary enough to me, of all ages, some with children, lifted up their voices in that chant. I could not bring myself to conform, and then, as the glaring eye of their golden-haired priestess fell upon us, I flung myself suddenly over the pews, reaching for Monsorbier's sabre, still tucked at the small of his back, and pulled it clear, shouted to Klosterheim and Labussa to find the exit. That bestial ritual in no way accorded with what few beliefs I still professed. By taking action, however doomed, I felt I was damaging a small part of the design drawing us all together. The bloody-lipped girl became a shrike. "This threatens all!" I struggled backward over the bench, cutting at Monsorbier's arm as he brought up his pistol, which flew high into the air and was wonderfully caught by my Duchess, who pressed it against the throat of the man behind her, while she slipped his dirk and rapier from his hips, taking the whole belt. Only Klosterheim held back, staring at the golden maiden, like a monk at a vision of Our Lady. He was useless to us. I had another pistol now. The men were dazed cattle, only gradually waking, and I was harvesting their weapons willy-nilly. I aimed a barker. With a flash and a roar, its ball struck a little cowled officiate, who went rolling and squealing to the feet of his baffled mistress. Another pistol took one of Monsorbier's military pack. Labussa also pulled triggers, downing two of von Bresenvort's pox-polluted coven. Now every lip snarled, and all I could see were angry teeth, glaring eyes. My own throat was no safer than the lamb's. Labussa discharged a further brace of sticks, almost simultaneously downing two more. The chapel had taken on a charnel house look, with blood all over it, bits of bone and brain spattering walls and pews. The congregation milled in panic, and Labussa and I were almost at the door. Another flash. A great roar. She might have touched off a cannon, the sound was so amplified. It missed the golden-tressed vein-biter, but took down one of the great candles, which fell in a rush against the tapestries and fired them. Our advantage temporarily increased. We opened the door. Air fanned the flames. We held out into darkness and cold, but nothing would hold those hounds for long. We dropped our emptied barkers and ran hand in hand down a slippery alley. Up a street so steep it had rails set in its walls, pushed through a few languorous opium-eaters who interfered with our progress only because they could not see us, and we were fully lost. Behind us was the chase. Klosterheim had carried our map. Labussa was confounded. We leant beneath a bridge which crossed above the lane, and she whispered, "What happens here? Why do they sacrifice and chant? Bestial nonsense, and for what? I gave no such instructions." "Plainly, more than you and Klosterheim believe this concordance will provide an antidote to their frustration," said I. Well, my observation was unwelcome to her, but I went on. "'Tis a veritable epidemic, my lady, familiar enough to me. So frequently we believe ourselves unique, only to find our ideas are shared by half the world." "Oh, be silent, you fool!" She was brooding, considering fresh strategy. My peril, however, made me babble. Surely they waste their time if Satan's already master of the world. "He must be ousted. The father must make way for the child, she spoke severely. Mankind must rule itself. With your encouragement? My levity was also a condition of my fear. Von Beck, it is your destiny as well as mine. You forget. Her fingers squeezed my arm. We need allies in this. But who? I thought Monsorbier was in my following. I am betrayed. Well, sense calls for retreat to Prince Miroslav's. A fresh battle plan. We lose important hours. In the circumstances? And then we were running again as beast noises, torches, footfalls, Monsorbier's and von Bresenvort's recognisable voices turned to our direction. We were in utter darkness for a moment, passing through a tunnel. We slowed to catch our breath as the sounds of pursuit faded once more. I leaned back against the slippery wall, reaching for her hand. Our fingers touched. Then, with a gasp, she had fallen away from me. To the ground? I was on my knees, stretching out. Not there. An alcove? I felt along the wall's base. Nothing. Labussa, I whispered. Labussa! My foot touched a step, an empty doorway. I heard something flutter, as if a bird were trapped. But she had gone entirely. Surely she had not been netted by our enemies. I was horrified. I could not exist without her. I plunged against the doorway and my face struck stone. I turned, stone again and more stone. Labussa! She had vanished. Oh, Satan, take my soul but give me back Labussa. There was a terrible silence. No Monsorbier or gibbering von Bresenvorts. No torches. No animal cries. I stumbled to the other side of the tunnel, hoping to find her there. The street was empty. The red-gold radiance of the autumn stars was fitful in the far-off vault of blackness. Labussa! Someone had ripped my heart from my breast. My bowels were torn loose of my body. She was myself. In furious misery, I hammered with my sword hilt on stone, so thick it had no resonance. How I yearned for a brand, even a tinderbox. The long buildings rustled and swayed like trees in a wind. They groaned and ached. They cried out. The autumn stars seemed to grow dimmer. This was horrid confirmation of my every secret terror. The black host was coming. The beast, the Antichrist was coming. Chaos and the day of judgment followed. This was hideous nonsense to me. I was still at heart a rationalist and a democrat. The rule of common consent remained the only reasonable goal of mankind. It would be sheer madness for me to follow demagogues even greater than Robespierre. In speaking of the rule of man, Labussa and the others meant the rule of an elite themselves, and like Robespierre, they had now claimed dominion by right of the common people. Better wicked Lucifer for a master, thought I, than a pious tyrant. Yet she was more deeply informed than I. Perhaps I did misunderstand, as she insisted. My love for her overruled my logic. Could it overrule my morality? I ran like a frightened cur, up alley, down steps, in and out of archways, doorways, even once an open window. Love, love, love. She possessed me. No ecstasy had ever been more intense. I was a pigeon pecking at the place where the barley used to be. I scuttled in circles. My sense had deserted me. Tripping suddenly, I fell upon a bundle. It was a warm and sweet-smelling, a sleeping girl, little more than 12. I turned her face to the faded starlight. Her eyes rolled and she snored faintly. Opium doubtless poisoned her. The lips parted, and from them came a song which seemed to fill the alley, the whole quarter. It was a song so lovely in its complex melody, so accurate in its rendering, so subtle in its cadences. I think my obsession was momentarily abated. At first the language of her song was new to me, perhaps the ancient speech of the deeper city. Her chest rose and fell in perfect control. Gradually the song's words changed to Slavonic, telling of ships' sails against a coppery sky. A burnished ocean, a creature that had no home save the deepest grottos of the sea, and even those were lost to it, while Woman waved upon a cliff, looking back. The village was empty. One fire burned in the square. The sun was banished. On its worn mast, a flapping flag was revived by a powerful wind, and then was set on fire so it blazed even as it fluttered. But the cup could neither be filled nor drained. Thor drank from such a cup, as did Hercules, yet both were lost. Both were lost, she sang. A black beast with red eyes stalked into the square. He had a club in one paw, and in the other the severed head of a child. He lifted his muzzle and uttered a red roar. Chaos was come upon the world. The cup was drained. The cup was lost. Where were the men and women who had promised victory and tranquility? Were they captured or dead? In her song a black sun rose. Huge riders came from each horizon. Their helmets were black and their eyes red. They had wings at their shoulders. They were the angels of the final fight, the sworn enemies of mankind. Now they were closer, she sang. Now they were nigh upon us, and the cup was lost. I was still on my knees, peering into her sleeping face. You sing of the Grail? I spoke in Russian. She did not hear. She did not hear. She sang on. The ancient people of Britain had such a cup and let it go. The Persians knew of it. It had been in India and in China and all Christendom's lands. What was it that could bring life so easily and let men perish in its pursuit? There were horsemen riding slowly on big stallions. When the tapestry was woven, they could go free. The tapestry was not complete. None could know the future, not even God. The future they pretended to see was only the past repeated. The true future, by definition, could never be revealed. There were ship's sails in a coppery sky, a burnished ocean, a creature that had no home. I kissed her full on the lips, and she sang no more. This was an oracle of an accuracy not to be endured. She returned to her laudanum stupor. Around us the buildings grew restless again. They tilted and rasped as stone shifted on stone. I panted like a hunted dog. I sat down beside the girl, attempting to recover myself. She spoke suddenly in an ordinary voice, though her eyes were blank. Every native of Amalorm is psychic by disposition. It is neither a choice, nor yet an outstanding gift. My intuition says you should look. You should seek the Goat Queen in the forest. Forest, girl? There's none hereabouts. Yonder. She sat upright and pointed, her eyes still sightless, at a hole in the wall from which issued a faint lamp glow. It was a window, but on a level with the ground. No place for a forest. Yonder, insisted the blind child. Then I crawled towards the window, staring in, seeing nothing. I squeezed under the arch to drop down into a small room full of damp books and mildewed vellum. The door was of thick glass, and it was from this lamplight issued. Opening a rusted catch, I followed the short source down a short passage. It grew brighter. Grey stone shone. A large lantern swung on chains from the roof. Beyond this was a pool of clear water, and on the other side of the pool an enormous oak tree, smelling of fresh Arcadian woods in full leaf. There was no Voltairean fixedness to the nature of the Middlemarch, especially at the centre. I approached this single tree, the blind girl's forest. But where was the Goat Queen? I cast an eye about for Nanny Regina, expecting nothing. I sniffed. Not a perfume or a neigh. My sword still comforting my fist, I pressed on, skirting the pool. Again I was convinced of some sort of preordainment. What was it which pushed me? I could not even tell if it were benign or malevolent. I remained, however, offended by whatever it was that interfered in my own volition. I rounded the oak, and there was a rustic bench. On it sat a frail old lady wearing a silver coronet. She looked up at me with mild, reddish, purblind eyes. She had a little white beard, folded ears, but unlike Lord Renyard, there was no telling if she were beast, human or hybrid. Her thick lips parted in a toothless smile. "The girl sent you to me?" Her voice was high and quavering. "She did, madam." "What were you offered?" "It's hard to say, madam." I felt awkward with the sword in my hand. I placed it beside the tree. She noted my gesture. "If you've information, I'd be grateful for it, madam." "Perhaps I was promised sanctuary? I'm fleeing enemies and seeking a lady who disappeared but an hour or so gone. Well, others tell me I'm upon a quest for the Holy Grail." I grinned at this last. "The girl pities me," said the white crone. "She sends anyone to me who will go. She's a well-meaning, dreamy child. If you've been distracted from more important matters, sir, I apologize. I'll not regard your leaving as impolite." "Pardon my curiosity, madam, but what keeps you here alone?" "Habit, I suppose, sir. And my apes, of course. They sleep at present. And my tree. Have you seen such a tree in any city?" "I have not, madam. But I can't understand still why you lack courtiers or emissaries from other monarchs." "We are," she said, raising red eyes to look directly into mine, "no longer fashionable." There was a trace of a smile on her lips. "Well, I hope you're soon in vogue again. Would you have a notion, madam, as to the whereabouts of a gentleman called the Red O'Dowd?" "The Red O'Dowd is a ruffian, sir. He brought wild war to the deeper city, and for no good reason. My guard, only 4 of them to be sure, all died in battle against that Hunnish oaf. Yet when he'd won he asked for nothing, took no spoils, claimed no authority." "Oh, that's insensible, sir. He's a wolverine. What do you want with him? Some revenge?" "Well, I'm told, madam, that he knows where the Grail is to be found." "I've heard that too, sir." With arthritic, knotted hands she stroked at her little beard. "I know not where he dwells. He neither visits nor receives. He issues no edicts. It's not kingly, sir, nor seemly. He keeps us all in suspense, and has done so these 20 years. He does not rule us, and he announces no abdication. He demands no tribute. What's that, if not the uncouth action of a mere Hun, sir?" "Well, I hope to discover the answer, madam." She lifted a sleeve to point. "Go that way, sir. A low door. Since you say you're pursued, likely it will be safer for you." "Well, I'm obliged, madam." "And I am obliged to you, sir. Take one of my flambeaux." "If there's any service, madam, I can perform for you." "Thank you, sir, no. The girl brings food." I bowed, trying to kiss her hand, but she would not let me. Laughing at herself, she drew back her arthritic hoof, and then she shrugged. "Good luck to you, sir." I saluted her with my sabre. Approaching the exit she had recommended, I became again sensible of the chase close by. It was still possible to detect Monsorbier and von Bresenvort's baying on different notes. And suddenly at my back the Goat Queen spoke. "Were Theseus more constant to his Ariadne, mayhap she would have wept less. But would the world have known such mighty wars?" I could not place her quotation, but there was Theseus again. Crete, it seemed, was everywhere. It was mighty disquieting to a rational man who had failed even to approve the classical pretensions of the French Parliament, and whose Latin and Greek were ever weak. As for that hero, all I recollected was that he habitually carried off maidens with unpleasant consequences, or considerable inconvenience at the very least, for a great many Attic Greeks, and through absent-mindedness killed his own father, whereupon he was made king of Athens. And then there were the other tales of his killing of the last of Earth's old monsters, and bringing to an end the reign of the gods. Was that what the Goat Queen meant? Well, beyond the doors were spirals of stone. I moved without any real goal, merely relying on the constrictions of the deeper city and the prejudices of Providence to see me safe. I would give myself so much time, then try to return to Prince Miroshlav's for aid. Libussa, I love you. My brain scarcely ruled me at all as I blundered on through passages and flights of steps, leading me lower at every pace. My brand gave off sufficient light to mark my way, but it scarcely heated me against the chill. I heartily wished for a cloak. My teeth were chattering when at length I paused to rest, having come to a flagged landing between two flights of stairs. And then I found myself staring down into a golden haze which was surely the natural dawn. This alarmed me. I was thoroughly underground, but here the air was so clear and warm it might have belonged to a spring day in Saxony. My bodily need for comfort defeated suspicion, and I continued down. The stairway led into a massive hall with a perpendicular, richly decorated ceiling, and a light came through huge Gothic windows. It was as though I had entered a cathedral transept. The windows were stained with simple rural scenes, the work of a genius, so it was impossible to see beyond them. At the far end of the hall, which was furnished only with white flagstones, benches of dark onyx, a carved wooden chair and table, sat a figure, beckoning me forward. Welcome at last, Von Beck. You are without doubt most dissimilar to my old friend, your ancestor. I'm glad you've found me. I could not tell if it was a man or a woman spoke. The face was obscured by a shaft of light from the far window. The same light half blinded me. Blinking, I lifted a protecting hand. Friend, you have the advantage. So I'm frequently informed, sir. I still held up my flickering brand. It had no function, but neither could I see anywhere to put it down. This time I tried to shield my eyes with the flat of my sword. The light was not unusually bright, yet it possessed an odd, unstable effect which continued to dazzle me. The figure rose to its feet. There was a kind of aura around its silhouette which made it difficult for me to distinguish details. Yet it was tall and well proportioned, and I received the impression of great beauty. Sir, would you be so good as to tell me where this is and to whom I'm speaking? Not at all, sir. You are intermediary at present, for this room lies half in earth, while the other half's in hell, and though I'm called by many fanciful names, I prefer Lucifer. The same as bargained with Graf Ulrich, sir. I held my ground. There had been so much deception already, I refused to be so easily convinced by such claims. Hard to believe you, sir. But true, sir, none the less. His voice was melodious, the bearing grateful. Lucifer strolled towards me. He was 2.5 yards high, if an inch. I cannot bargain with you, Ritter von Beck. Neither can I offer to reward you. I have my own contracts, you see, which I must honour. But I have a gift for you. I grew still more nervous. The creature was powerful, even if he were not the devil. Again, fear made me attempt levity. Damn me, sir, but I'd be inclined to mistrust any gift of Satan's. Aren't they meant to have unpleasant consequences for the recipient? I'll not make any effort to persuade you, sir. I've agreed to forego that means of gaining my ends. Your ancestor, the Krieghund, did me a great service in finding the Grail. He it was who set in motion a course of events which led to our present meeting. Could you remind me, sir, of your family's secret motto? Do you the devil's work? Just so, sir. And what's that work, do you suppose? His voice, so gentle and beautiful, lulled me, yet by an effort I maintained my reason. Well, I've never quite guessed, sir. It is to help bring harmony to mankind, to seek a cure for the world's pain. But lately you've seen for yourself how certain political experiments do nothing to ease that pain. And now comes what the alchemists term the concordance. Do you understand their eagerness, sir? I'd be devilish pleased, I paused in some embarrassment. I'd be mighty pleased for some illumination on that, sir. Well, they have a chance to alter history's course, to change the principles on which humankind bases its actions. Whoever gains ascendancy at the time of the concordance shall choose the method by which man seeks salvation. Now, but no path is certain, surely, sir? No path is certain, but it is not my place to show bias. Well, surely you've shown that already, sir, by bringing me here, if you are indeed Lucifer. But what shall you choose, Von Beck? I cannot know that. I gather you ally yourself with the Duchess of Crete. Well, it seems so, yes, if she still lives. I know her family well. Questioning and questioning minds, all of them. They've had an eye on the Grail before, and you also seek that cup again, eh? The Grail scents Von Beck blood, perhaps, and awaits its trusted friend. Or shall it find its own way to you? What do you think, sir? Well, nothing, sir. Not about the Grail. Those are riddles you are better equipped to answer than myself. The creature seemed pleased with my obstinacy and laughed softly. I cannot tell you where the Grail is, nor indeed which guise it presently prefers. Neither could I say if you would benefit from finding it or harm us both. But I'm Lucifer, you see, child of the dawn. 'Tis in my nature to take a risk. I'll gamble on you, sir, as I did on your ancestor, and trust you'll act to our mutual benefit. Gamble, sir? I've been told God gave you the whole charge of these earthly realms. Or so he did, sir. Well, then your power must be considerable, enough to determine any issue, any fate. My bargain with God included the undertaking that I should play no direct part, merely supervise mankind's self-redemption. Like yourself, my agents are those whose independence of thought is already well established. Well, this sounds close to Satan's famous flattery, sir. I was honestly amused. Do you speak of Klosterheim, Montsorbier, von Bresenvorts, the coven that pursues me even now? Oh, not one of them serves me, Von Beck. Those who make free with my name would as easily make free with God's if they believed it helped their interest. They identify me with their own corrupt desire for domination of mankind. Klosterheim will bring war to heaven and hell if he can. His relation to me is quite different. Oh, I'll not deny the perverse and bestial aspects in me. But while I despise and tame it, they celebrate it. Those depraved creatures, I repeat, are no more my servants than Klosterheim is God's. Sir, I'll take your word, you Satan, and sincere, but I must know where Libussa and myself feature in this grand scheme. Well, she believes you're two halves of the same apple. She does not serve you. The golden shoulders shrugged. Who can say? If her will's strong enough, she could well prove every claim she makes for you both, and determine what is real and what is mere abstraction. Now's her chance, along with the rest, to make dreams actual. I would guess she is the strongest of them. But she could destroy you ultimately, sir, and thus do damage to my own hopes, too. And the choice, I suppose, shall come to rest with you. I fail to understand how fresh realities can be created, or only at the time of the concordance, and by the exercise of monstrous will, redefine the terms by which man views the world, and thus eventually you redefine the world itself. So you see, sir, The stakes are very high in this adventure. Well, this prospect weighed heavily on my mind. So why, sir, do you bring me here? I did not. You do me great credit if you think I engineered your movements. Well, since Switzerland, I have attempted to place myself somewhere along your route. In Prague, in the Carpathians. You were never long enough alone. Well, sir, here's my reason for wishing to see you. You've heard of Paracelsus. He's said to be the originator of most ideas in your modern natural philosophy. I've heard Klosterheim speak of him quite recently. A respected alchemist, thought to be the base of the Faust story. Others call him a charlatan, I know. All agree he drank too much and was an unpopular employee. He was everything they claim, possessed of considerable intellect and gross appetites, an innovator of the most accurate instincts. His logic and character were sometimes flawed, but perhaps it took a self-indulgent, self-loving creature like him to map the crooked paths to fresh understanding. It's a view commonly held these days, sir. Klosterheim mentioned a sword. Exactly, sir. The demon seemed delighted. That sword protected him against his enemies. No matter what his excesses or whom he offended or what danger threatened, his sword always saved him. One drunken summer evening here in Nuremberg, on his way back to Prague, Paracelsus embarked upon a program of wenching and guzzling so thorough that even he became fascinated by the range and duration of his own capacities. At last he traded his sword for the favours of, in his own words, a common pox-box and 2 bottles of inferior Moldavian wine. Soon after, as you'd guess, sir, he died in mysterious circumstances, whereupon his legend continued to grow unabated. The sword was already too powerful and strange an object for his terrified debtor, who relieved himself of it to a Moroccan conjurer, who, in turn, when he understood what he owned, also became uneasy. The blade had unusual properties. Lucifer's great frame began to move across the room. It was as if the sunlight followed his outline. I caught a glimpse of perfect features and was entranced. He buried it. The gentleman who eventually unearthed the sword traded it, so he believed, for the return of his immortal soul. Well, you must know I claim nothing of that sort now. Souls, as well as living people, await the outcome of my guardianship. My agent was perhaps a little vague on the matter. Nevertheless, he obtained the sword of Paracelsus, and I have kept it until now. I had the impression Lucifer was smiling. This was my mother, Libussa, my father, my dreams of man's salvation, all I had ever loved. My impulse was to fall on my knees before him. It is over there, von Beck. The gestures were delicate, tender. I reminded myself he was, after all, an angel, albeit a fallen one, and it was not surprising I should be thus impressed. In the furthest corner of the hall, beyond the sunbeam, something flickered, something glowed. It could be a volatile mineral, or even flesh. I moved one slow step at a time until I stopped, the shaft of sunlight still between me and a long, flat-hilted, round-pommelled sword leaning against the wall as if casually abandoned. "Put down your torch, sir," said Lucifer. "It's of little use presently. Put it on the floor, sir. No harm will come to you." I lowered the flambeau to the floor, and my sabre too. I crossed into the sunlight and was blinded. Yet I could see it. I put out my hands toward it. A magic blade. It could be nothing else but a magic blade. My fingers touched it, and a shock ran through my arm. "Be just a little wary of it, sir," said Lucifer as I drew back. "But you, or any part of you, shall be the sword's master from now on. Its properties are at your disposal the moment you lift it." My palm went to the worn blue velvet of the hilt. I curved my fingers upon it. I had it. I gripped. It seemed monstrous heavy. Then I had lifted up the sword of Paracelsus. The pommel was a ruby globe, but within that globe I saw a bird, a captive eagle, its coppery wings beating at the sky. It circled, perpetually restless. Its beak opened in a great shriek. Its claws were extended as if for the kill. Its eyes were quite mad. A wonderful eagle, held in thrall by the blade's power. At last I felt equipped to stand against those who threatened me. The Grail goes its own way and has gone from hell already. Perhaps only the Grail decides our destinies, Von Beck. Pray you, sir, use that sword for our mutual benefit. It is all I can give you. I turned to thank the infernal monarch, but only Lucifer's voice remained in the hall. "Remember, I cannot hold you in any way. No bargain is made by your receiving that blade. I trust you simply to remember your family crest, the secret one, and what is written upon it. Do you the devil's work." I raised my new sword higher, feeling its perfect balance. I knew something of the elation which came when I lay with Libussa. I laughed in delight. All fear was lifted from me at that moment, all anxiety for the future, all morbid terror at my fate. Should you choose to do my work, Von Beck, I pray you, for all our sakes, do it well. The sunlight faded from the windows. A huge, cold darkness began to flood through the chamber as Lucifer withdrew into hell. I stopped to pick up my guttering brand. Shadows fell on rotten granite. His voice became a distant echo, a whisper, a memory. "It is all I can give you. The rest depends entirely upon you." Suddenly I was grinning. I seemed to grow until I was larger than the universe itself. I contained the universe as the universe contained me. We were one, and I was all mankind. And I held a magic sword. An equalizer of considerable comfort. Fancy and actuality confused. Apes, an idiot, and a fresh corpse. Does a coincidence of men prefigure a coincidence of suns? Further traps and tangles. To Salzkuchengasse in pursuit of a lady. I retraced my way to the surface, wondering if any man had ever so casually entered hell, or so easily left it. I had Monsorbier's sabre in one hand, the near-spent torch in the other, and in my belt was the scabbarded Paracelsian blade, with its writhing red pommel and its constantly agitated eagle. By now I was almost laughing at myself. Since leaving Paris I had gradually fallen in league with the supernatural, against all my rationalism. Now I was told that the world's future could depend on me. Well, even if that were likely, I would have had little relish for the responsibility. Perhaps at some point in those mysterious proceedings, assuming I was given the power, I could hand it over to one who would honestly relish it. My Duchess. I was in an alley now, amongst the shivering buildings and the bitter air. The sky was almost brilliant in comparison to the warrens I emerged from, and I was able to see the great circle of unsteady towers which surrounded me. They formed a horizon, faintly red, shading up into purple and blue, behind and above those monstrous stars. It struck me that if Nuremberg truly lay at the exact centre of the Mittelmarch, or of the astral concordance, or both, then the deeper city was dead centre to Nuremberg, the whole built around a great pit. The whole city then protected a hollow, a kind of emptiness, almost an absence. The notion so disturbed me that I discarded it. There was no way to tell the time. I was near faint with weariness and assumed it was morning. I had relinquished my few remaining ambitions and was ready to return to Prince Miroslav's to enlist his and the Chevalier St. Audrin's aid. Libussa might have been spirited back by some Russian alchemy, so it was possible I wasted my time seeking her in the deeper city. Yet returning was not simple, for I could not tell left from right nor north from south. All I could do was trudge onwards, trying to gain height and hoping eventually I would find a landmark amongst the dancing tenements. My eyes were blurred and my senses distorted, so I heard and saw too much that was fancy, and not enough that was actual. I felt I should sleep before I resumed my search. The buildings were like mourners round a coffin, swaying and wailing. I traversed a few more yards before I stopped in my tracks in a little square surrounding an old stone well. The houses there were relatively stable. There was a sense of seclusion about the place. It seemed safe enough. I sat myself down with my back to the wall's mossy granite and attempted to reason out my situation. I was lost. My reasoning lasted perhaps 2 seconds before I was fast asleep with my head on my chest, having no notion how much time had passed when I lifted my head again. My shoulders, back and posterior were aching mightily. I had an urgent need to relieve my bladder. I rose to my feet, stiff as a parson in a brothel, when to my astonishment from all sides there rolled a tide of white fur, and I was surrounded by apes. Each one the colour of snow, but with red eyes and black muzzles, a kind of large baboon. They were capering and gibbering and grinning at me, pulling at my clothing. "Gentlemen," I begged, "spare me a moment alone, I beg you." But they could not understand, and I was dragged across the square, clinging to my 2 swords through an archway and into a courtyard. From there I was hauled down a hall, panelled in beaten gold, which reflected the firelight, while at its centre grew an old oak tree. From this came the fresh scents of a forest. It was where I spoke with the Goat Queen, but the old woman was gone, her rustic bench empty. On the far side of the pool stood the idiot girl whose song I had listened to as she lay drugged outside. And now she sang in the language of Nuremberg, sang what she had to say in the same pure crystal voice. "The Goat Queen is dead." The white apes fell back against the walls as if in respect. They squatted and watched us. She did not seem sickly when I saw her a few hours since. I tried to attract the girl's attention, but her eyes remained blank. "She was not sickly. She was well, sir, and lively." "She was lively, but it was men who killed her, sir." Her face moved a little to seek me out, and then very gradually the eyes began to focus on me. I was finding it hard to take so much horror and wonderment. I became banal. "She was murdered." "Murdered, sir, by those who pursue you, by the one who led them." Sleep and misery thickened my tongue. "By Monsorbier." "The pale one, sir. Is that Monsorbier?" I shook my head. "He's pale enough, but I think you speak of Klosterheim." "Well, why should he kill your mistress?" "Because she helped you, where she would not help them." "How, child, how killed?" "With teeth, sir, and with a sword." Her eyes were aswim with terror, and I was aghast. They had no reason, and Klosterheim had them. He had always been their leader. Could Labusa too have conspired with them? The apes came forward on all fours. They surrounded the idiot child. They lifted her up in their hairy arms, and she pointed into the branches of the oak. Something was cradled there. A little, frail corpse. It was the goat queen, all bloodied from half a score of wounds, the worst in her throat. She offered threat to no one. I was weeping as I moved towards the tree. Oh, madam, their crimes are ever against the innocent. Why do they kill so? They are envious, sang the girl. They think all we strive to earn is free and given us by fate. And your Klosterheim, he hated my queen. He called her Mother of Satan. It had been 1,000,000 years, he said, but now she would pay for her crime. He thought, sir, that she'd conceived the devil. She did not protest. She was 82 years, so she told me. Now I have no one to comfort. In my rage and grief, I felt little sympathy then for that bereaved child. Do you think she served Lucifer, girl? We all serve him now, sir. Those few of us who are not in conflict with him. She stood beside the bench, touching the wood. The apes looked on. I saw who you were, sir. I warned her you carried death with you. Yet I did not know you when you held me and I sang. I did not recognize you, sir, as the shadow I'd foretold. Is it man or woman? She asked me. I cannot see, I said. This time I cannot see. One part of a single creature, yet there are both sexes mingled in it. I did not recognize you, sir, and I sent you to her. Damn you, girl, said I. You're an uncomfortable oracle. Did you really see all of this? Her eyes drifted out of focus, and she pointed her head up, facing the little corpse above. I see nothing, sir, for I'm blind. I am a singer who feels and has language, but the languages are earned. Only the words are crude, sir. Still, I could not tell your sex, though I now call you sir, and you address me as a man would and are garbed as a man would be. Are you a woman too, sir? At that instant I could not in honesty answer her. Even my physique was in doubt. I made some poor joke, saying she should ask that question of another, the one I sought. I touched my body and recalled it easily enough. I said roughly, I'm in devilish need of a piss, girl. Wait one moment and I'll demonstrate. And with that, it was down with the flap of my breeches and drawers and let loose with great pleasure and force into the pool. Oh, I appear to be male, child. My sabre tucked under my arm, I completed my business. I looked down at the sword of Paracelsus in my belt. The ruby pulsed. Well, then the female half must be close by, she sang. At which, without reason, I shuddered. The apes crept to the pool. They had been watching me. Now half of them began pissing too. The vault was full of our common stench. The girl's song became wordless. In the branches of the oak the little white goat queen slept, wrapped in the blood she'd once protected. I was unbalanced by contrasts and paradoxes. The symmetry was too complex for my worldly brain, yet even I could tell that it was indeed true symmetry, not chaos in disguise. Chaos, which precedes the final war. Besides, I thought vaguely, how could the final war be waged when one party had abdicated and the other had turned pacifist? Perhaps the world shall be at her weakest when the concordance comes, continued the unnerving child, when the individual will is stronger than the mass, so reality can be changed. Is that why they all struggle with such desperate violence, sir, so that each imagination shall not be opposed? Does that make the nonsense into sense again, good sir? Would that be why all rival dreams must be extinguished, so that one, or those at least of one accord, shall dominate? Girl, "I've no desire to hear further puzzles," I shouted. "Ask no more, I beg you. I am grieved your lady's dead, and I'll avenge her if I can. But your higher wisdom's beyond my understanding, and merely confuses me. With respect, child, therefore, confine your occult visions." "You would be resisting truth, sir." "Aye, resisting it mightily, if that's what I do. You know more than Prince Lucifer himself? Or," I was struck by a sudden idea, "does Lucifer speak through you? Are you Satan, girl? Were you not forbidden natural form under the terms of your compact?" "I shall sing of these things no more, sir." It was a descending note. "I'll sing no more the unwelcome songs." The note decayed. She was silent. I began to pant. The apes moved in single file around the pool, which no longer steamed with their waste nor mine. That forest could not be corrupted, even after the death of its queen. The oak prevailed. The leaves breathed their wonderful scent. The apes squatted in little groups beneath the oak. They grunted, they gibbered, they wailed. They were mourners again. Tears dazzled my eyes and were bright on the cheeks of the child. The funeral dance of the apes was slow and dignified. They rose on their hind legs. They extended their long arms. The white fur moved with 1,000 little shadows. Down on their knuckles again, swaying beneath the tree, the blind girl began to sing again, a wordless agony. Then it was done. The brands were taken from the wall and thrown on a heap at the oak's base. Slowly the wood charred. The smell of the sap was stronger than ever as it was driven hissing into the outer air. Yet though flames jumped into its top branches, touched the little corpse, ran along the trunk, the tree was invulnerable. Even as it burned, it revived itself. I watched in further wonderment, and I was still weeping. The girl's song changed then. It became a wail of warning. Her head turned, and her blind eyes stared beyond me. Monsorbier was at the door, perhaps attracted by the sounds, or possibly the light. There was a fresh sword in his hand. His face was no longer handsome. It was twisted with some horrid, unnameable greed. Klosterheim came pacing slowly from another arch, von Bresenvorts from a third. I guessed they had been moving in ambush for some minutes. Behind them, brought into relief by the pious flames, were the faces of their followers, their expressions more bestial than any honest beasts. How strongly those men and women contrasted with the baffled apes, who turned their heads this way and that to look. I did not see Libussa, and I was grateful. "Ah, Klosterheim, why have you descended to cowardly murder?" I asked him. "You wish to be my ally." "The opportunity remains." He was cold. His teeth were so tight in his head, his voice emerged as a tortured whisper. It made me believe he regretted his impulse, yet must now pursue its consequences. "You can join us, von Beck. We must all be bonded now as one if we are to fulfill the common cause. If we refuse to do so, then we should be cut swiftly down as a cancer on our body." "No room for compromise, von Beck," cried Monsorbier, and sickeningly he giggled at me. "We must wrest this globe from he who rules," said Klosterheim. "We're all agreed on that now, von Beck. You agreed with us. There's no need to die." "I've naught in common with those who kill old women." The flames hid her in their glare. The flames absorbed her blood. The flames were all part of the same entity. Queen, oak, pool. The presence of those degenerate cutthroats there was a blasphemy. I am your enemy, Klosterheim. I humoured you once, felt pity for you. No longer. You're a creature doomed to commit acts of foolish evil, doomed to wanton and inevitable self-destruction, and it is, I note, a well-deserved fate. Klosterheim shrugged. You have but one chance, sir, said Monsorbier, momentarily recovering from whatever madness possessed him. He was loud and imperious, as of old, and then his voice grew insinuating and sly again. All others you have rejected, but we're merciful. Come in with us. Those not within our compact shall inevitably be destroyed, von Bresenvorts parroted, as usual. I doubted he even knew the meaning of his words. He had been rehearsed. Where's the inevitability? Where's any proof? My disgust and my fury gave me courage. I had my sabre in my right fist. The other sword was held in reserve. I still had scant taste for magic. You all speak of destiny when you mean despair. You're frightened as donkeys braying in a storm. Not one of you, not even Klosterheim, has the bottom for this. So now you huddle together, calling it a compact. You hypocrites, you've lied to yourselves and now pay the price. I took 3 long paces so that my back was to the blazing oak, and I laughed in their wicked faces. My own self-deception at least promised some kind of pleasure. Theirs offered nothing but terror and guilt. They had become too hungry to rise immediately to my challenge. Even Monsorbier, who was the best of them, was irresolute. Only Klosterheim was consistent. Forget this false statement, von Beck. Lucifer betrays the world. He'll betray you. He refuses power. Ousting him will be effortless after the concordance. You lie, sir. You want sweet reunion with the only creature you've ever loved. If he called you back to hell now, you'd crawl to join him. He is your master, whether he chooses to use you or not. Or not so, foul-mouthed heretic. I had angered him. I had not expected to affect him so readily. He was pulling free his long, slender steel from his belt, and he moved forward to kill me, a farmer stalking a chicken, as he failed to consider my retaliation. Monsorbier cried out, Johannes Klosterheim, we agreed a plan. Von Beck must join us, otherwise the scheme will founder. And there's the woman to convince. My heart lifted. I felt a thrill of pleasure. I would not perish yet, thought I, while she remained opposed to that rabble. Thus my faith was kept glimmering. But where was she? Had she already found the Grail, and was that why they were so viciously desperate? The apes were restless around the blazing oak. The blind girl crooned as if to soothe them. Firelight made animate the features of that horrid sodality. Perhaps they maintained a semblance of sanity by anticipating early triumph. But Libussa and I, in interrupting their gathering, had thrown them too dramatically out of balance. What with apes swaying behind me and the bloodthirsty officiates lurking before me, many of them still in pointed cowls, I became frozen. I was unwilling to move lest the flicker became a signal to ferocious bloodletting. The blind girl sang on, swaying as the apes swayed. I would not wish her harmed, as the old lady was harmed. Von Beck, said Monsorbier, will you answer me a question? His handsome face was etched in lines which had not been there yesterday. He had grown much older, and there was a slackness about his mouth, a fear in his eyes. He had joined the jackals completely. Please, Von Beck, as a civilized man, rally to us. Does O'Dowd really guard the cup? Have you sniffed it out yet? Well, I seek O'Dowd as you do. But you ally with Satan, said Klosterheim. It was always likely. You did it before. As I understand, only the pure and perfect can handle the Grail. I laughed again. There's little point to any of us here seeking it. The branches crackled. The apes grew more restless. The girl raised her voice, still singing to them. The ritual said Klosterheim soberly, will purify us, those who join the lion against the lamb. Monsorbier, tell him, the same as you told me, tell him how the ritual he interrupted would have made him pure. It was wiping away all past sins, said Monsorbier, including the sin of following Christ. There is still time for the ritual to be reenacted. Christ has to be exiled, do you see, before the lion can be summoned. Well, it was the purest nonsense to my ear. Well, then why aren't you at your ritual now, sir? She, Monsorbier hesitated. She demands blood, eh? Me and Labussa, eh? Are you fearful that your destiny gets more distant every passing hour? Your cunning is transparent, Monsorbier, and as for you, Klosterheim, you made a stupid mistake. You were impatient once and paid your price for it, and now you've made a similar error. I must believe you doomed to eternal life, but also to eternal repetition. Your true doom is simple to me. You lack brains, sir. I had struck deep again, better than any blade. His eyes went wild, his mouth opened to reply, but he could not. He was trawling his memory for proof or denial of my hideous suggestion. Monsorbier, fearful that I had made a comrade of the excommunicated captain of hell, now called urgently on a note of reconciliation. Von Beck, we plan no treachery against you. We need you for the Grail. The woman must die. All the omens say the same, but you will survive and join us and become one of the earth's makers. We once sought, together with Clootz, Marat, and Robespierre, to create paradise. But too many tried, you see. The revolution failed. I realized that and vowed. Whereupon I was at once reconciled, myself with my old brotherhood. Now just 5 or 6 shall have the ultimate power. Now we'll build a world where order shall prevail. A few more deaths are inconsequential, surely, if they guarantee us eternal life and absolute fulfillment. Or perhaps you are also sentenced to the doom of repetition, I said to him. Your words are over-familiar, sir. Your ambition's greater, and your hold on sanity's looser. That's all. Well, I pray for the sake of good manners at least that I'll avoid that particular doom. You're a coward, sir. Von Bresenvoort spoke thickly, and he was leering. There are those of us who welcome the responsibility of power. We're not afraid to take the action demanded of us. What's morally right about accepting such responsibility, I asked. It is precisely what I do not require. Be silent, von Bresenvoorts. At least your 2 comrades retain the vestiges of passable intellects. You began with nothing, save appetite and malice. He snarled. Monsorbier again restrained him. Von Beck, I of all people have reason to wish you dead. You have humiliated me. You have insulted me and attacked my most cherished ambitions. However, it is not a crime to defend one's interests. Well, now Froggy was a sophist. We should all be prepared to understand and be tolerant. Are you aware we anticipate the apocalypse, Von Beck? The obsession's common enough, Monsorbier, amongst ignorant folk. Klosterheim's sword was coming up again, and he resumed his stalking towards me. Monsorbier was beside himself, fearing for the destruction of that brittle alliance. Gentlemen! Behind me the oak whistled in the wild flame. I glanced back. The little goat queen was consumed. Liars and cowards! I shouted in outrage. All of you are corrupt murderers. I'll not join you. I would delay my own corruption for as long as possible. Can't you see what you've become? This unsettled ambience has found each weakness and amplified it in you. Monsorbier, you're no better now than the creature beside you. You are no better than von Bresenvoorts, who killed his aunt for a fragment of a fortune. Look into those waters, sir. I pointed with my blade. Look, sir, into the pool and see what you've become. Monsorbier's features twitched and shifted. He snarled. I renounce diplomacy. Alive, you're too great a danger to us. I thank you for that, sir, said I, with a sudden lift of spirits. There's now an incentive for me to survive. and then I ran at him with my sabre. He brought up a near-identical blade and parried. He had lost none of his quickness. As we fought, we turned until I could see his watching followers, the intense, uncertain frown of Klosterheim, and von Bresenvort's wet mouth opening and closing like a praying Turk's arse. They began to stir, all of them, to crowd towards me. Monsorbier no longer cared for his honour. But a white tide was moving, a foam of apes, all scampering and leaping at me, and Monsorbier until I was knocked off my feet, and they were carrying me, struggling and cursing, out of the room and back to the cold little square where they had found me. Was it that they refused to tolerate violence while the oak burned? I heard confused shouts from within, the crystal song of the blind child, and then the apes were a pyramid, passing me up, furry backs like tumblers. Soon I was high above the square, looking down at Monsorbier, Klosterheim, and the others as they burst into the square, shrieking with frustrated rage. They realized I'd escaped them. I was lifted clean out of their grasp. I rose higher and higher still, with apparently an infinity of apes to accomplish my ascent. I was set down upon the balcony. The pyramid tumbled back and dispersed out of the square as those furious enemies of Satan struck savagely about them. And the girl was still singing, but her song was distant, fading. I stared down from my safe perch. Suddenly there was silence. I heard Klosterheim panting, almost detected Monsorbier's grinding teeth. The two men separated themselves from the press and came to stand looking at me, one gaunt and pale, death personified in a Holbein print, and the other red with rage and weariness, his cold eyes given life by his hatred. "That circus trick shan't save you, sir," said Monsorbier. "You'll be cast out," said Klosterheim, "ostracized by your peers. Eternity shall be lonely for you." "If you're the peers, gentlemen, it's a devilish petty threat," I countered. I watched for a trick. Corrupt they might be, but they were dangerous enemies. I would lose more than life if they succeeded in their ambitions. A world where that triumvirate ruled would be a ghastly, bloody place indeed. Since the prospect was by no means impossible, I felt I would need powerful aid if I were to overwhelm them. Well, who could I trust? Anyone? Libussa even could decide to join them, letting some other pawn stand and be sacrificed. It came to me that she had already found the red O'Dowd. If the Grail was in her keeping, she no longer needed me. Thus she could have traded me off for some other advantage. From the far side of the square the blind girl began to sing again. Klosterheim and Monsorbier glanced this way and that, ready to kill her. The language was the same she had used the previous night. She was calling me. I strained to catch the words. "To the tavern," she sang. "To the older tavern in Salzkuchengasse. To the tavern called the Friend Indeed, of the son of the ancient king. To the defender of the spring. To the place of the four apostles. To the meeting place of all tales. To the tavern of conjoining realms." At first the song sounded mere rhetoric. To Salzkuchengasse? Well, that was the street I knew in my own Nuremberg, so doubtless it existed in the Mittelmarch too. I shouted in Russian, "Is that where she is? Is that where I'll find my lady?" To Salzkuchengasse. "Where is my Libussa?" "She is not lost, but a decision is due. To Salzkuchengasse." I took her to mean that Libussa awaited me at the Friend Indeed. Well, now I feared Klosterheim or one of that crew knew Slavonic or had picked out the street from the song, in which case every rogue in the square would soon be en route to the same tavern. I turned away from the balcony and pushed through doors to find myself in a luxury of furs and silks. A bedroom. A sleepy, naked youth tried to show anger at my intrusion, but was too uncertain. I crossed his floor to the next door, and as I unlocked it, thought to ask, Beg pardon, sir. Is there a hostelry nearby called the Friend indeed?" He yawned and rubbed sticky eyes. That would be," he pointed unsurely, changed his mind and pointed again in another direction. "East, I think." "Salzkuchengasse? It's a little twisting alley, widening to a cobbled square, sir? And the tavern's there. A quarter mile, I'd say. Where Nachtigall's monument to God's memory was erected." He grew more confident. Aye, it is that way. Off Korksee. No, off Pappensgasse, I think. No, Königstrasse? That's it, off Königstrasse, sir. He scratched at tangled black hair. "Now, sir, while I am not an inhospitable person, I must ask you your reason for calling upon a man by means of his balcony." Well, I bowed to him. "Much obliged to you, sir. My regrets also, sir, and my apologies for disturbing you. I'm in urgent pursuit of a lady, sir." He brightened. "Well, then, good luck to you, sir," he winked, "and bonne chance." "Well, thank you, sir," and I was out of the bedroom swiftly, down a long passage, and opening a door onto a wide landing, stone steps wound down, and I took them several at a time. A long gallery was at the end of them, swaying like a ship at anchor, with windows which overlooked the distant street. I had little fear of direct pursuit, but they could be making their own way to the tavern even now. Through a wide white passage set with little market stalls, not yet open, I made my way, inquiring of a tall red-headed woman in some sort of Grecian evening gown, strolling her spaniel, if I was right for Salzkuchengasse. She pointed, and I darted down the steps, along another passage, to emerge again in the gloomy lanes of the deeper city. This was Königstrasse, however. Now I had to find Salzkuchengasse. The street, turning into a bridge, as ornamental as any in Venice, over an exceptionally straight and rather narrow canal. There were 2 boats upon the black glass of the water. Both were filled with misshapen men and women, scarcely different from the ones I had escaped. It seemed all the world's lunatics and monstrosities were flocking to Nuremberg, and I was the only one anxious to leave. I looked behind me. I was not followed. I could not hear the baying of Monsorbier's pack, but that was not to say that they were losing the race. So anxious was I to see potential pursuers, I almost dashed past the covered stone arch bearing the somewhat faded sign of Salzkuchengasse. The entrance to the street was barely 3 feet wide. It had old flagstones which were misshapen and broken and lay at peculiar angles, one to the other, so that I tripped several times as I stumbled forward in the dark. Eventually the alley widened, and the roof was first higher, then vanished altogether, and once again I was in the autumn starlight. Salzkuchengasse fell away very steep again, and at one point became worn steps with a central banister. I paused on the first step, noting the open space between the buildings, looking up at the hazy, twinkling firmament. It seemed I was equidistant from all points of the horizon. I was at the very middle of the deeper city. Beneath my feet, the Reit purred underground. I became suddenly nervous and was almost on the point of turning back to see Prince Miroslav. I felt a great need to hear St. Audrin's common sense. The reason for my hesitation was the unwelcome suspicion that I was guided by a powerful, invisible force. If that were true, I had received no direct sense of it, and could not tell if the force were benign or malevolent. Did I act in my own interest, or in the interest of others? I put an extra turn on my sash to hold Paracelsus's sword. The ruby hilt was hidden by my coat. The other blade was back in my hand. I began to tread wearily forward, and as I reached the bottom of the steps, I saw the narrow street went on only another few yards and then widened into a cobbled square. Thought left me again. I began sniffing the wind like a wolf on the seek. Libussa was close by. I would have sworn. The pain of separation from her increased even as I arrived in the square. I was yearning for her again. I love you, Libussa. My boots struck cobbles. Salzkuchengasse opened wider still. There was leafless plane trees growing at regular intervals on both sides. There was a costermonger's and a chandler's shop open for trade, though I saw nobody in them. Yet it was the most ordinary scene I had come across in the deeper city, and across the road from the costermonger's was a cheerfully lit inn 4 stories high. Its signboard, recently painted, went well with the homely, pleasant atmosphere of the place. The tavern was called The Friend Indeed, and the sign showed one youth stretching out his hand to another who had fallen down. The only unusual feature in that picture was that it was painted in exactly the same style, with the same rich colours, the same precision as the icon I had seen at Prince Miroslaav's. But then, I said to myself, it could be a common mark of all Nuremberg artists, deriving from painters who came from Byzantium. I heard laughter from within the Friend Indeed. It occurred to me that all the struggling, mystification, supernatural twiddle-twaddle, lunatic cults, and high-sounding metaphysical predictions might be over for me. The tavern was ordinary enough after all. I looked forward to calling for a stein of ale, and perhaps a pie. I paused at the door to admire the handiwork of the sign. Above the picture was the lettering of the name, and below it, in small, neater letters, picked out in white, was another commonplace line of words found on such publicans' boards the world over. It was the name of the proprietor, an unusual one for these parts. C. M. O'Dowd. Chapter 15, in which I take a tankard of porter at the centre of the world. An ordinary taverner speaks his mind. An old friend is restored. A question of dreams and reality. Rules of the house. Oh, this is devilish queer, thought I, hesitating with one hand playing upon my pommel, the other taking a firmer grip on my sabre's hilt. I could see through the windows there was nothing overtly sinister about the place. It was full of plainly dressed fellows in honest homespun, in broad-skirted brown riding-coats, moleskin breeches and jackboots, bewigged, like most Nurembergers, after the fashion of a generation earlier than mine, with slouch hats or tricorns, and rather more ribbons and buckles than was thought good taste by the demi-monde. But none was armed. None waited with leering eye for Ritter Manfred von Beck to come strolling in. Indeed, all the people there, including the serving-maids, were the healthiest I had seen in the whole city. The tavern had the air of a sanctuary rather than a trap. Yet all had agreed that the Red O'Dowd came here a score of years since, with bloody steel, to carve a ruthless path to kingship of the deeper city. A Hun, the Goat Queen had said, who killed for pleasure, or merely to command the centre. Were tavern licenses so rarely granted in this Nuremberg? I bent to pull up the flaps on my boots until they rose towards my thighs, pulled back my hair and tidied it in a fresh knot, adjusting my neckcloth and dusting down the rest of me. I was not wholly satisfied with my outlook, but it was the best I could produce. Without further ado, I pushed open the doors of the Friend Indeed, and, with a "Good evening to you, gentlemen," strode up to the counter and ordered from the barman a tankard of their best black porter. It was when I felt in my pockets for coin I sensed the worst danger thus far, the threat of ignominious dismissal from the premises.
But luckily I at last discovered a few shillings, more than enough for a whole evening's swilling, and was at my ease again, with the pot in my fist, going to sit in an empty booth furthest from the door and nearest the stair. It was not so warm there, and the spot was unpopular, but I felt comforted with my face to the whole assembly. The only peculiarity about those men was that they were all about my own age. There were no youths, and few above 40. They were at dice, or played cards, or grew animated around the dominoes. While none evidently bore arms, I began to gain an impression of soldiers, or possibly thief-takers, off duty. Taverns everywhere were patronised by their like, so I saw no special significance in that, save that I appeared to be the only stranger. The friend indeed possessed some of the character of an informal garrison. From what I could tell, there were no casual customers. I was not, however, quizzed or threatened, nor given anything more than the most cursory attention. In return, I showed little curiosity towards them. I was hoping Libussa was on her way, that she would soon burst through the door and greet me. My divine compulsion remained as strong as ever. I loved her. An hour or two went by. The gaming and drinking around me was unabated, yet the atmosphere remained moderate. I took another pint of porter, which was of excellent quality, like that brewed by monks in the Low Countries, and a fair match to our best German beers. I instructed a red-cheeked, buxom maid to bring me a plate of grouse pie and muchwurst, the same as was advertised upon a board overhead. She complied. I inquired about beds. She told me she would ask the proprietor if any were available, and then, as I was eating, there came a heavy tread on the unseen stairs behind me, and a second later a huge bulk filled the entrance to my booth. I put down my pie as best I could, between bench and board, giving a slight and unbalanced bow, for this was evidently mine host. His beard flared wildly about his great face like Jupiter's aura, red and unkempt and curly as his locks. From all this redness, for his skin also had something of the brewer's flush, glared two pale blue eyes, as if twin nuggets of ice with a core of flames. "You'd be wanting a bed," said he. He wore a heavy leathern apron from neck to knee, and was in shirt-sleeves. His arms were brawny, and muscles stood out upon his entire physique, pushing upon the simple linen and wool of his attire. "I desired, sir, to stay the night here," I said. Looking carefully at me, he grunted. "Night? A Nuremberg night?" "Well, maybe 10 hours at most. Do you rent chambers, sir?" "Oh, we have 'em, aye." He frowned. "Most here are residents." "Where are you from, sir?" "From the upper city just lately. I'm a few days at most in the Middlemarch. I've seen no clocks, and if it's possible to tell time from those stars, well, I've not yet learned the trick, sir." Fair enough." He seated himself in the corner of my bench. He was twice my size. A surly giant, thought I, and one best placated. "Then would you know I'm the Red O'Dowd?" "I saw your name upon the board outside, sir." He frowned again. "You've been travelling long by the look of you, and sleeping rough, eh?" "Perforce, sir." "So you'll not know much of the hostelries hereabouts?" "This is the first I've seen, sir." "'Tis the only one, really, in the deepest city. The only true tavern, at any rate, and I'm the only ordinary taverner. I give clean beds, simple food, and good ale at a fair price." "Well, I'll vouch for the food and the ale, sir, and I'm sure the bed too will be excellent." He cocked his head on one side. "Most folk are feared of coming here. They think the Red O'Dowd a monster." "You're large, sir." And you have a temper if offended, eh? I've an Irish temper, said he soberly, for I am an Irishman, you know, from Kerry, but raised in Cork. The temper brought me here in the first place on account of the Great Rebellion. I know it, sir. I fought with Lafayette. This puzzled the Red O'Dowd. I don't remember a froggy. One of Washington's greatest generals, sir. I began to think him a kisser of the Blarney Stone. Ah, sir. We're at cross purposes. You refer to America while I speak of Ireland, of Cork to be precise. Well, rather, to be entirely precise, of Clonakilty and the Great Rebellion there. I'm unfamiliar with it, sir. I forgive you, sir. A great deal of English plotting goes to abolish the memory of Ireland's history. We took on the British and we were betrayed, sir. That was in 1762, before ever I arrived in this accursed limbo. Betrayed by a woman, sir, before we could as much as raise the money for the weapons, which caused my God-fearing father to send me for a soldier so as to escape scandal, from which, after 2 years of it, I deserted. To the French? To the British, sir, as it happens, on account of already serving with the French at the time, my father being a good Catholic man. 'Twas a troublesome and confusing period for us. It had become my ambition even then to settle somewhere after I'd raised the money for the purchase of an inn. One thing leading to another, and finding the British army no more congenial than the French, I resigned from that during an expedition to Wiltshire, put down the riots there. For a while after, sir, I'll not mince words, I worked Hampstead Heath and the Great North Road as a gentleman of the Toby, whence circumstances led me abroad again in service with various Balkan peoples against the Turks, then with the Turks and Poles against the Russians. It was during one of these campaigns I became lost in the Pripet marshes near Pinsk. When at last I found my way out, I was somewhere in this Middlemarch. Having little hope of salvation, I joined myself with a group of Ukrainians in similar circumstances to myself. For a while I lived as a rural bandit. Eventually we came to Nuremberg. Learning that the deeper city has no decent tavern of its own, I decided to provide one. And thus, as you see, I eventually did. What, sir? You conquered this whole district simply to establish your inn? Oh, it's a well-situated inn, sir, and it is what I wanted for myself all along. 'Tis built upon a sweet-water spring, forever fresh. And so a mystery was explained. Certainly it was the most mundane of solutions, and yet for all of that it was welcome to me. I had become too used to claims of high destiny and supernatural ambition. "Well, Mr. O'Dowd," said I, "I'm mighty glad to have found you." "I hope you'll be very comfortable, sir," said he, "and recommend us should you have the opportunity." There were, I discovered, certain drawbacks to the site. What would they be, sir? Well, sir, save for my men and a few others like yourself, there's no trade to speak of. What's more, until recently we were subject to raids from bandits of one kind or another, who presumably wish to take over my property. It's been troublesome for us, sir. How have you maintained yourself? The tavern's subsidized by our shops across the street, by means of a small levy on local persons, whereby we guarantee to protect them against thieves. In that we've been successful, and many hard cases have been brought to justice. The Red O'Dowd now had a melancholy air as he retailed his problems and their solutions. I suppose you could say fate has not been wholly unkind to me, sir. I had hopes of finding a wife too and raising a sizable family. So far nothing's come of that ambition. There's been much talk lately, sir, of some great gathering of stars in the heavens which will change the fortunes of many. I live in some optimism there. Perhaps when that occurs I'll find more customers, more cash, and more chance to go courting. You can hope, sir. All must suffer some frustration in this world. At least you've achieved much of what you desired. I don't complain, sir, though with so many anxious to lay hands on my property, 'tis not always possible to rest easy at night. I have to quiz strangers, you understand. I understand, sir. Then try every means of taking my tavern from me. Security's maintained by a force of bravos I'd rather have dismissed years since. Lord Renyard, who otherwise always seemed a decent enough fellow, for a fox, casts his eye on the place. He's tried to take it off me once or twice, but I've heard he's sick, possibly dead, so maybe I'll see no more trouble from that quarter. It's been quiet for some while. But you'll not relax your guard just yet, sir? We've defended excellently in all aspects. With supernatural aid in this? With God vanished from our realm, sir, how could you think so? I have the fish, of course, but she's not as young as she was, and the helmet's been of use since the local people seem afraid of it, but otherwise what we've done has been done by our own efforts. I was now reconvinced that the Grail did not exist. It was either a phantasm, or it was anything a believer, even Lucifer, wished it to be. I could as easily call the tankard I was supping from a Grail. This talk led me to ask after Libussa. Has a young woman called at your tavern recently, Mr. O'Dowd? I described her and her clothing. He shook his head. I'd have noticed if she had, sir, for I'm still on the lookout for a wife. Indeed, our only customer aside from yourself is a young man who'll be coming for his supper any minute, I shouldn't doubt. A Herr Foltz, I understand, from Nuremberg, a scholar interested in our old architecture. Have you heard of him, sir? The name has a familiar sound. It's some years since I was last in Germany, however. Just so. Well, sir, he rose ponderously, I trust you'll accept a pint of porter on the house. No doubt of it, Mr. O'Dowd, and I thank you. He was on his feet. And you'll recommend my inn? Enthusiastically, sir. I find it very acceptable. He was pleased by this and beamed. I'm flattered by your condescension, sir. He looked up. There was another footfall on the stairs. Here's the rogue gentleman scholar now, sir. And around the corner of the booth into my line of vision, between the great bulk of the Red O'Dowd and a table, stepped a spry young fellow in the suit of deep red silk, white linen, and a wig powdered with the faintest of pinks. He grinned at me as he made a leg. Enchanted, sir. Delighted, sir, said I, almost laughing aloud with my joy, for it was my Libussa, back in mannish attire, in her role as the Duke of Crete, and full of good cheer. Do you mind if I join you, sir? Not at all, sir, most welcome. The Red O'Dowd, pleased that his guests were compatible, went on to see the separationers' supper. Libussa sat herself across from me, and in a low voice explained how there was no occult mystery to her disappearance. A loose paving stone, a chute, and I was 50 feet underground. The moving flagstone was doubtless part of some antique defence, a trap for attackers. Emerging from the tunnels, I simply asked for directions to this inn, and here I am. But how did you change your costume? She put a finger to her lips. My clothes were filthy after the fall, stinking of animal dung, I think, so I was anxious to change them. By luck, I bumped into an old rake from the high floors, as they call them. I accepted his invitation for a tete-a-tete, ate a good meal, drank some excellent wine, bumped him on the head, took some clothes and a portmanteau, borrowed his carriage, and left him trust for his wife to find. She was visiting relatives in the lesser city, due back tomorrow. Do you know what time it is, Von Beck? You should have stolen your patron's watch. He didn't carry one. Few do, it seems, in the deeper city. You found your way here easily enough, eh? With no difficulty, after my conversation with Lucifer. She began to laugh, and I derived considerable satisfaction in telling her the whole tale of my adventures, and finished by slyly showing her the pommel of my sword. She was mightily impressed, and looked at me, I thought, in a fresh light, more admiring. I doubted if I had ever been so happy. Libussa was in fine spirits. and as we ate our supper she spoke lasciviously of the pleasures we should know in an hour or two. I did not question her earlier remarks concerning a period of celibacy. I felt buoyed upon scented clouds. "We'll stay here tonight," she said, "and as soon as we have the Grail we'll be on our way. We must begin again." "The Grail isn't here, Libussa." She pushed her plate aside. She was amused. "Of course it is." "You've had confirmation from the Red O'Dowd?" I asked. "He knows nothing. He's a good-hearted simpleton." "He'd know the Grail, Libussa. He told me he has no supernatural objects here, and I believe him." "He may think he does not have it, but he is wrong." "Libussa, how can you know?" "Well, it cannot be anywhere else," she said. Having no wish to argue with her and thus threaten the prospects of our night, I said nothing. I could only hope that in the morning, when she could not find the Grail, she would agree to return with me to Prince Miroslaav's, giving up the pursuit which had already ruined the sanity of Mons Sorbier and Klosterheim. A little later, having told our landlord we had become such good friends we would share a room together to carry on our conversation there, we ascended to the top of the house. The room was large, and a great window let in the light of Nuremberg's stars. They seemed clearer there than anywhere else. I stared at the huge old suns, at the beautiful smoky clouds, until Libussa seized me by the shoulders and turned me to face her. She kissed me gently upon the lips, the signal for another long celebration. I was her lover, her son, her wife and brother. The Corinthian columns were falling. The ruins of Athens and Minos were eroded by a long wind. Roofs and walls crumbled into the sea. The fortress of reason were besieged. Mercury cried out, face burning, body contorting, writhing as he was pulled into the sun's gravity and there consumed. Io is drowned. Europa's hacked into rotting fragments. The gods are withering, fading. Some scream in their death throes, and Theseus grins with contemptuous bloodlust, believing he alone dismisses them. Theseus, the slayer of monsters, betrayer of women. I am drugged on this. It is only dreaming. It remains more intense and pleasurable than any reality. I would dream forever rather than return to that world of injustice and disease I've left. I become he, she, and Libussa is she, he. We are one sex, one creature. We have found the path to true mutual harmony. If the Grail were indeed harmony, I thought, then I had found it after all, in this tavern at the centre of the world, where all dimensions of the multiverse, as Libussa called it, intersected, in the city called Amalorm, timeless city of the pit. Amalorm was all cities, and all cities were the sum of mankind's ambition, its wisdom and its failings. Amalorm, whispered Libussa, could never be destroyed, even if her very foundations turned to dust. Amalorm could not die. And soon, when the concordance is here, we shall become immortal also. We shall become immortal, you and I, Von Beck, and we shall be one forever. I screamed, somewhere beyond time, as her lips and fingers touched the instrument of my body. I was burning. I was Mercury. I was Io. I was Zeus himself, dying in flames upon Mount Olympus, yet laughing at the foolishness of those who had allowed him to rule them for so long. She anointed my body. Oh, Lucifer! She anointed my body with creams and oils which bore the scents of all that was beautiful. We were a million shadows, multicoloured, faceted, of a million living men and women plunging through the multiverse, through the richness, the densely populated spaces, the timeless places that were all times, the infinity which was the multiverse. She anointed my body with creams and oils. She anointed her own. As we flew, as the witches and the warlocks of our Gothic past flew, we flew at night under the autumn stars and were laughing at the world. O Libussa, crucible of ancient fiery blood, inheritor of 1,000 martyrdoms, pray we shall not be martyred again. In our divine frenzy we flew. Shall Daphnis be born again? Here was Achilles brought before Lycomedes, Simplicissimus delivered of all affliction. I thought, let her prophecy be true, one we shall see in an end to lances, muskets, flags and drums, an end to the ruin which lets flow so much blood, and the blood turns to poison, spreading over the whole map, destroying the roots of the tree. Let the tree be saved. Torquemada, enemy of flight, wrote it down in his hexameron. Let them call it what they like. Let them say it was the witch's gallop and speak of hellish vengeance. But I knew it was no sin. We should be purified and become one. It was there in the parchments and the vellums of certain libraries, always there waiting to be understood. But understanding came only through experience. We were flying beyond the world, and the furious beast with blazing eyes and red fangs beat his club upon the earth in a madness of frustration. Hermaphrodite steals the power, then scatters it to the winds of limbo. None shall have it. All shall have it. Within us she is our salvation. We are whole. Yet, beating through this triumphant wonderment of molten brass and fiery gold, of mercurial silver, was the dark temptation, the greedy beast which lurked still in the labyrinth, which threatened when it was confident, which scuttled and hid when challenged, so that once we thought him banished forever, and which could destroy all we valued when we least expected it. I tried to speak of the beast to Libussa, but she would not hear me. We must be careful, I said. We must not succumb. She laughed. Von Beck, we shall be invulnerable, inviolable, omniscient. I said, but not omnipotent. Oh yes, she said, omnipotent too. I told her I did not want such power. She was amused and stroked my head with her tender fingers. We were dreaming together. We were the same thing. We explored eternity without urgency. This was the time of our flying, glistening naked, burning like the sun, across the dark, misty heavens where the old stars gathered to die. After Daedalus helped Theseus, the engineer was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had built to contain the Minotaur. With his son Icarus he escaped on wings of his own invention, reaching Sicily, though Icarus perished. Pursuing Daedalus to Sicily, Minos was slain by the daughters of Cocalus. It did not matter how close to the stars we flew, but I wished she would not speak of the future, for it made me fearful. We were gliding towards a gigantic tower. It was white. A tower carved from a single massive femur. The bone tower, she said. We slipped through one of the windows like a fracture in the paleness. And here were all the kings and queens, emperors and empresses, even some gods and goddesses who had inhabited Earth's history, all gathered in one place. It was a ball, held upon a vast, irregular, circular floor. They danced stiffly, constricted by their responsibility and their desire to will the dreams upon the world. The music was distant, hollow. Perhaps it was the bone tower itself which provided the sound. They danced. I would not join them. Libussa separated from me and drifted down towards the floor. I cried out for her to return to me. I would not go down to that terrible minuet. Was I drugged? I was in a fever of lust and monstrous images, all mingled. Libussa Lucius, Duke, Duchess, last of a line of tormented sorcerers, tracing its ancestry to Ariadne. I peered at her heavy beauty. Ariadne? Or perhaps the Minotaur? Did Theseus slay from jealousy? Was there an incestuous union between Minos' son and daughter? There remained, in spite of my obsession, the sense that she was somehow flawed, as Lucifer himself claimed to be flawed. I heard the beast roaring. The thump of his club echoed in the labyrinth. Those dark corridors were unknown to me. I had neither chart nor compass. I had only the sword of Paracelsus, which for so many years had protected the father of modern science from cuckolded husbands and cheated innkeepers. Perhaps the flaw was in us all. Without it we should be angels of the first rank, or God. She danced alone in the bone tower, amongst the dignified prancing of all those powerful monarchs, weaving her way amongst them, smiling up to me. She beckoned. I was foolish if I refused to follow her, or, she seemed to say, did I lack courage, loyalty, generosity? She had brought me to life, given me more than the world. She was my Pygmalion. Where was my gratitude? I wished to please her, to join the dance, but I could not. I reached out my hand to her, and reluctantly she returned. We were one creature again. We flew away from the bone tower. We flew over Nuremberg and were tempted by the luring city, luring cries from below. We descended. There in a brightly lit brothel, dead harlots beckoned. Dead harlots whispered of necrophiliac delights, and again she paused, her curiosity stronger than her outrage. We entered that Versailles of brothels. The harlots were gaming. They stood upon a great wheel marked with numbers red and black, and within that wheel was a wretched human creature, flung like a puppet from one numbered section to the next, until at last the wheel stopped. If the person on the wheel remained alive, they could claim whatever prize had been set upon their number, or could elect to take another turn, risking death against the prospect of a greater reward. The harlots described the enormity of the potential winnings. Their bones peeped through rags of flesh. They pressed us to join the game. They pushed us against the wheel. Again Libussa would readily have taken the chance, but I was the one to pull back. She would see the degradation there was in the experience, but she could not go without me. She was contemptuous of me and my refusal to take the risk. I lacked ambition, she said. It was enough, I said, that I flew. So we returned to the centre of time and space, to tranquillity and ecstasy at the friend indeed. In the morning I found my breeches and shirt freshly washed and ironed by O'Dowd's own laundress. The sword of Paracelsus throbbed in the cupboard where I had placed it. Libussa did not touch it. Evidently she had already felt the shock from the blade. She crouched in front of the opened cupboard, staring at the eagle as it flew round and round, glaring at us and voicing his silent shriek, so full of insane rage he would kill whatever came within the reach of his poised claws. Whoever gave you this, she said, and perhaps it was Lucifer, as you say, not only trusted you to fulfill your destiny, but was also a true friend to us. All we require now is the cup. Miroslav's tincture is prepared. The concordance is a matter of hours away. You have heard, then, from Prince Miroslav, madam? She pretended vagueness. Did I say aught of it? Why, how have you seen him? I thought he refused to enter the lesser city, let alone the deeper. She frowned. Her expression suggested she thought me stupid and coarse, or maybe my own self-doubt supplied the interpretation. We must breakfast, she said, and she strode across for the door of our room. I attempted to stop her, because I was unwilling to end the spell of the previous night. Madam, you'll go mad if you do not relent in this matter. We must have the Grail, she said. Do you really think O'Dowd maintains this peace by the employment of a handful of picaroons? The Grail makes its own harmony. Now use your nose. Sniff it out. You must try. Madam, I repeat to you, I am not bred as a Grail hound, and I suppose I lack your terrier's instinct. I desire no more than to be what we become when we're together. 'Tis more than any human creature could fairly expect. She glared at me. You speak of the means, not the end. The horse, sir, is not the destination. Far more is promised. And feared by me, madam. You know how to recognize the beast. And you've shown me how to recognize him also, but you're reluctant, it seems, to renounce him. Is that what you fear? She was honestly curious. Aye, madam. You have a strange perspective on this, little Von Beck. She paused, her hand upon the door latch. She frowned down at me, studying me. The power I see is for the commonality, but much must be undertaken and something sacrificed before it can pass to us, and from us to the world at large. That is not the ambition of the beast. I was reassured. I apologize, madam. Let's go to break our fast. I left both my swords in our room and stepped out onto the gallery. From this a stair led down to the public saloon, where the Red O'Dowd's men were already at their beef and small ale. Beyond the windows was a blackness, made more intense by the cheery lights which burned within. As we stepped down, the Red O'Dowd came out of his back rooms with a plate of bread and butter. He no longer wore his apron, but had on a good coat of black broadcloth, black breeches, white stockings, and front-tied shoes. Were it not for his great size and flaring red beard and hair, he would have resembled a respectable parson. He said that he hoped we had slept well. He was jovial. Business, he said, was improving. He looked forward to a better season. He pointed in to one of the booths. We could not see who was there. A third customer, said O'Dowd. Good luck comes in threes. Now we had moved so that the new visitor was visible to us. Sitting on the bench, picking with his knife at the fat of a small ham, was Klosterheim. He looked up at me. He might as well have been the spectre of death himself, with his hollow eyes and sunken cheeks. Good morning to thee, Von Beck, said he, formally. I was too furious to contain myself. I raised my voice and my fist. You killed a harmless creature, Klosterheim, when you killed the Goat Queen. I'll not forgive you, and neither can I forget what you've become or whom you've allied yourself with. By God, sir, you had better leave this tavern or risk my steel in your heart. Klosterheim shrugged. As for the latter, I'm used to it. You have no right, sir, to order me from a public ordinary. The Red O'Dowd loomed up behind. Watch your tongue, sir, if you please, he said to me. There are rules to this house. The first is that O'Dowd says who stays and who leaves. The second's that all are welcome who The second's that all are welcome who behave themselves here, gentlemen or ladies. And the third is, anyone who starts a brawl shall be at once ejected. He paused, picking me up in the most insulting manner by the back of my shirt, and turning me so that I was staring directly into his beard. So do not make me eject you, sir. He lowered me gently, and again I was standing on my own feet. Sir, this man's a murderer. He slew the Goat Queen. The little white lady who made such a fuss. Well, if that's true, sir, it would not be a pleasant thing to have done at all. But we have only your word for it, sir, and it's the essence of law, as I well know, having been tried by it more than once, to need material substantiation, sir, in the way of evidence. He tore out her throat with his teeth. The blind girl saw it. O'Dowd pursed his lips and looked thoughtful at me. Did she indeed, sir? And Klosterheim uttered a terrible laugh. 16. In which house rules are broken. An infestation and a visitation. Vermin destroyed. The Red O'Dowd's fish. Some useful attributes of a magic sword. Clearly the Red O'Dowd misliked Klosterheim's expression of humour as much as I did, but the Irishman intended to maintain his principle.
He glared severely at the gaunt man. "I welcome good customers, but I'm dreadful weary of conflict, so I'll thank you all to remember your breeding in my house." Klosterheim snapped shut his mouth and glowered, sulking. Lebussa and I, watched by O'Dowd's men, went to occupy a booth nearer the door. The men's expressions were mild and neutral, more from a habit of composure, I would guess, than from natural disposition. They returned their attention with apparent casualness to their beef and eel pies. We took a light meal of bread, cheese, and bones, with port and water for our drink. We ate sparingly, sensing tension. When the Red O'Dowd returned, he displayed disappointment on his great face, as if he were revising his expectations of increased business. He looked hard at his front door and then came towards us. "Are your weapons still in your room, gentlemen?" When we nodded, he continued, "I am reintroducing an old rule of mine, given the situation between you three. If you'll be so kind as to hand all weapons into the house, I promise their return when you leave." Though reluctant to relinquish the Paracelsian sword, I concurred. At that moment the door opened, and in came a man and woman, their heavy travelling cloaks giving the impression they had just stepped off the Dresden diligence, though we heard neither coach nor horses outside. They made a great display of dusting themselves, while the woman called in a high voice for the landlord. O'Dowd, frowning, still strode forward. "I'm he. Welcome to the friend indeed." I was trying for a glimpse of a face within one of those hoods, but without success. I chewed the meat from my last bone and placed it on the trencher with the others. "Have you rooms, my man?" asked the woman. "Aye, my lady." He looked them up and down. "Do you bear weapons under them cloaks?" The hood went back at this, and the shortest figure was revealed as von Bresenvorts, certainly no lady, bringing up a carbine and levelling it at the O'Dowd. The landlord's men were suddenly no longer at the benches, but arranged, almost in military ranks, behind the tables. Each had a pistol, and we were all targets. The O'Dowd grumbled to himself, "I've grown too damned lazy. Are ye all together?" "I think so," said I, "given the circumstances." I stood up in the booth. Von Bresenvorts darted a grin of triumph. "You'll run with the winning side after all, eh, Von Beck?" said he. "Well, maybe our offer is no longer open to you." The pistol trembled in his hand, in anticipation of murderous fulfilment, I suspected, rather than fear. "Von Beck?" said the O'Dowd in surprise. "Same as in the story?" "Well, it depends, sir, on what story you mean." I stepped boldly up, as if I meant to search him. One of his men cried, "Touch him and you'll have a ball through your head, no matter who dies after." I lowered my hands with a shrug. "I'm surprised that a Von Beck's descended to mere tavern swaddling. We've little gold here, man," the Red O'Dowd sighed. "You've something far more valuable, eh, sir?" Klosterheim rose and began to saunter towards us. Meanwhile von Bresenvort's companion stripped back his hood. It was one of Monsorbier's men. "And that's what we're here for, sir." The O'Dowd seemed genuinely puzzled. "More valuable? And you'll leave if you have it?" "Just so," von Bresenvorts mentioned with his popper. "Thus we'll all save the expenditure of powder and shot." "Well, then you'd better tell me what it is, man." The Irishman's voice dropped and grew dangerous. "The Grail, of course." Klosterheim grew impatient. "The Holy Grail. It's here at the centre where the lines converge. The maps all agree. It's here in your tavern, sir, as you must know. Give it over and we'll end the matter." The Red O'Dowd had begun to grin, his eyes remaining wary. "You're all fooled if you think that. Ask him." A thumb in my direction. "His family's supposed to protect it. In turn, the Grail protects them. If it's here, Von Beck brought it with him. What madness makes you think I possess a holy relic of that magnitude? Should I risk such damnation? God has abandoned you. You risk nothing. Von Bresenvort's weak face was suddenly afraid, his eyes shifting everywhere, from Klosterheim to O'Dowd's men, to me, to Libussa. She stood with one foot on her bench, still in the booth, sipping port. Her eyes narrowed. We'll fetch the chalice for ourselves. All you need do is tell us where it is. Will that relieve your anxiety? I have none, said the O'Dowd heavily. He grew slowly angry. What manner of vermin are ye? He glanced at Klosterheim's skeletal figure, at von Bresenvort's decrepit flesh, at the soldier's unhealthy features. Methodists, are ye? Baptists? Or worse? What do you want with the Grail? That need not be your business, landlord. Klosterheim took the dragoon pistol from the militiaman and pointed it up under the O'Dowd's beard. We'll take responsibility for it. When we leave, you'll be none the worse off. There'll have been no violence. You'd be wise, sir, to follow his instructions, sir, said I to our host. Klosterheim's killed just lately, and you know what rats become when the blood's in their saliva. They like to strike again. If Von Beck were to be allies, von Bresenvortz gestured with his own heavy handpiece, I'll thank you to be less insulting. Well, Klosterheim did not care. He quivered. He had a greed for the Grail beyond anyone's. I had knocked Klosterheim with my shoulder and was diving for von Bresenvort's barker in the moment, while Lucifer's ex-captain was still between the gun and the Irishman. Grabbing it from his soft hand, I brought the butt down heavily on von Bresenvort's neck and then his nose. He screamed and nursed his face. Klosterheim foolishly turned the dragoon pistol at me, rather than keeping it on O'Dowd, and the check was over. There was movement from one side of the great tap room to the other. The O'Dowd ran for the gallery. His men barred the doors and slammed shutters tight against windows. Libussa was now atop the table, smacking her pot hard on Klosterheim's skull, and the pistol went off in my hand with a deafening bang. The militiaman was flung back across the tables, a great hole blossoming in his chest. He screamed. As if to answer that scream, there was suddenly a monstrous heavy thump against the whole outside wall of the tavern. Another. Everything shook, and another, as if a cannonade were loosed against us, or gunpowder exploded by the kegful. Thump! A pistol in one huge red hand, and an old-fashioned spontoon in the other. O'Dowd went to peer through the window. Libussa had Klosterheim's sword. His pistol was on the floor. May we assume, sir, said the O'Dowd in some exasperation to me, that both you gentlemen are with us, and that the other three represent your enemies outside? You may, sir. The dying militiaman screamed on. Save me, master, save me. It was unclear whom he called for. Von Bresenvortz, white with anger, resembled an ancient, petulant schoolboy. Klosterheim, half dazed, sat down suddenly upon the table, Libussa still above him. Clutching his head, he brought his eyes up to look at her. Weapons appeared from trunks, hidden panels, under floors. The whole place, it was now clear, was a bristling arsenal. The hard-faced picaroons took familiar positions here and there about the tavern. O'Dowd himself continued to peer out, a pistol in his right hand, the spontoon under his arm. How many do you think? Hard to say, I told him. Maybe 50? More? They'll have been gathering recruits for some while, I'll be bound. It's in the nature of such creatures. What creatures, sir? Oh, you describe them yourself, sir. Vermin, sir. Devil worshippers of the lowest kind. Cruel murderers, every one. Blood ritual and torture's their sport. I take your meaning, sir. The red O'Dowd wiped a finger almost delicately across his lips as if to clean them. That sort's always come to Amalorm. Yet they never learn. 'Tis though you'd not think it, the last place they should be. He called instructions to his men. The tavern became a fortress within moments. He himself was freshly animated. I suspected his vocation was more soldier than innkeeper, though he might have wished it otherwise. He was pretty cheerful as he positioned his men here and there, sending some to the upper floors. Most lights were dimmed, while Libussa presented a newly borrowed pistol at Klosterheim and von Bresenvort's. I joined the O'Dowd at the window. There were figures scuttling everywhere across the square. The shops were shuttered. "I've more men there," said the O'Dowd. "We'll catch 'em in a crossfire as soon as we want to." Our enemies did indeed have the appearance of vermin, perhaps because of their numbers. There seemed a couple of hundred at least. The pack moved forward in concert suddenly, and I had an impression of ruined faces, bestial hands, twisted bodies, ragged clothes, men and women both. But Monsorbier was not with them. Another thump as the pack collided with the inn. The Red O'Dowd shivered. "A disgusting assembly, sir. The worst I've seen. They've recruited every degenerate in the deepest city." His face showed his contemptuous hatred as their squealing began. We could even smell them, a scent like long neglected wounds. I glanced back. Libussa wrinkled her nose, not so used to that battlefield stink as I. She put a hand to her face, looking as if she might vomit. The gesture made von Bresenvortz confident. He was fool enough to ignore the fact he was trapped with us, and he lunged for her pistol, which went off. Von Bresenvortz was struck in the stomach and doubled up, croaking like a frog. Blood and bile streamed from his lips. Libussa looked down in almost uncomprehending dismay. Klosterheim shifted his foot so that the stuff should not strike his boot, but otherwise made no move. He was aware his position was dangerous. Von Bresenvortz tried to speak through the filth in his mouth. His eyes rolled up into his head. His features writhed. "See if he carried powder and shot on him," said I to her, "and then reload your pistol." This rallied her as I'd seen no woman rally before. I was not surprised, for I trusted her courage. She conquered her horror, and even as von Bresenvortz fell to the boards she had ripped back his cloak to find the horn at his belt. She pulled that and the pouch free, setting foot against his still living body so that she could tug the harder. "For the love of God," he croaked, "spare me a moment, madam, to die in." One last eruption, and he was quiescent. Not dead, for that would take a while longer, but in a death faint, preserving him from the worst of his agonies. Expertly, Libussa began to reload the dragoon pistol. Another great thump. "Discharge!" merrily shouted the Red O'Dowd, and off went the muskets from every aperture, and back fell the mob, holed and bloody, but still squeaking. I had seen nothing like it before, even amongst the crazed Indians of the Americas who chewed some kind of root prior to battle, thus becoming unaware of pain or fear, uncomprehending even of their own deaths. Another volley. More fell to the cobbled street around the horse trough. Then from the opposite side came a further rattling of musketry. Down went some more. They turned as a mass and began to run at the source of this fresh annoyance. And there came a second wave of leaden balls to smash them to the ground. At that rate, thought I, there would be no real work left to do. Monsorbier was a fool to think he could succeed in such an attack. Those people were almost all unarmed, save for a few butcher's knives, flenchers, and clubs. "Discharge!" cried the grinning O'Dowd. "They shall not deceive an old soldier so easy, sir," he said to me. He chuckled. "I've been at this for 20 years and learned every weakness of my own defences and covered 'em. They'll be on the roof, no doubt, and this simply a diversion. Well, I've plenty to greet 'em when they've made the climb." Off went the muskets again, and down went the vermin, and soon I heard terrible cries from above. In ones and twos, and then in threes and fours, flaming figures dropped into the street. The Red O'Dowd regarded them with an expression of deep satisfaction, much as a craftsman might look upon a finished artifact. And then there came a sound from underfoot. Still the red O'Dowd was unperturbed. Klosterheim glanced down, his expression mysteriously knowing. Had they mined their way in? Were there tunnels? "Sewers, sir," said the O'Dowd. "A warrant of 'em. There's a junction of some kind down there, because of our spring and the rats, I'd guess. So they all think they can strike from there. And I'm surprised they got so far. There must be scores of them." "You had men waiting?" "Not men, sir. Oh, no." He winked at me, turning his head to look once more out of the window. He pursed his lips, stroking his red beard, half smiling as corpses piled one upon the other in blazing bodies, arms still waving, plummeting on top of those. It was grisly. It was essentially a massacre, but it was of their own doing. The O'Dowd sighed. "This reminds me of Culloden, sir. Were you ever there?" "Well, you mistake me for an older man, sir. That was in '45. Well, I cannot believe you witnessed the battle either." "I heard it from my father. My brother joined what he saw as the Catholic cause, the Stuart cause. He was with Bonnie Prince Charlie when all those poor boys were mown down. He did not run at the guns as they did. There was no point in it, he said. Charlie was drunk, insensible, my father said. Half the time he looked the wrong way. He had to be propped back on his horse, wig all askew, fingers seeking the brandy kept in a great flask on his pommel. Well, sir, my uncle went back to Kinsale. He said he would rather starve in the famine than be harvested like corn." The O'Dowd chattered easily, as if relaxed, with a pot of ale at his own board, and then he was alert suddenly, cocking his ear. He grew uneasy. "They should not be up this far." He called across the room. "Grigoriev, take 3 of the lads to check all's well in the cellars." Musket in hand, the Ukrainian ran to obey. Libussa, casually directing her pistol at Klosterheim, since our former ally now sat at the bench, sipping an abandoned glass of wine, crossed to where I was still positioned at the window. "What's afoot down there?" she asked. "Attack from the sewers, sir," said the O'Dowd, who still believed her a youth. "I was telling Herr von Beck, they always think I haven't defended that point, but 'tis the best defended of all." The violence of the frontal attack was subsiding under the steady musketry. Fewer bodies slumped, blazing onto those below. The storm was apparently subsiding. Then Grigoriev came bursting up, face wild with astonishment. "They've breached the ale store, the wall's giving way." "Impossible!" cried the red O'Dowd. "Ah, I'm an idiot for being so complacent. This is what brings good men down, and empires both." He ran for the stairs to the cellars, and I ran with him. But he was ahead of me by a good few yards, and had turned in the torchlight, coming back, face grim and pale, to bellow for reinforcements. "Send half the lads to me here." "Is it bad?" asked I. "Bad as can be, sir. They've killed or drugged my fish." Well, I had no time to ask him to explain that fish. Either it was a nickname or an unfamiliar piece of cant. There were yells from further into the cellars, a ragged musketade, more shouts, metal against metal. Down the stairs, precise as Hessians, came more of the O'Dowd's men. He directed them forward. I was an obstruction, so I started backing up again. "I'll fetch my weapon." Libussa was there as I came up. "I'll bring you a sword," I said. "I have two." Up I went to the gallery where picaroons were calling out for more shot and powder. The serving maids brought this as readily as they hauled ale. I entered our room, and from the closet drew Lucifer's gift to me. The pommel was duller, and the eagle could not be seen. It appeared to have seasons, that pommel, but yet it pulsed faintly. I picked up my sabre for Libussa, back down the stairs, where Klosterheim glanced at me. He ate nothing as a rule, yet now he was folding his mouth upon a pork bone, as if he could only take nourishment when enough were dying around him. I had the impulse to run him through at that moment. He sensed my hatred. For a second time he laughed. The sound was drowned by a scream. A window at the front was bulging. The scream came from several throats. Half a dozen creatures had hurled themselves forward at once and were through the glass, almost into the tavern. The O'Dowd soldiers sent concentrated fire into those unsavoury bodies. The mass fell back. Shutters were slammed and secured, and into the fresh silence Klosterheim continued to laugh. I ran on, back down the cellar stairs, down into the stink of gunpowder and sewage, of rush torches, fermenting hops and sour wine. In the darkness ahead I saw a flicker of lights, the flash of guns. Libussa made herself visible, and I handed her the sabre. Hard to say if Monsorbier's goal is the Grail or us. Both, she said. I'm certain. Everything must combine. And he must get hold of the tincture too, though it's possible he has his own concoction. Or the girl has it? But the tincture's useless without the cup to put it in. The sword, she glanced down at my blade, will give additional power. 'Tis perfection if the ritual's performed accurately. That is why I grow so impatient. Von Beck, I've half a mind to let Monsorbier through, simply in the hope he'll lead us to the Grail. Or must we torture Klosterheim? Well, I doubt it's possible to torture Klosterheim, I said. What's more, I doubt he knows more than we do. The Red O'Dowd came back, cursing. Where's my damned fish? The musketeers had fallen back by a yard or two. They still fired, but the fire was now returned. Here were all Monsorbier's men. He had put his best troops into that branch of the attack, and with good reason it seemed. The O'Dowd's men were going down, one or two at a time. Soon there would not be enough to defend the whole tavern against a major breach. We were grouped in a beer cellar now, with great casks stacked on all sides of us, some against the walls, some on freestanding racks. I felt colder, ill-smelling air, and could just see ahead to the far wall where it had been burst in as if by a gigantic fist. Through the gap leapt armed men, covered by fire from beyond. O'Dowd was muttering to himself, "Maybe our only real chance is to blow up the whole damned cellar. What a terrible waste of ale. I never thought it would come to this. Who leads him, Von Beck?" "One of France's best captains," I told him, "a seasoned veteran of both battle and revolution. Monsorbier. He's a good soldier." The Irishman lifted his loaded horse pistol to scratch his red nose, "especially since he's found a way to overwhelm my fish." "The fish? Is it some kind of war machine?" I asked. The O'Dowd laughed as if I'd told a deliberate joke. "Of course it is, sir. Of course it is." And tears started on his eyes and rolled down his red cheeks like marbles on plush. "You've a keen wit, sir." Well, I could only wish the jest were intentional. I was still none the wiser for the matter of his fish. More muskets barked. More accurate retaliation came. They had stalemate, it seemed. And then a voice called out from within, and I saw a great white kerchief waving on a sword. "Parlez!" cried Monsorbier. "Parlez, sir." "What the devil have you done with my fish, sir?" called back the Red O'Dowd. "He'll furnish the victory feast now, sir." Monsorbier was elated. That storming and breaching was as much to his taste as it was to the O'Dowd's. I saw him now in the torchlight, his black coat buttoned across his chest, his bicorn side on, a tricolore cockade, freshly sported, a revolutionary sash about his waist. He seemed to have restored himself as Klosterheim had not. He lifted a sabre to his smiling face in salute, and the white flag was waved again. "Parlez with us, sir, I beg. All we ask is your cup." "Cup!" exclaimed O'Dowd in some annoyance. "That damned cup again. Von Beck, will you tell him I have no damned cup?" "The Red O'Dowd has no damned cup," cried I. "Yeah, apart from the pots and tankards in my tap room," added the Irishman, shouting louder than myself. Monsorbier was remorseless. "Give it up, sir, and we'll retire. Let Von Beck and his companions bring it to us. They'll be hostages for the rest of you." "Well, he wants you now, Von Beck." The Red O'Dowd winked. "They must feel they have a strong position." Don't they think I'd know if I had charge of the Holy Grail? Eh, Von Beck? Your family guards it, not mine. And searches for it when it's lost, I'm told. Ironic it should fall to me, an atheist and a sinner, to fulfil that search. I was contemptuous of them all. Well, sir, God chooses us for strange tasks, and hides his greatest treasures in queer places, so the priests used to tell me. Make haste, gentlemen, called Monsorbier. Do you give us the Grail, or must we fight on? What have you done to my fish, sir? Cried the Red O'Dowd. Where is she? Ready for cooking, sir. Still under the white flag, Monsorbier began retreating. I wanted to take another pot shot at him and was about to borrow a gun when suddenly, from the corner of the cellar, there sparked a candle brighter than the rest. The flame grew suddenly stronger, dazzling us. Libussa cursed and put both hands to her eyes. The Red O'Dowd was jubilant, on his feet and grinning. A shot went off and a bullet almost caught him. I pulled him down. What is it, O'Dowd? Why, sir, 'tis our old helmet, he said, though I'm not sure it can achieve much against a seasoned warrior like Mr. Monsorbier. The light shaded from gold to silver, spreading until it was entirely filling the cellar. The Red O'Dowd beamed, as if at a friend. Who does it belong to? I asked in astonishment. It is the property of us all, I suppose. Sir, I don't rightly know. 'Tis just our old helmet. Does it not make you feel peaceful, sir, and full of joy? I could now just detect the source of the light from a high shelf above the barrels. It was apparently, as O'Dowd had said, no more than a simple helmet, of the sort the French called chapelle de fer. This one of steel studded with brass, an ordinary enough war hat, like an upturned porringer. Now Libussa started forward, her eyes shining. Well, surely you recognise it, Von Beck. Surely you know the true nature of your helmet, O'Dowd. And all at once the Irishman began to laugh at himself. Aye, sir, of course. Is it the Holy Grail? Aye, she said sardonically. It is what it is. Well, there's the reason, continued the O'Dowd, why it is so elusive. But what's it doing in a common tavern? He put his hand on her shoulder as she reached towards it. Don't try to handle it, her faults. 'Tis inclined to bite anyone who tries. Frustrated, she turned to me. You could take it, Von Beck. Yeah, but I don't choose to, I told her. I might well be the only one of us who can handle the Grail. I'd believe it now, I suppose, but I'm also the only one who has no interest in it. Why not let it remain where it is, undisturbed, to the end of time? She fumed and was grim. If you love me, Von Beck, you will take that cup down now. Well, I was about to go forward at her bidding when, with a great roar, Monsorbier's men pushed another yard or two into the cellars and were forced back. Monsorbier knew the significance of that light. I could not see him, but I could hear him cheering his men on. There was more musket fire and then silence. Both defenders and attackers were so blinded they could no longer see to fight. The entire warren of cellars was one shimmering mass of intense pale gold and silver. The silence was such it almost formed a sound of its own, perhaps a sound from within ourselves. There were no human voices. Nobody moved. And then suddenly the light was gone. The Red O'Dowd, quick to take his advantage, for he alone knew the properties of his helmet, cried, "Forward!" and all our own people charged as they fired. I saw Monsorbier's white face. I saw him fall back from the pile of rubble he had been standing on. His militiamen were running. I could hear their boots striking the water of the sewers, heard them splashing and wading, and Monsorbier's angry shout, "It cannot harm you! 'Tis what we came for!" Uttering some kind of hideous war shout from the back of his throat, the O'Dowd let off his pistol in the general direction of Monsorbier. And then I heard someone screaming in the distant tunnels. It was a ghastly sound. "At last," said the O'Dowd in tones of deep satisfaction. My fish. We were in the sewers ourselves now, chasing them back. Libussa and myself remained close to the O'Dowd, who had the lamp. We heard echoes. Monsorbier was close to weeping as he begged his men to resume the attack. A couple of twists and turns and we were in a high-vaulted sewer with about 4 inches of water coursing around our legs. The screaming continued, though it was not from the same gallery. It was persistent and horrible. The Red O'Dowd waved on his men. "Follow him to the surface and find out how they entered. I must deal with my fish." The three of us took a tunnel to the left. The gallery grew wider and taller. 10 men could have stood shoulder to shoulder across it. And ahead was one of Monsorbier's men, caught in our lamp's light, flopping and screaming still. Then he was up out of the water as if wrenched into the dark air by a great hand and flung forcefully against the wall. His body crashed into the filthy water. He still lived, still sobbed, but almost every bone was broken. Something made a sucking noise. Eyes waved on stalks overhead, peering at us with no more, it seemed, than mild curiosity. The Red O'Dowd grinned in relief. "You unharmed, my darling? What did they do to ye?" "Oh, Mother of God," said Libussa, "'tis a gigantic crayfish." It was nothing else. Up came the sword of Paracelsus in my hand. Instinct urged me to hack at the thing, but it seemed docile when it heard the Red O'Dowd's voice. Slowly, with almost delicate movements of its claws, it began to eat its victim until at length the man's cries ceased. "They must have drugged her," said O'Dowd, "or lured her off. She looks fine now. What do you think, sir?" "I've never seen a healthier fish, sir," said I. "Your Mr. Monsorbier's a cunning strategist," the O'Dowd was admiring. "He's the first to get past her." "He'll not forget this campaign," Libussa was amused. The crayfish clapped her claws against the sides of the tunnel, and the Red O'Dowd made a sound with his tongue which seemed to imitate her. In this way they conversed for a minute or two. The O'Dowd sighed deeply. "She's not harmed. They doubtless sent one of their number in ahead. They'd have packed him so full of opium it made a fish drowsy. A good scheme, eh? He's a clever man. Poison your advance guard and in turn poison the fish." "Ha!" The Irish giant rubbed at his beard. "Well, now, there's not much to be doing here. The cellar wall shall have to be built up and strengthened, but otherwise we shall simply wait and see. I can't stop your Monsorbier from poisoning my fish, but I can be better prepared for him in future." "Did you never realise it could only be the Grail giving off such a light?" asked Libussa. "Sir, there were piles of old armour and weapons at least 100 years out of date when we arrived." The Red O'Dowd continued to be puzzled. I suppose I should feel honoured." There came a keening shout, and several of Monsorbier's party, cut off from the rest, were rushed at us from a side tunnel, blades ready to strike. To defend myself I raised the sword of Paracelsus, hearing the battering of the eagle's wings within the globe. I parried and thrust two-handed. So fast it seemed to me the sword itself did the lion's share of the work, and when it was done there was more fresh meat for the crayfish. As I sheathed the sword, the Red O'Dowd looked at me in some wonderment, and Libussa too wore a strange expression. "There were 5 of them," she said. "I learned my fighting techniques among the Tatars," I boasted. "You quartered them all in the space of 10 or 15 seconds," said the Red O'Dowd. "I've fought Tatars, sir. Even they take longer than that with all their skill. You're a master swordsman, sir." "I assure you I'm no such thing." I scarcely remembered the encounter. The evidence of it, however, was grisly. "Well then, 'tis a master sword," said she very softly. I was in no doubt on that score. We waded slowly back along the sewers until we climbed back through the breached wall. The Red O'Dowd's men already worked to shore it up. "The fish was a little drowsy," he told them, "but she's fine now." Libussa looked at the shelf where we had seen the helmet. In the darkness it was impossible to tell if it was still there. The Red O'Dowd chuckled. "I told you that helm's elusive. You never know where she'll reveal herself or when." He lived so casually with his marvels, I was forced to wonder if it was my idea of reality that was lacking. Until now, I thought, it had been far too moderate.
Chapter 17, in which madness is apparent in more than one of us. The Grail draws all threads together. An attempt at amnesty, Klosterheim's fury, a fresh attack, intervention from the heavens, imitation of Lucifer. Klosterheim had completed his meal in the tap room. His plate was piled high with clean bones. Monsorbier was sure he'd succeed, he said casually. He recruited every creature in Nuremberg which hell had abandoned, every wretched laudanum swallower, every low Picario who resisted Lord Renyard's rule. Enough scum, he thought, to flow over everything and drown you in filth. He looked upon von Bresenvort's contorted corpse. This one lacked character. He was bound to fail. Klosterheim nodded to himself. His body rocked for a few moments. Then he took himself in charge and glanced up at me, still chewing. "Did Monsorbier have a further plan?" I asked. "You must see it's now in your interest to reveal it." Klosterheim sighed. "I am abandoned by all. Even human allies desert me." "'Tis you, sir, who turned traitor when you thought your ambitions were better served elsewhere. You were never a real rival to your master Satan." Libussa bristled with angry contempt. "You've played every side now, and every card you've put on the table has been too low. All you held were pride and foolish dreams when you thought you had aces and queens. Is that not plain to you?" He fully expected to win. I presumed Klosterheim spoke of Monsorbier. He had the whole collection bottled up, he said, and the bottle perfectly positioned. Aesthetical, he said, as well as supernatural, a perfection and symmetry. But as for myself... "The Grail draws all threads together," Libussa spoke under her breath. "I have great power," said Klosterheim dreamily. "Power I've not yet deigned to use. I did my best, like the rest of you, but in doing so I lost my way. My main fear is that I lack a core. My soul's been in and out of this body so many times it might have grown threadbare. I thought it might regenerate if I joined the commonality." "What, Klosterheim? You sought to emulate every man?" I laughed. Klosterheim pursed his lips. "I should not have let von Bresenvortz kill his aunt. It put everything out of kilter." "Your mistake was to slay the Goat Queen, sir. You indulged your hellish bloodlust at the very moment you might have saved yourself. You let the beast overwhelm you. In that sense you emulate Lucifer. He knew what it meant to be both more and less than human." I was grim. By slaughtering the old woman he had lost the sympathy I once felt. "I have the floor," said Klosterheim seriously. "We all have it, sir." Libussa looked towards the cellar, from whence comes a great banging and scraping as the men shored our defences. The Red O'Dowd, dusty and soaked to the knees, came up the stairs and into the tap room. He wiped his face with a cloth, calling to us. "Can we expect him back soon, gentlemen?" "While the Grail's here," Klosterheim offered him a corrupt grin. Perhaps because all initiative was now taken from him, Klosterheim had gone quite mad. He pulled more cold bones towards him. He had gathered them off every table. The Red O'Dowd was impatient. "Well, I cannot give him what's not mine. 'Twas here before I came, that and the fish and the spring. 'Tis an implicit feature of the tavern." "Hey?" mocked Libussa. "Is this in a shrine? A chapel on the site of a Christian miracle?" "I would remind ye, sir," the O'Dowd spoke with dignity, "that you give offence to some of us here who remain good Christians, even though we lack the benefit of priest or church." "God's gone from this world, sir," she said. "That appears to be the case, aye," he agreed. "Yet I was brought up in a certain religion, and see no reason to abandon it, for the virtues remain. And besides, 'twas Christ taught us, not his father." "So you remain a good Catholic, O'Dowd." Klosterheim selected the largest bone. Half-cooked meat hung from it. He nibbled. Well, we all button ourselves into roles, eh? We're both anachronisms, sir. The Red O'Dowd misliked any affiliation suggested by that ex-servant of hell. He glowered at Klosterheim. You may be abandoned by Satan, sir, and I abandoned by God, but that does not put us in the same cart, nor even upon the same road. There's only one road now, sir. Klosterheim grinned around his bone. Or shall be in a day hence. And it's my road, O'Dowd, not yours. The great Irishman was dismissive. Your time's past, sir, and I'm not pleased with you. You helped bring disturbance to my house, and I'll see you tried and punished when this business is settled. Klosterheim fixed insouciant eyes upon his feast. I'll kill you first, he muttered. There was another shock against the tavern's front. Lamps and candles danced on every wall. Muskets to positions, yelled the O'Dowd. There came a weird wailing from the street and a brighter light. O'Dowd turned his furious face from the window. They've fired the Chandlers. Musketry still sounded from various positions, and wretched leprous creatures still collapsed one on the other. It was as if every prison, plague hospital and grave in the world had been opened, and its contents disgorged upon us. That they were living men and women, and not undead ghouls, was both a comfort and a dismay. Monsorbier recruited the hopeless, the powerless, the weak. What could he be promising them? The same as Robespierre? A heaven on earth? It made me wonder if, without dreams, mankind would continue at all. What ancient genius invented the myth of the improving future? They rushed mindlessly now upon our walls. They screamed, they giggled, and they wailed. O'Dowd leapt from tap-room to gallery to roof, half mad with horror. His tavern had never been attacked thus. He had thought his wars over. Now he realized peace had been merely a lull. Libussa and I took up muskets and went to the shutters, firing it into the mass. Monsorbier was nowhere in evidence. This attack lacked a sense of strategy and seemed merely a vengeful display of power. Monsorbier had doubtless decided to destroy us if he could not capture what he thought we guarded. Klosterheim within had grown increasingly amused. With every wave, with every shaking of our walls, he laughed as if he had some secret denied to the rest of us. And then of a sudden there was stillness again. Peering out, we saw only the dead and the dying. Ragged, pale creatures, many with ghastly wounds, dragged themselves over the piled corpses of their comrades. Framed against the flaming chandlers, Monsorbier appeared with 3 or 4 of his men. He was obscenely elegant, the dandified sans-culotte. Hand on hip, he paced back and forth, studying our tavern. The Red O'Dowd was grimmer than ever, all his elation gone. He growled, "We're forced to parley now. Soon our shot and powder will be low, and I've lost more men than I ever reckoned reasonable. I'll not die or let any more of my people die in defence of a public ordinary with a declining trade. I'll find another hostelry for my old age." "You have changed your tune mighty quick, sir," said Libussa. "I've always done so, sir, in the face of fact," he replied without shame. "One of us must parley." "I'll go out," volunteered Klosterheim from behind us. "I've naught to lose by it." "That's while you'll stay, sir." The Red O'Dowd was savage, sincere in his plan to bring Klosterheim to justice. "Let Herr Foltz go. He's most neutral, I think." Libussa nodded. "Very well, Mr. O'Dowd." I was amused by his mistaken assumption, yet feared, too, for her safety. However, I would not argue, since I had every respect for her cunning, her ability to strike the best bargain with Monsorbier. She would keep her head better than I could, I felt sure. Klosterheim left the table and came up near the door where we stood. "Everyone conspires against me now," he confided. "Yet you forget 'twas my plan from the outset. You're here, all of you, to aid me in the fulfilment of my destiny." He resumed his chewing. "You never had a destiny, sir," said Libussa, "save what you concocted in your soul's poverty. You're self-described as an anachronism, and that's what you are. You've served your turn, sir. You're as worthless as one of that decrepit mob. Lucifer has rejected you, and now mankind rejects you. Have the good taste, sir, to accept a fact." And as she spoke, she seized a white scarf from the O'Dowd's hand and tied it to the spontoon he gave her. "I'll make Monsorbier call his mongrels off. You, sir, will keep your place and hold your tongue." Klosterheim's fleshless skull went a shade whiter. His dead eyes revealed a flicker, faint and swift, as when damp coals promise to ignite. "You cannot treat me thus, madam, for 'tis I inspired your ambition." "My blood inspired me, sir. While you proved useful, I let you think what you wished." She seemed almost as mad as Klosterheim at that moment, ready to reject any debt, moral or otherwise, which, by her own admission, she had owed him. "You'll never be the Antichrist," he grimaced. "Not now. I renounce you." Her smile was cruel triumph. "Can the Baptist renounce the Messiah? You continue to add folly to your pride, Klosterheim. You've betrayed too much, in us and in yourself. Find some other Salome to make, at least, a dramatic ending to your tale." And then she had opened the tavern door and was crying, "Truce! We'll parley now, Monsorbier." I watched her move between the mounds of corpses, clambering over near-dead bodies, holding up the scarf like a victor's banner. She could never know defeat, thought I. Monsorbier gave the order to stay his men and hooked his thumbs in his sash, calmly awaiting her. When Klosterheim uttered a strange noise, I turned. He made a kind of choked keening. He was shuddering with impossible emotions. It was almost grief. "All conspire," he grunted. He stumbled back. His dark eyes were fully on fire at last. "All betray me. Everyone I sought to serve. Why?" The Red O'Dowd flung back his great head and shouted with laughter. "You sought to serve mankind? Faith, 'tis a claim I've often heard, Mr. Klosterheim, but none more ludicrous than yours." Satan's ex-captain rounded on the Irishman. "What can you know of it, sir? What?" The O'Dowd looked down on that furious skull. "Only the little I need to know, sir. I'm a common man. I've listened to them. The Whigs, the Tories, the Jacobites and the Jacobins, the ranting ministers and the Masons, and those that call themselves the children of God. And each of them, sir, when they fail in their attempt to gain power, claim to have been betrayed by those they would save. Well, sir, I'll tell you direct. I'd rather be saved by one of those cancerous creatures out there than I'd entrust my fate to your kind." Klosterheim appeared to resume his old composure. His body ceased gradually to shake. His colour returned to its normal grey. He shrugged and went back to the table. He began to eat again, if anything even more voraciously. Our attention was drawn to the street. Above the circle of swaying towers and tenements which rimmed the district, the stars glowed the colour of rust and worn velvet. Meanwhile, Libussa continued to talk to Monsorbier. Both were bargaining. Both were determined. Then, as we watched, they appeared to reach agreement. Libussa nodded. Monsorbier removed his hat and settled it upon his head again. The Duchess of Crete turned, holding high the spontoon, and approached the tavern. Behind her, Monsorbier began to instruct his men, pointing this way and that. She came through the door frowning. "His terms are simple. We vacate the inn, taking nothing with us of value." "Oh, there's naught of value to take," said the O'Dowd. "He means the Grail," I said. "Well, if that's done," she continued, "we may go free, and no attack shall be made on us." "It sounds like an Englishman's bargain," said the O'Dowd with a frown. "The same as was made at Munster, where the garrison marched out in good faith, only to be butchered by the king's army." "Well, sir," said Libussa, "this could indeed be English honesty, but it looks to me as if it's the best we have." "You'll give up your desire for the Grail?" I was astonished. "The search can begin afresh," said she, "once we're clear." No time, said Klosterheim, sniggering, for a new beginning. She ignored him, addressing our host. Well, Mr. O'Dowd, how does it strike you? Not well, sir. I think there are insufficient guarantees. How long do we have for discussing the bargain? She shrugged impatiently, as if she had already decided her strategy and was irritated by the O'Dowd's understandable hesitation. 5 minutes. Ah, that is not enough. Go out again, sir, I beg you, and get us half an hour. Klosterheim had moved subtly, picking up an emptied musket from the floor. There was a bayonet fixed to the end. With frothing lips and unstable eyes, he charged directly at the O'Dowd. All betray me, all conspire. It was like a battle cry. The O'Dowd arched his back, pushing out his pelvis towards us, shoulders in the opposite direction, and a little tip of steel emerged just above the bottom button of his waistcoat. Oh, Jesus Christ, he cried, aghast. Sirs, I am buggered. And grinning like a jackal, Klosterheim had bayoneted his anus. There was no way a person could die with dignity from such a cowardly wound. I had seen it before, amongst Washington's men in particular, when they punished Indian renegades. The musket was still dragging behind him like a wooden tail as he moved on tiptoe, trying to escape the pain, trying to ensure the metal moved no further into his vitals. Stand, man, I shouted. Bend forward. Oh, Mother of God! A little blood came from his mouth now. I pulled the musket free and more blood followed it, gushing. There was no saving him. His men hardly realized what had happened. I pointed at Klosterheim, who stood crazy-eyed upon the stairs, then ran up past the gallery and beyond to the upper floors. 2 men left in pursuit. The O'Dowd was weeping, lying on his stomach at last upon one of his own trestles. This is an unseemly, unchristian death, an unmanly death, sirs. Would ye hear my confession? You'd best have a co-religionist, said I, signing for one of the Ukrainians to come over. That's what you get, sir, for turning your back on the devil. The Red O'Dowd offered us a small smile. There was so much blood around his mouth that the smile was almost obscured, and he changed his responses and received his consolation. Libussa slung a pouch of shot and powder over her shoulder and retrieved another musket. The cellar, she cried, racing down the steps. I was torn between following her and staying with the dying Irishman, but she was back again, shaking her head. I thought it was a fresh attack on us. Come, Von Beck, we'll defend the roof. Monsorbier's interlude is over. And sure enough, the horrid mob was on the move again. The walls rattled. The whole tavern threatened to fall. Everything was shaking loose. The O'Dowd's men fired back in concert. It was discipline battling disorder. I handed the spontoon with the white flag on it to the square-faced Ukrainian, who took O'Dowd's confession. I'll leave you with this to use at your discretion. O'Dowd's eyes were closed. His great red beard stuck up around his poor, pallid face, and he continued to murmur the appropriate catchphrases, which he hoped would lead him through the gates of heaven, or at least to wait patiently outside them until Lucifer and God came to a decision. It was a terrible, vicious action of Klosterheim's. He struck at any vital creature which possessed what he had been denied. Libussa had been right, moreover. It was that following of murderous impulse which denied him unification either with his master or with mankind. We were rushing up the stairs now in pursuit of Klosterheim, up the narrow servants' stepway, up a spiral, then a final ladder of polished wood which pointed towards the open skylight. It was obvious he must have climbed to the roof, but there was no sign of him. Some of the O'Dowd's bravos were still positioned there, with Greek fire burning and ready to be projected, and the 2 who followed after Klosterheim were there too, looking very baffled. We searched across the slopes and chimneys. He had gone. We peered over the knee-high battlements, but there was no sign of him on the ledges below, no sign of his body in the street. The mass was like writhing, maggoty meat from that perspective. I drew back. I'll keep watch here, she said. You search downstairs again. I returned, flight by flight, to the tap room without seeing any sign of Klosterheim, and I began to believe he had magical powers as he had claimed. The O'Dowd was breathing his last and wanted me near him. I approached and placed my ear close to his mouth to hear what he so urgently wished to tell me. "Don't, sir, I beg ye, retail to anyone the manner of my dying." "I see no dishonour in your death, sir. The dishonour was all Klosterheim's." I made no promise. His eyes closed and his laboured breathing was over, but there was smoke curling under our doors and windows. "They're firing us as they fired the Chandlers," shouted the Ukrainian. Dropping his master's dead hand, he reached for his musket again. "Oh, Christ, they're using petroleum!" The stench could have been naught else. At the same time I heard Libussa screaming from the gallery, "Von Beck! Up here! Hurry, man!" Certain that she had found Klosterheim, I took the stairs in twos, but she led me upward, all the way back to the cold air of the roof. She was shouting to the soldiers, "Down there! Quickly, lads! You're needed!" Wearily they abandoned their positions and one by one lowered themselves through the skylight. Libussa looked oddly gratified. I was not sure we should risk leaving the roof unprotected, and said so. She glared at me as if I were a victim of a March moon. "We've no further need to stay," she told me, and pointed upward. "Look, fool!" There was a great shadow crossing the autumn stars, but it was not a bird, nor yet a witch. It was St. Audrin's aerial ship, with its little sails and paddles, its monstrous round canopy, and its body the form of a flying griffin. There were particular muttering noises issuing from it now. Every so often a small explosion like a gunshot cracked out, but no one was firing from up there. I saw sparks and feared lest they catch the inflammable gas and take the whole thing, a roaring ball of fire, to the ground. The thing jerked, quivered, and dropped lower. St. Audrin seemed to have better than usual luck in steering the craft. He shouted to us now through a great brass megaphone, "Stand clear! We'll throw you down a ladder!" The whole tavern rocked as the mass collided with it once more. The musket fire grew more ragged. I prayed the defenders would leave before they were overrun. Would they leave their dead leader and escape him through the sewers? I was tempted to return, to order them to leave, and then, out of nowhere, I heard a voice at once strange and familiar. It called out softly to the mass. There were no words to the song, but it lulled them. At once the mob began gradually to calm, like a sea after the storm. The voice crooned on, gently, that filthy tide, until it had subsided completely. Next the mass began to sway, moaning in concert. I was scarcely able to accept the change, wondering if I were victim of an illusion. Then a rope ladder had struck the roof, and Libussa began to climb, dropping her musket but keeping shot and powder. I could now see, peering from the side of the gondola, Prince Miroslav's face. The Russian was grinning down at us, plainly delighted with the adventure. I did not pause to wonder for long how they had found us, but thankfully put foot to ladder, starting my own climb, which was hampered somewhat by the unwieldy sword in my sash. I reached the gondola at last and was pulled to safety by a chuckling St. Audrin. Libussa was already being wrapped in a great woolen cloak by Prince Miroslav. The balloon swayed and jerked in the air. It seemed heavier and differently weighted. "Good morrow, St. Audrin," said I. "I'm glad to see your steering's improved." I, too, was slightly crazed on account of our experiences, but remembered to ask, "How did you know we were at the tavern?" "Oh, and don't credit me for the steering, sir," said St. Audrin. "You can blame Prince Miroslav for that. And surely you know your lady arranged this rendezvous when she came from here to Prince Miroslav's in that stolen carriage." I looked across at her, but she was hidden in the cloak. Now both her movements and her costume were explained, but I could not guess why she had not told me the truth. Why had she lied to me on so many issues? It suggested that she sought to manipulate us all by the best means: confusion and deceit. When in the next moment the gondola jerked violently, St. Audrin was mystified. "What's this now?" He went to peer over the side and then whistled in surprise. "By God, man, I didn't know you were there. I didn't know you were with us. Hold on, for pity's sake, I'll drop the ladder to ye." Who is it? Libussa broke free of Miroslav's comfort. She and I went to join St. Audrin on the gondola's side. Ah! She was furious. We were high above the tavern now, with the roof at least 100 feet below us. But there was a creature holding on to our trailing rope, swinging and kicking like a monkey. I heard his thin, desperate voice screaming, "Traitors! Traitors!" Libussa put a restraining hand on St. Audrin as he stooped to gather up the ladder piling at his feet. No, St. Audrin was disbelieving. "It's your ally, madam, Klosterheim. What? You think it more prudent to lower the balloon? If he slips, he's done for, eh? Very well." He reached for the valve cord, but Libussa shook her head. "No." St. Audrin glared at her in outrage. "Madam, I've made it plain that I do not serve ye. Would ye have me do murder for you now?" He released gas from the valve. Slowly he dropped back towards the tavern roof, and it became apparent that Klosterheim, with demonic tenacity, had succeeded in climbing a few more feet up the rope. I could hear him panting, see his black eyes glowing in that terrible skull. "By God," said St. Audrin in admiration, "he'll do it without the ladder. He's still stronger than Hercules." Soon Klosterheim was little more than 20 feet from us. His expression was fixed, a silver mask of hatred which bordered on lust. He climbed steadily. He would be revenged on all of us if he could, and was entirely without reason. St. Audrin held the descent steady, his gaze on Klosterheim almost as intense as Klosterheim's on him. Prince Miroslav crossed the gondola to busy himself with a new piece of machinery, blowing and throbbing there. Then the balloon stopped altogether, hanging as if frozen in the air. There was the sound of wind in the riggings, some mutterings from Miroslav's machine, our own breath, and we looked down. Far below, the tavern was shaking violently, seemingly torn asunder by the swaying and chanting of the mob. Flames rose everywhere in Salzkirchengasse. It was as if we stared into hell itself. Klosterheim clambered another few feet. His gasps became the sound of bone scraping bone. His ghastly face glowed in the hot light from the fires below. I shuddered, for it seemed that death itself climbed implacably up through old night to claim our souls for damnation. Then Libussa had unsheathed her sabre, and, before St. Audrin understood her intention, she made a single expert passage, and the rope was sliced. Klosterheim screamed, but it was not a scream of terror. He was screaming pure outrage, a predator thwarted of his victims. He screamed, even as he flailed towards the distant surface, toward the greedy fires and that swaying, unwholesome chorus of the damned. It seemed there was a moment when, screaming still, he clawed at the very air for support and found purchase. He was refusing to fall. During the moment I truly believed he would arrest himself in mid-descent and continue his climb. His hating eyes met mine, and I shuddered. But those clutching, skeletal fingers found no purchase in the cold emptiness. Down dropped Klosterheim in noisy imitation of his old commander. Lucifer flung out from heaven. With one last bellow of angry impotence, with one shrieking curse upon his lips, he plunged twisting into the flames, and was consumed. Libussa smiled her satisfaction and sheathed the sabre, careless of St. Audrin's horror. "He must have been hiding in the flues," she said. "Did you notice how dusty his coat was?"
Chapter 18. An intimation of the 19th century. Libussa displays an acquisition. An informal proposal. More omens and portents. Theft in the night. Our desperate pursuit. Now, relations aboard the Danos were, to say the least, somewhat strained. My lady at once began murmuring to Prince Miroslav, who leaned over her, his hair and beard blowing in the wind, listening like an old Russian boyar doing courtesy to his liege. St. Audrin would not speak to her at all, and Since his opinion was of no special value to her, she ignored him. Thus it was left to me to explain why Klosterheim's killing was justified. My friend shrugged and accepted what I said. But there's been so much double-dealing in this business, Von Beck, it's impossible to guess who's now friend and who's foe. He softened enough to explain to me, with growing enthusiasm, how Prince Miroslav had improved the airship by furnishing her with an engine turning a screw. We went aft to admire the screw, a great four-bladed affair whirling on an axle. The alchemist had also provided a new gas of his own discovery, not nearly as combustible as the hydrogen, and which he called vodorodium. The engine was worked, St. Audrin said, by firing off tiny gunpowder charges in a series of cylinders, and while not wholly reliable, allowed him to steer along against a fairly strong wind. This was not unlike the steam experiments, he told me, of the new school of British engineers, but far less bulky. The contraption was all pops, wheezes, and sudden shudders, a collection of rods, cylinders, and cogs whose logic defeated me. The Russian was proud of it and was pleased to explain its principles to me. But while his enthusiasm was inspiring, his language was meaningless. I was almost grateful when he returned his attention to the Duchess of Crete. "It's ready," he said to her, "and tested as best I could." "And all astrologers agree?" she asked. They spoke in tones just above a whisper. "All. The concordance will be complete in a little over 24 hours. "Well, then we shall have to consider the ritual." She was aglow with excitement, her smile a grimace of anticipation. But Prince Miroslav was disturbed. "If the transmutation could be achieved without the ritual, madam, I believe our chances of success would actually improve." "Nonsense!" Angrily she turned away from him. "I still hold that it's a perversion of our idea." "Hold what you like, sir." The airship crossed from deeper city to outer in a matter of a quarter hour, and soon we were dropping down to the grassy street where Miroslav had his simple residence. The haze which filtered the old starlight parted for a moment. It was almost like early dawn as we descended. Barely conscious of what went on around me, I could scarcely believe we were rescued. The horror of all that death was paramount in my mind, and I had entered a kind of shocked daze. The airship was tethered to Prince Miroslav's tall chimney, and then it was but a step to his roof, and through the skylight to his upper landing, where servants were ready with rum toddy and bricklings, blankets and towels, as if we were survivors from a shipwreck. We sat ourselves in Prince Miroslav's parlour, where an open fire cosily danced, and soon it was possible to believe the whole episode at the tavern was a terrible nightmare from which we had just awakened. Were it not for Labussa's over-bright eye and flushed cheeks, I would have been happy enough to sink into the contentment of that pleasant domesticity, at least for a few hours. But I could tell she was a primed cannon waiting for a target. She could not keep still. In a corner she spread charts and diagrams over Prince Miroslav's tables. She asked obscure questions of him and received cryptic replies. They spoke the argot of alchemy and natural philosophy. Half of it was mathematical, while the rest concerned wombs and the binding of elements, with references to the philosopher's stone, the male element, sulphur, and the female element, mercury, to incantations, tinctures, elixirs, furnaces, and the final marrying. I had heard much of it before, but never understood a great deal, for it had always sounded as if one discipline were confused with another, the cracks in the logic filled in with gaudy abstraction, and the result, while sounding devilish convincing, was always a useless hybrid when put to the test. I dozed in the chair next to St. Audrin, and from time to time instructed him in what had befallen us since we had left him at the obelisk. Each new tale astonished him more. I said nothing of Lucifer, or how I acquired the sword my friend admired. "The image of the eagle is almost real, Von Beck. One might believe the poor bird actually shrieked to be released." He laughed, "But I would not risk setting it free. Would you? It would rip out your liver in a flash." "Perhaps Paracelsus used it to carry off his creditors," said I.
We were enjoying this speculation when Labussa crossed the room to put a hand on my shoulder. "We should get to our beds, sir," said she. "I should like tomorrow to be our wedding day." "Wedding?" I turned in some surprise. She had said nothing so direct before, and I was used to such things being announced months, sometimes years, in advance. "What? Married at the barrel?" "Sir, I've no burden awaiting legitimate entry to the world, but the auguries are good. There's no question by all the signs that we should not become one." I became inane with joy. "I should have welcomed, madam, the chance to order a new suit of clothes. Is the parson picked?" She smiled. "And the choir and congregation too." "In the church?" "All arranged." St. Audran did his best to note this exchange with good grace, but it was plain he liked it not at all. Could men be jealous of other men in such matters? Did St. Audran love her himself? Was that why he hated seeing her kill Closterheim? "And here's what shall join us in our matrimony," said she, striding across the floor, and picked up the sack she had carried with her from the tavern. It was still heavy, presumably full of shot and powder. She loosened the top and drew forth an old metal helmet, a battened iron and brass chapelle de fer, with a simple half-sphere for the head and a flat brim all around. This she put upon the sideboard. St. Audran looked at it and made no comment at all. I knew she believed herself to be in possession of the Grail. She had gone back to the cellar on the pretext of anticipated attack and grabbed the first old helmet she had seen. "It's not hard to withstand the discomfort of handling it," she said. I could hardly keep a sober face, and nodded very slowly in the hope that my response would satisfy her. Yet I did not give a fig for her peculiarities and aberrations. I loved her, and she intended to marry me, and if I must balance an antique salada upon my head while the ceremony took place, or indeed wear it forever cemented to my skull, I should do it to please her. "What's that, madam?" asked St. Audran innocently enough. "A relic of your family's wars?" "'Tis more a relic of Von Beck's family struggles," she said. "It looks the same as sheltered the Welsh archers' heads at Agincourt," said he. "It must be 200 years old at least, eh?" He attempted joviality. "Is there some ceremony attached to it, some antique tradition, like the riding round the oak tree or the spinning of the bridal fleece?" "Some ceremonies involved, aye, sir." She was pleased by his amiable ignorance, and delighting in what she thought her secret knowledge, but I remained convinced the thing was just an old war hat dug out of O'Dowd's untidy cellars. What had made the supernatural light could have been the holy cup, but not the helmet. So much, thought I, for any so-called affinity with the Grail we Von Becks were supposed to possess. Neither it nor whatever I had seen in the cellar produced a twinge of recognition. But I would not spoil her moment, particularly if I risked her changing her mind to our nuptials. I would humour her in every way, concur in any fantasy, join any club, coven, clique, canting sect, or secret society to please her. I was hers, and now she'd be mine. Joy forever. I had grown used to her volatility. Her decisions, it seemed, were always made suddenly. It did not surprise me she had chosen this unconventional means of announcing her desire to wed me. The fact that she had announced it was enough to overwhelm any other consideration. I grew drowsy, I thought, with delight. "Which church did you say, madam?" I heard St. Audran politely inquire. "Presumably it's picked." "It shall take place within the crucible," she said. "Aha!" He raised his toddy in a toast. "A civil marriage, eh? Ain't they the rage in France at present?" I was more than half drunk as I stumbled towards her. She grinned. "Are you sure you'll welcome our becoming one flesh?" "Madam, I can think of nothing more fulfilling, though I live through eternity." "'Tis that possibility I presently investigate." She winked. Did I understand her? I had grown so weary. Did I speak plain words which she had interpreted as profound? Or did she love me so much she thought anything I said of as magnificently eloquent? Could it be? Befuddled as I was, I still doubted that. I could make a good leg, and my brain was normally sharper than most. I could display a decent set of clothes, and was less short of courage than of inches. Yet it did not seem to me enough. What was it then that struck the crucial chord? And then it came to me. She saw all in terms of alchemy. She believed we were elementally compatible, my Mercury to her sulphur, and Adam to her Eve. Or was it, I thought, that she was attracted to an opposite? Was she attracted to the notion of my line of honest, decent Saxon freeholders combining with hers of questing, darkling, intellectual Mediterraneans? I thought I heard the beast roaring, but it was only Prince Miroslav clearing his throat. 20 hours, said she gently. Can you wait, sir? I think so, madam. She looked at me with repressed glee, with her crazy, near-disbelieving glitter. Her lips just parted a fraction, signifying lust. But it was lust for more than physical joy. It was lust for the wisdom carried on the blood, a wisdom fresh-born, like the earth in Genesis, that was ancient as the dust of the former universe whose remains obscured the light of the autumn stars. A wisdom that was the body's rapture and the mind's delight. For this her lips were parting and her breath gasped while she assessed me from the depths of her darkening, heated eyes. Oh, it will be the ultimate marriage, she said. St. Audrin, either missing all our intensity or ignoring what he could not approve, said, If it's a best man you need, Von Beck, I'll cheerfully volunteer. Well, thank you, said I, dear friend. Libussa swayed like a snake, captive under the fakir's flute. Prince Miroslav came forward to touch her. Madam? She blinked. The spell was not dismissed, but set aside. I returned to my normal stance, though still confoundedly muzzy. St. Audrin's face was slightly shadowed. Marriage is an adventure for only the bravest, said he. 'Twould not do for me. I lack the bottom for it, but I wish you well. He turned, as if he hid his expression. Libussa swiftly ended their whispered conference by glaring at Prince Miroslav. It has to be, she almost shouted. Did he object to our splicing? Was he perhaps her guardian or her mentor, whose permission she must seek? No, it was inconceivable my Libussa should ever require blessing from anyone. She would command God himself if he came down to earth. She was his senior in divinity, that goddess who had ruled before the Hebrew Jove cast his first thunderbolt. The beast roared from the centre of the labyrinth, but he was tamed. She ruled him, contained him, and he was her ultimate power to release only at the final moment. But I prayed that moment would never come. Was it not bad faith to let the beast live on? I realized my lids had fallen over my eyes, and I rose, bidding them all good night. A servant led me to my bed. I went to sleep still within my ecstatic fantasy. She would come for me, she had promised, to carry me to our wedding. I should be garlanded in white and red flowers, dressed in samite. I should be one with my destiny, with my Duchess of Crete. Was it not cowardice, I insisted as I dreamed, to let the beast live? Surely he should have been left to die where Theseus left him, groaning, with slowing heart, with flooding lungs, with gushing jugular, dying in his own hairy stink. I could not believe the beast would be allowed to remain. She said he was only a threat, that he need never be released. But why lead him even on a golden rope fixed to a golden ring, which tugged at the flesh of his red flaming nostrils, into our paradise? I thought she claimed in that dream to protect paradise. Did Jehovah employ the serpent to protect the Garden of Eden? Well, this was beyond my understanding. I was perturbed. Yet I would follow her like the beast, even if my nose were pierced and my ankles chained, and all my strength shivering to break those massive links. As the Baptist to Salome, as Samson to Delilah, no madness was stronger, none more worthwhile, whether it end in death or triumph. Alone in my bed I anticipated resolution and ultimate fulfillment. It would be no ordinary marriage, perhaps a pagan ceremony or a Byzantine one. Who would witness our unique,
our universal union, or would it be secret? I cared not. "Oh, madam," I murmured to myself, "so much in me has changed through your alchemy. Your powerful femininity turns all to quicksilver. How shall we be when the transmutation's complete? 'Tis absolute malleability we look forward to, absolute chaos. Are we truly set to accomplish nothing less than the recreation of the world? 'Tis logical if things are to be properly improved. 'Tis all we wish, and no unworthy ambition, surely. Did not God make his first human creature androgynous, and only later did it divide, male and female? Then later still came the snake, which is also named the beast. Who welcomed the apocalypse? God? Satan? Humanity? The beast strained on an iron harness. Mad, crimson eyes were glaring. His breath was a great stink, infecting our earth and poisoning paradise. The tree was dying. It had a foulness in its roots. We were one flesh and could be nothing else. But now it was cold in my room. I opened my eyes. Through the uncurtained window I saw the autumn stars, and it seemed their light faded rapidly. As the light faded, so did the cold increase. I was shivering. She is gone. Von Beck, man. St. Audrin stood there in a white nightshirt, a candle in his hand. The linen fell away from his strongly muscled arm. He was breathing heavily, brushing unbound hair from his face. He was drawn and pale. "Von Beck, for the love of God, rouse yourself, man. Are you drugged?" She had fallen away from me. We could never truly be parted. I closed my eyes to sleep. "Von Beck, 'tis murder, and they've taken your damned betrothed." It was hard to lift my head. It rolled on my shoulders. I heaved with arms and buttocks until I was sitting. All the adventuring, I supposed, had tired me. And now there was fresh murder I scarcely cared. And what else? "Libussa," said my friend harshly, "is kidnapped." Well, I did not believe him. Libussa could be neither stolen nor threatened. She had too much power and intellect. She controlled her own destiny more thoroughly than any mortal before her. She was Libussa Urganda Cressida Cartagena y Mendoza Chilperic, descendant of the world's most antique races, daughter of the Merovingian kings who claimed direct lineage, and could prove it, from Jesus Christ, who in turn was of the direct blood of Solomon, scourge of the genii. In her our wisdom was crystallized. She was the rightful bearer of the cup and the sword, the lion, first alchemical adept. This was no dream. St. Audrin was shaking me. His face was terror-struck in the faded light. The dust of that long decayed universe became a fog obscuring all hope. "She's gone, man, and Miroslav murdered." "It's not possible," I told him reasonably. "Sir, I assure you, Miroslav's downstairs, breathing his last on his own damned carpet with a sabre cut that's chopped him near in two, and he says 'twas Monsorbier did it." He's still alive, of course, the last of the beast's captains, and the most determined. I put bare feet to floorboards while St. Audrin helped me dress. I insisted on the proper attire, for I still had it in mind I was to be married that morning. Linen, stockings, breeches, waistcoat, front-laced shoes, a fresh neckcloth, and my friend continued to call to me, slapping and swearing at me. "For pity's sake, man, rouse yourself from this rum reverie. Was there opium in your drink last night?" Frock coat, a wig, now to the mirror. The suit was good, though the man within had a sleepy, silly look about him, and the man behind was almost leaving the ground in rage at his friend's slowness. Well, I must look my best, St. Audrin, for my wedding. The sword had a ceremonial look. It was an old one with a great scarlet pommel and a blue velvet scabbard. And now there was a figure, not quite in the fashion, yet you could not call him absolutely unmodish. It would do. The face was so gaunt. Was that Von Beck or Klosterheim? Did we merge? Klosterheim screamed and clawed at the air. "By God, Von Beck, do you not care if she lives or dies?" I shook my head to clear it. What folly had seized me?
Some spell of Monsorbier's discovery? Was I to be subject to witchcraft on top of all else? And St. Audrin hobbled with me, having got himself half-dressed between his shouting and him slapping at me, his breeches not quite buttoned, followed me as I went stumbling down the stairs to the hallway where huddled, frightened servants waited. Prince Miroslav had been cloven right through, shoulder to waist. He was holding on to the sabre which had killed him, as if the sword was life itself. His pink face was wonderingly boyish, but his blue eyes were round with agony. It was one she knew, said he carefully, perhaps afraid his speaking would rob him of his few moments. He loved life too much to leave it carelessly. A Frenchie, polished boots, tricolore. Monsorbier, supplied St. Audrin. Have you a potion, sir, to cure you of that cut? Miroslav said in a small, even voice. No. He smiled. I had an urge to embrace that kindly bear, but knew any movement would kill him sooner. Though he would dearly have loved the comfort of another human body, he held me off with a look. This is wrong, he said. She does not need to make the sacrifice. It is the old black thinking somehow got into her. She has summoned up the beast. He paused to draw a slow, shivering breath. Well, it was in the blood, but she had such genius. I did not expect her out of all of them to succumb. I'll take that brandy now, St. Audrin. Can you remember the principle of my engine? I think so, sir. My friend's gentle hand extended a glass to those full bearded lips. The adept sipped almost sensually. My lord, I said urgently, what is she doing? We alchemists have a tendency to merge the symbol with the actuality. It gives us our path, of course, but it can create the most abominable perversions. She's fallen back on the old debased methods, and nothing will, it seems, inhibit her. She's convinced it's the only way. You might have persuaded her otherwise, Von Beck. You might still. He drew another careful breath, clinging to life by the force of his will alone. She went willingly with Monsorbier? I think not. Originally I gather there was secret bargains, long since broken. The ritual is not intrinsic to the marriage, but you, of course, are. You have only yourself as collateral. Could you refuse the ritual, Von Beck? Refuse her? No, I told him. Well, at least pretend. He swayed where he sat, and his hand grew limp upon the sword. They will have returned to the centre. They took everything. Cup, tincture. She knows by heart the incantation. Worse, they have my crucible. His body began to slump, but St. Audrin and I moved forward to support him. He thanked us with a smile, and died. St. Audrin, said I, straightening, they've returned to that tavern. We must follow. If she wished to go there, said he heavily, then it's her decision, and I'll not interfere. Von Beck, I mislike all mysteries and all magics. These are waters I'll not swim in. Let Monsorbier substitute for you. Don't he plan to be the groom? Well, I can save her. Prince Miroslav said so. The sluggish wine still hampered my movements and distorted my speech. Let us simply leave this place, my friend, said St. Audrin, and return to our own Marienburg. I'd rather face their whole militia than continue with this black magic. Miroslav told me that conditions were now perfect for crossing the realms. He gave me all the information necessary for the journey. But you're my best man, sir, said I, and on your honour to escort me to the wedding. With the shrug of one who had volunteered to ascend the scaffold with good grace, St. Audrin led the way back up the stairs and out to the roof where his great airship swayed like a pendulum overhead. Soon we sailed again beneath the autumn stars, while rooftops, dark and glistening with rain, passed slowly down below. The engine had constantly to be tended and failed 4 times. I grew agitated with each pause as St. Audrin tinkered. Monsorbier was probably already in the deeper city. I began to long for a horse, but the airship was all we had. As the strong wind sprang up, our Danos was hard put to fight it. We were blown this way, towards the wide, transformed Falfnisale. We were blown that, towards the palace and the ornamental lake. We dropped too low, and horses reared not 20 feet from our gondola's keel, while citizens gaped and pointed. And then we were up again. The new gas was more responsive than St. Audrin was used to, he told me. The airship's screw laboured, and our bulk pushed hard against the wind, which seemed to conspire to keep us ever from the centre. Our hair and clothes were blown every which way. Then all at once there came a lull, and our machine gained sudden momentum, a sort of grip upon the air, and we were above the strange spiral of streets and swaying buildings, which creaked still more energetically around the central pit, the core of the deeper city. It seemed their agitation had increased, and I was reminded of mourning Indians I had once seen, not far from Brandywine Creek one December morning, wailing as they watched their dead chief's body on its high bier of birch saplings, pecked clean by carrion birds. We began to drop down. Those mourning terraces rose to surround us. We were directly above the embers of what had once been Salzkirchengasse. The friend indeed was entirely gone. Smoke and charred timber flattened. In a vast circle, some 2,000 supplicants, all in pale robes, in the high-pointed hoods of the auto-da-fe, stood looking inward at the centre. This silence was the silence of creatures who had renounced humanity in favour of that horrible semblance of power. They had raised a black cross some 12 feet high and 5 wide. Upon it, hands nailed and bloody, feet impaled likewise, clothing stripped and rags fluttering, a halo of pink briar roses twisted above the lifted, agonized head, bruised, naked body, still strong and proud, bearing many thin cuts, still oozing, was the woman I would wed. And beneath that cross, like some centurion transported by deep emotion, hand upon the sword at his hip, stood Monsorbier. His other hand was gauntleted, and held an upturned helmet of antique form in which he caught, drop by drop, her blood. I believed I witnessed the ritual Prince Miroslav had hoped so passionately to forestall. Here indeed was tragic perversity. Chapter 19, in which I confront the incredible and accept the impossible. The alchemical goal. A marriage of all elements. Galliard of the old stars. Concerning the properties of certain magical objects. The flaw in the formula. They had raised a black cross amongst the ruins and hanged my betrothed upon it. I had heard her speak of Christ and the necessity of the ritual of repetition, but I had not once guessed her full intention. She was dying, I was convinced. Overhead the sky swam with turbulent dust, and the light from the old stars faded, flickered, and expired. Exhausted rays fell upon her body. Then her eyes lifted up to the heavens and met mine. I was horrified by her sweet smile. "Hermes to my Aphrodite," she called. "My husband comes." Monsorbier saw us descending now, and although he could not move the vessel in which he caught the drops of her blood, he grew greatly agitated. He was inspired, I knew then, by profound jealousy. He shouted, "Ha! Here comes Citizen Cockerel flapping to the slaughter. Fly away, little rooster, you are not needed here. Your hens call you back to your coop." Though she could only be in inconceivable pain, Libussa carried her familiar authority. "Beware, Monsorbier, you are commissioned to perform certain tasks. Perform those and no others." He sulked.
Her blood dripped, bead by precious bead, into the upturned helm. From amongst the mumbling crowd now stepped the golden girl, the same as sacrificed the lamb, and she was singing in Latin, much garbled, with some Greek and, I guessed, Hebrew. The entire ensemble joined in that hymn, and Monsorbier's reply, if any, was drowned. Pale St. Audryn trembled in disgusted terror. There's naught to do here, Von Beck. She conspires in her own blasphemous martyrdom. If we linger, we'll be drawn in for certain and destroyed. I was calm, reconciled now. Do you not understand, dear friend, that this is my destiny as well as hers? I feared you would grow mad as she, he said soberly. Will you try to listen to reason, Von Beck, for love of what you were? I have no love, St. Audryn, for what I was. I have changed beyond redemption and must fulfill what fate demands. I smiled at him. He drew back, gasping as if I were leprous, and my stretched hand could not touch him. You're Satan's creature now, Von Beck. Always, it seems. I was tranquil. There's no sinister meaning. Sir, until but lately you were a human soul, a good heart. Now you are possessed. I'll wait a day for you, no longer. As I threw the ladder groundwards, I shook my head, pitying his ignorance. I must away now, my friend, to the wedding. I'm much disappointed you do not see your way clear to keeping your word. He took a step or two across the gondola as if to stop me, but I had swung over and was climbing towards the smouldering wasteland and an oblivious congregation of witnesses whose eyes were entirely held by that dark crucifixion, the manifestation of what prophets had called Antichrist, the new Messiah. Rejecting God, this Messiah claimed the earth in the name of mankind. As part of that destiny, I would be second only to she, whose wisdom had reorganized my blood and illuminated my soul. Clinging to the ladder, I looked down on all her witnesses. The wind drummed against the balloon's canopy like a tremendous heartbeat. The surrounding silhouettes of buildings waved like agitated wheat. The dust formed shapes in a huge sky, and behind it still glowed the autumn stars. I jumped the last few feet into the hot ashes of the friend indeed. Embers flew about my legs. Smoke attacked my eyes, yet I waded unconcerned through the red-hot debris until I reached the congregation. Most there were taller than I, and I could see nothing of the cross. I pushed against bodies as cold as corpses, but they did not resist, and at last I stood to the left of the golden priestess. Monsorbier turned, lifting the bowl, crying out until the hymn gradually died and they waited again in silence. My lady hung upon the great cross, her head limp against her left shoulder, her body white as if every drop of blood was drained. I could not see her breathing. I record these events to the best of my memory. While much is vivid, some is vague, and one image blends with another. Some was doubtless illusion, much definitely was not. In my days I had decided all was preordained. To play my partner was effortless, for I merely followed my own desires. No prayer was ever more fervent than my prayer to her, for to whom else should I pray, that she complete her ritual and be resurrected. Now I knew why Prince Miroslav had been so afraid, for like so many of his generation, he reverenced God and believed that blasphemy must surely be punished. Monsorbier's voice lifted like a bishop's. Here is the Grail. Here is the blood of the Antichrist, mixed with the divine tincture. Here is sulphur, mercury, salt, and cinnabar. Here is gold and silver and an essence of rubies. Here is the stone made liquid. And he displayed that battered helmet as if it were the crown of Zeus. So saith Marduk, I shall maketh my blood solid. I shall maketh bones therefrom. I shall raise up man from my own dismembered flesh. So saith Marduk. So saith Marduk, they gave chorus again, as they had at the sacrifice of the Lamb. When the Holy One, blessed be, created the first of our race, they were called androgynous, intoned the priestess. So saith the Holy One. So saith the Holy One. Behold, she cried, the truth hath been revealed to thee. The seed hath been sown. The seed hath been sown. Whomsoever sows the holy cryosperm shall know rebirth for eternity. They shall know the secret of holy metals, the alchemical tree, the 7 waters and the 13 vapours. The tree is cut down, the tree is reborn. And while she chanted, Monsorbier, reluctantly, yet helpless as anyone to do otherwise, came slowly towards me, offering me the helm in outstretched hands. Behold, shouted the priestess, the male that is female shall be wedded to the female that is male, brother to sister, mother to son, daughter to father. Here is the old king dying and the young king being reborn. Here is Kibrit, come to Albaida, his sister, to be swallowed in her womb. From darkness there shall come light. From darkness shall come light. So shall Hermaphroditus come from the fountain of Salmacis, and the two become one. Animate and inanimate shall be called Rebus, which is our stone. Immortal it shall be whole, self-reproducing with the sum of all our wisdom. Thus at last, chimed in Monsorbier, is Christ re-crucified, Christ made complete, Christ who is man and woman and the child of man and woman. Thus the plural is abolished. And he handed me the upturned helm which I took in my palms. Swirling gold, dark red and green, the elixir gave off a gentle, delicious vapour, that tincture which in the alchemical belief was the essence of divine wisdom, as it was the essence of my Labusa. Drink, cried the priestess, the ritual must be completed, and we shall witness the crucifixion and resurrection of the female Christ, the marriage of opposites, the final reconciliation. Then shall harmony come upon the earth. Drink. I drank. It was salty, sweet, heady. My stomach attempted to reject it, but if I was to be married, I knew I had to consume every drop. I took another sip. The witnesses had now disrobed. Their limbs were pale in the light of the autumn stars. The black dust swirled around them. The coals glowed red. They watched as I drained the cup. They moaned with ecstatic approval. Monsorbier took the grail from my hands. The priestess reached out to me. I feared her. I was suspicious of her. She was ally to the beast. I believed it wrong she should officiate at the ritual. Neither should Monsorbier have been there. But few others were now alive. The priestess came towards me again, and I could not draw back. She and Monsorbier removed my clothing until I stood naked before the black cross, my sword raised before me in my 2 fists. They withdrew. I was alone with my mistress, her face serene in its power, even though life had left her lacerated body and swept through my own like a tremendous tide, through every channel of my being. It was as if I were the universe and was populated by elementals. Never had I known such strength. From behind me the priestess declaimed, So shall ye be the second of the two, the whole, the creature some call Antichrist, but which is called in the secret lore Christos Androgynos, the Lord that is both man and woman. Stiffly upright I was lifted upon the backs of the witnesses, and used my sword to prise loose the nails, then catch her in my arms as she fell. She was my sweet love. She was my Labusa, who taught me the meaning of lust. Her cold body hung in my arms. First comes the resurrection, then the marriage, then begins the eternal rule, when justice and equality shall be the same as harmony, and all shall be whole. We shall have achieved the end of the world's pain. The sword of Paracelsus, my gift from Satan, was slung over my naked back. Bearing her limp remains, I stood ankle deep in the black ashes beneath the great cross. They surrounded us again, the witnesses chanting with uplifted hands. Monsorbier and the Golden Girl, priest and priestess of this rite, were the leading voices. I scarcely saw them as I looked upon the face of my tutoress. I looked upon undaunted faith. The winged one with two heads shall stand upon the pyre of old hope. Here is the cup, and here the sword. Where is the beast? Now it seemed a great lion stalked through the ruins. In his jaws the body of a pelican, round his neck a snake, and he was crowned with yellow lilies. The witnesses fell back before him. He stood upon a spur of fallen masonry, and, dropping the pelican from his mouth, lifted his head to utter a great triumphal roar. The roar echoed amongst the swaying towers of the deeper victory, amongst the autumn stars, at once the lament and a victory shout, and there from beneath the feet there suddenly burst a huge fount of silvery water, which washed away the ash and the coals. The lion vanished, but the fountain remained. It was the same O'Dowd had spoken of, the old spring upon which the inn was founded. It was gushing mightily now as I carried my Libussa into the centre. The water was so powerful it appeared to dissolve us as our bodies were washed and grew white. Moaning, Libussa stirred in my arms, and a tracery of blood sprang from her wounds, and was at once washed away. Libussa, Libussa, mistress of my desire, wake, I beg you. She opened her astonishing eyes and smiled at me. It is as it should be, she said softly. Still holding her in my arms, I reached down my head and kissed her lips. I knew you would follow. She was still weak as she lowered herself to the ground, the water pouring down her face, pressing her hair flat against her skull. Holding my hand, she peered through the silvery curtain of water. Where's the crucible? She led me from beneath the fountain. Blood no longer issued from her hands and feet. She was purified. The bulk of the witnesses lay face down in the wet ash, still maintaining a muffled chant, and from across the square came a score of naked men and women, pulling a wooden tumbrel upon which stood upright a thing of copper and brass. A great cylinder with a domed top. From the dome issued tubes and vents. I had never seen one so large, but I knew it was an alchemist's crucible. The chemical womb, where the elements were blended and fresh elements created. You have done well, said Libussa to them, and now you must prepare the catanus uteri. There is little time. Nec temere, nec timidi. Her blood was now my own. It was fire in me. I was a god. They place the crucible beneath the black cross and begin the work of bringing it to life. Great bellows heaved. Charcoal blossomed red. Steam and sparks poured into the darkling air. Monsorbier and the priestess supervised this work, while Libussa embraced me, smiling more tenderly than ever before. It is all as it should be, my darling. Every ingredient, every equation, every formula. At the moment of the concordance we shall be joined. Do you fear this, little one? I fear nothing, madam. I am yours. She stroked my body. The combination of the tincture and her touch upon me made me gasp. And if that were ecstasy, what could the ultimate ecstasy She promised to be. I trembled as we approached the crucible. Monsorbier lifted up the helm, still glowing from the remains of its contents. The red light from the furnace fell upon all our faces. The heat was terrific. Monsorbier and the Golden Girl grinned in their mystical glee. Labussa's arm was around my shoulders. She stood gracefully, staring up at the hazy sky. It grew darker. I placed my own arm about her waist, and for a moment it was as if we were rustic lovers taking the air in the evening fields. I had no intimation of what was to come, but it was enough for me that we were to be married. It did not matter what future she sought to create. I would serve her however she wished. This thought was enough to thrill my blood, her blood. "The time of the lion," whispered the Golden Girl, "shall be upon us. The time of the lamb is past." I recalled her lovely innocent lips, rimmed with the blood of the sacrificial creature. I recalled Monsorbier's cruel carelessness, his lust for revenge. These were poor servants for my mistress, I thought. "The beast shall be set free," murmured Monsorbier. "All who refuse his worship shall be destroyed. So shall cowardice be cleansed from the world." I looked to Labussa, who said nothing to contradict him. "But the beast must be banished," I said. "He's part of the old time. There can be no real justice or harmony if he comes over with us." Labussa pursed her lips, frowning at me, demanding silence. Monsorbier flashed a glance from her to me, to the priestess, who said, "We combine our forces, sir, and so ensure success. It was agreed that if we helped you two in this transmutation, you would help us in our ambition." "But they are at odds." I felt wounded, fearing fresh betrayal. There is no reconciliation between reason and the beast. Labussa wished me to say nothing. I could only suppose she intended to settle the matter later, when the power was fully hers. "They are reconciled," she said. "We have found a satisfactory formula." The talk was too familiar from my commune days. By such compromises we had lost all we hoped to achieve. Yet my silence was assured. I loved Labussa. If she wished me to say nothing of our mutual principles, nothing would be said. Nonetheless, I remained perturbed. Both Monsorbier and the priestess had shown that they would use any bestial means to achieve their ends. Surely Labussa found them as degenerate as I did. She drew me closer to her. In spite of the unnatural strength in my veins, I yet grew weak at her touch. I smiled into her face, from which some of the pallor had gone, driven out perhaps by the flame from the crucible, which grew hotter by the moment. She returned my attention to the sky. "Do you detect any alteration, little one?" The dust was swirling faster, while the autumn stars continued to emit their faded light. I believed that she detected a change in the configuration of the heavens, but I could see no difference. My betrothed looked again upon her crucible. She stretched out her resurrected limbs to feel the heat upon her flesh. She uttered a lazy yawn, and she might have been a lion herself. Her tawny skin glowed with its old vitality. Her breathing was more rapid. She pointed to the upper chamber of the machine. "'Tis in there we'll be reunited forever." "'Tis in there we'll be united forever." Within that metal womb there is space for our bodies. We shall enter it at the exact moment of the full concordance. It seemed to me that we would hardly both fit into the little room, and would be mighty hot if we did. She noted my uncertainty. "The Grail shall go with us, Von Beck, to provide spiritual fire, as the crucible provides our temporal. We shall eat what I must eat. Now you have the blood and the tincture mixed within you. Next I must take that blood and tincture within me. This shall occur at the moment of maximum power. It is in all the grammars. For 1647 years, 7 months, 13 weeks and 9 days have the alchemical adepts worked to achieve this specific moment. True, we have worked in different ways, and sometimes, as Monsorbier and I have done, towards different ends. But between us we have accumulated wisdom enough to predict the exact moment when the stars conjoin and the new era begins. This knowledge shall give us control of the fate of the world. We have waited long, little von Beck. Great men and women have lived entire lives, accepted torture and death to bring about this moment. John Dee said we shall be called Monas, the One. He devoted every moment in his search for a formula enabling us to create the One. Before him came the great Paracelsus, and Cleopatra, of course, who searched for balance and harmony, the two paramount goals of the alchemical life. Are you aware, sir, of the numbers who searched and experimented, writing their learned works so that you and I could be joined on this day? She returned her frowning concentration to the sky. I shuddered and grew suddenly cold. We shall be united, she said in a whisper, with all this. And her hands went out to encompass the universe. 2 great concordances have occurred since the adepts began their work. Both times we failed to take our advantage. We were not sufficiently ruthless. Henry Cornelius Agrippa exhorted us to dedication in his 3 books, and Basil Valentine was urgent that we take advantage of this concordance, for it would be our last chance. Our master, Hermes Trismegistus, even Cagliostro, every one of them, living and dead, shall be vindicated, for the occult reign shall soon begin. All will be in balance. All male and female shall be equal. All injustices shall be abolished. Can you not see that whatever I choose to do now is right, so long as it achieves that harmony? The beast is not harmony. He should die. But I was entranced by her enthusiasm and could only accept it. My arguments seemed dull and pointless in my own ears. Sweat shone on our bodies as the crucible's heat turned from red to white. The darkness wavered in that radiance, and again I imagined the lion stalking back and forth as Monsorbier had stalked before the friend indeed, with lash and tail, waiting as impatiently as Libussa for the moment. The sword of Paracelsus was like an icicle against my back, and recalling Lucifer's urgent pleading that I use that sword to win the greatest possible advantage, Libussa too had said she had a use for the sword. There was now a distinct flickering in the sky, a shift as if one thin plate of glass slid across another. The autumn stars seemed unchanged, but behind them were now fresh points of light. Libussa grew alert. "'Tis coming," she shivered. "Oh, it is coming." The priestess and Monsorbier also peered out into the stars. "Aye," said my old enemy with grim satisfaction, "and we are ready." The earth lurched, it seemed, and became unstable, perhaps an illusion caused by what took place in the sky. There was still no sign of the spectacular conjunction Libussa had promised, and I became uneasy. If all her calculations had been wrong, then what would she do? Would I be of no further use to her? "More heat," she demanded of the acolytes, who set to with their bellows until the crucible must surely explode. Another slight flickering above caused her to turn her eager, burning face to the top chamber of the Catanus Uteri. "Oh, madam, we shall be consumed," said I. She shook her head. "Fear not. The chamber shall hold us for as long as it is needed. The Grail will protect us." Now I had to call upon a faith near as great as her own. Yet I knew I should possess the necessary courage while the tincture in her own brave blood flowed in me. I believed we were inviolable, and that we should become one flesh as she promised, and would emerge to rule the world in the name of reason. My scepticism was in abeyance.
As long as we were together, I cared for nothing else. I was ready to step as willingly as any Shadrach into the fiery womb and feel no pain. My body was already blossoming with a delicious numbness, together with a sensation of joyous ecstasy, all from within. My flesh was armour which nothing could pierce. No weapon, no heat, no cold. As the autumn stars subtly flickered for the third time, Libussa whispered very quiet in my ear, "You must be ready to use the sword as I direct. When that task's done, you'll hand me the blade." Obedient, I nodded to show I understood her instruction. There was a rapid, noisy shuddering in the earth. Distantly, all around, here and there, the deeper city's older buildings fell as if shaken by a Tartary tremor. Slowly the shuddering ceased, and there came another movement in the sky. Sudden, flickering streaks of colour. New patterns appeared behind the old. When I studied them under Libussa's guidance, I made out familiar constellations from my own earthly realm. "They all come together, you see," she murmured. "A million spheres in conjunction. More. The Middlemarch and our world combining. And as they combine, so do they marry with all the other planes of existence. And as they congregate, Van Beck, so do they turn." Soon, the priestess stood beside us as if to utter an invocation, "soon the old stars shall begin their dance." "And when the dance is finished," said Monsorbier in a calm, matter-of-fact voice, as if he issued orders from a tribune's desk, "the new positions shall be fixed. The new order shall be established." Their voices continued, but became distant to my ears. I seemed divorced from them, from everything save Libussa. She squeezed my arm and led me closer to the crucible. The acolytes grew so hot it seemed their skin bubbled on hands and faces. Yet crazily they continued to pump, to feed the noisy furnace. "It should be hotter still," she demanded. I had seen these creatures attack and kill, yet nonetheless I pitied their condition, though doubtless they felt little pain, as I felt none at all. "There," the golden priestess pointed. At last a single autumn star had begun to move, describing a shallow arc across the blackness. The huge pink and yellow disk was surrounded by a halo of dusty lilac. "Astra Sultant," murmured the girl, relishing the Latin words as another might roll wine on their tongue. Monsorbier's face now seemed clear of all corruption. The depravity and cruelty fell away from him in an instant as he wondered at that marvel, his lips parting like a schoolboy's. He craned his head back to follow the star progressing with stately majesty across the cluttered heavens. Another moved as if it must surely crash into its fellow. It was smaller, faint ochre in colour. "The stars are dancing," said Monsorbier. "Oh, it is beautiful." The crucible began to tremble and groan on its base. Small, strange, whining noises escaped it. "It can be heated no higher, mistress," cried an attendant. She said softly to me, "Prepare your sword, my love." I slung the scabbard from my back. I drew forth that superb blade. The polished steel reflected every light, almost as if the universe in miniature lived in my sword. The pommel was vibrant but misty, providing only a glimpse of the still screaming eagle. His mad eyes glared urgently at me for a moment before they vanished. For all its weight, the sword had uncanny balance, resting lightly in my palm. My love for Libussa informed my love at that moment for the blade. I looked upon it in joyful wonderment. All my life has been led in order to achieve this moment. Two more great stars moved in unison across the sky, and the dance began in earnest. From a distant point came a dark yellow sun moving forward, yet seeming to fade as it grew to twice its size. Then it danced to the north, held steady for a moment, and then to the south. Other stars swirled around it, first in small groups, then in scores,
then seemingly in thousands, sweeping and swirling, describing exact geometrical figures, moving in concert as they had always moved, but at incredible speeds. It could have been the course of their original progression through the heavens, but what had taken millions of years now came about in the space of minutes. The sky was alive with the yellow colours of those dancing stars as they performed to the measures of their cosmic galliard. Still precise, still majestic, there seemed a simple joy in the nature of their movement, like dignified old men and women determined to relish the life remaining to them. Sometimes they created mysterious pictures, with features shifting and transmogrifying, and colours changing. The shades became subtler now as the great stars drew closer together. The witnesses moaned in awe and moved in awkward imitation of those mighty suns. The deeper city lost its appearance of nocturnal gloom and instead promised dawn. Her buildings still swayed and tilted, whispered and creaked, but they were no longer mere black silhouettes. Their brick and stone was washed with warm light, revealing individual features. They lost their menace and their mystery as they were displayed in their decrepitude. Great cracks were visible in their walls. Pieces of masonry flaked and fell. Chimneys twisted and crumbled. Windows were distorted as were doors, while shutters hung at unlikely angles. The spiral streets were undulating, rippling like floodwater down the steep hills towards the centre, where we stood upon the O'Dowd's demolished dream. Meanwhile, beside me, the instigator of that ruin, the arch-arsonist Monsorbier, whistled through his teeth as he observed the ever-moving firmament. Our crucible now threw off vapour from its trembling metal, as if it must soon melt. Libussa turned to Monsorbier. "Give me the Grail." He turned abstractly, as if he could not remember who she was. "Last night, when we made our bargain, you said you had captured something in the depths. You said I would recognise it." "Aye." Casually he handed her the upturned helm, his main attention still upon the dancing stars. "Well, sir, I demand you reveal it to me before the concordance." Dreamily he shook his head. "No, madam, after." And then, to my utter surprise, Libussa said to me, "Kill them both, Von Beck. Kill them quickly." I was obedient. I could be little else. I was hers. The sword, light as ever, jumped in my grasp, almost anticipating my action, and I had sliced off Monsorbier's wide-eyed head, and I had cut down the golden priestess in an instant, and the sword had done what it did before in the O'Dowd's sewers. It had quartered them, all in the space of a second, precise as an experienced butcher. The limbs were neatly sliced from the torso and lay so that only by careful inspection could it be seen that they were not all of a piece. Yet this was certainly no trick instinctively learned from the Tatars. This, I was convinced, was the chief property of the sword itself. Well, it was no wonder that the enemies of Paracelsus had feared it. If I said I had assassinated Monsorbier and the priestess, I should scarcely describe the true sense of the event. That they deserved death was not in question, but I had acted as little on my own volition as the sword had acted on mine. I had merely been Libussa's instrument. I felt no pang of conscience, no self-disgust. Not then, though I had performed an action at odds with all I held honourable and humane. Slowly a certain distress filled me as I watched Libussa stooping up cheerfully as any farm-lass gathering sticks, to pick up the severed limbs and fling them into the furnace. In went an arm, and in a golden head. In went Monsorbier's mildly astonished face. Would all of us soon be reduced to miscellaneous rubbish tossed into a stove? Was this the future Libussa sought to create? "Madam, I would not wish to do such a thing again," I said, fearing lest my disgust angered her, for my love was as fierce as ever, my loyalty to her as complete. This was no part of the prescription you offered me. You spoke, as I did, against blatant treachery, immoral life-taking, and this is as bad as anything I'd been called upon to perform in France. Monsieur, sir, was evil and ruthless, nor was his priestess less guilty of crime. That's reason to shun them, madam, not to kill them. Well, you slew them, sir. Their blood continued to stain my steel, and until it was off I had no wish to sheathe the weapon. True, said I sadly. Leborsa frowned. It is a question of time, Von Beck. There is so little now. You had made a compact with that pair, and you never intended to keep it. I did not wish to persevere with the argument. I dropped my gaze to the black ash at my feet. I could tell that her anger grew. What, sir? She challenged me. Shall you betray me also, like Klosterheim, at this crucial hour? No, madam, I shall not, but I cannot be dumb. By these actions we remain in league with the beast. We succumb to fear, however subtly. No new age can ever be truly that, if it be founded upon the methods and follies of the old. I learned as much in France. It is how I came to leave Paris and meet you. You were destined to leave and come here for your marriage. Ay, madam. This acquiescence satisfied her. She did not give a whit for my opinions or my sensibilities, so long as I continued to maintain the course I had committed myself to, body and soul. I would rather die than be separated from her. Yet I would have given a great deal for St. Audrin's reassuring vulgarity at that moment. I had murdered in cold blood and without a thought. There was no escaping that grim fact. The colours flooded over us. The monstrous stars continued their elaborate dance. The deeper city shook and swayed, with all those naked witnesses to our coming. Marriage huddled back from us, perhaps convinced now that they too should soon be slaughtered by my surgeon's cutlass. I had a sickening notion that they were right to be afraid of me. Monsieur's elegant bicorn, still with its tricolore cockade, lay at my feet. I picked it up and used it to clean the blade. The sword's pommel reflected the light above, all turbulent misty colour, but then cleared to show the eagle, flinging himself against the crystal, his coppery wings beating harder than ever, his furious claws extending and contracting. Leborsa and I moved towards the fuming crucible. All the ashes stirred around us, reheating and smoking. Her tone was kind again. Come, sir, this is a marriage requiring no officiate. Together we already possess more authority than any living creature, and soon we shall enjoy omnipotence. But though I could do nothing save obey her, the joy was already gone from it. There remained the thrilling anticipation of pleasure, the satisfaction that the union was about to come about, the curiosity as to what we might expect as the resolution of all that ritual. But she had refused to banish the beast, and the purity was lost for me. We stand at the tangential core, she said. No other sentient creature occupies this space. He who holds it shall impose all his dreams upon the generality, affecting every future moment in mankind's history. We shall describe those terms, Von Beck. Could God himself ask for more? We shall set down the terms of the human condition. There was a roaring from above as if an ocean were bursting through the skies to engulf us. But it was the tidal movement of the stars themselves as they began the concluding measures of the dance. Every colour there had ever been was now represented in the sky, points of hard light, swirls of soft, like watching eyes behind great war banners blowing in the wind. But already the dance was slower. She began to talk with rapid intensity, so that my blood and brain quickened. My memories slid away. She was so awesomely confident. You've not hesitated thus far, sir, and you've proved my sense in choosing you. You have great courage for a man. great willingness to see the world afresh, great imagination. Now, sir, tell me you are ready for the last stages of our marriage ritual." "I have always been ready, Libussa." She stroked my flesh. "We shall be combined soon, sweet love. One flesh, one mind, one soul. The great prophecy shall be fulfilled, and the yearning of all those mighty adepts shall find resolution at last. The golden work has always led to this moment, for thousands of years, since my people first began their search." She held up the battered helmet. "And here's the key, without which we might never have succeeded. With it we cannot fail. Is it not the very essence of harmony?" "You must let me slay the beast," I said. She either did not hear me or refused to listen. The colours were breaking and merging again. The massive stars grew threadbare. It was possible to see through them to new constellations, hard and sharp upon the misty black. A vast disk dropped below the horizon, and as it fell, its very substance shredded away, like breath on a winter's evening. Another great body simply faded into invisibility. Yet still the dance continued, slower and slower, with fewer suns at every moment. It seemed the remnants of our autumn stars were staggering now, shivering with the fatigue of simply maintaining their existence. They had squandered their last few thousand years of life upon a single splendid galliard. "It is coming," she murmured, and held my hand tight. "When this finishes, Von Beck, it is the concordance. Are you still loyal?" "To perform the marriage?" "Aye, to your destiny." We were very close to the crucible. I understood now that she meant to consign us to those flames. It was her madness. Yet at that moment I was no more free of it than she. If she intended to die, then I would be with her, for that was better than living without her. In the shadows behind that crucible, the lion was prowling. I saw light fall intermittently upon his tawny skin. I heard him give a sound, half questioning whine, half threatening growl. Was he afraid to lose his mistress, or was she his sister? I remembered my dream of the Minotaur. Star by noble star, the great orbs faded and were gone. Again the sky appeared to shift, while at the same time it grew deeper, to reveal layer upon layer of points of light and shining swirls that were galaxies, still moving, but now apparently close to their ultimate positions. It appeared that the point of space upon which we stood was the only fixed matter in the whole universe, as if the earth, or our part of it, refused rotation. Perhaps that was why the tall buildings of the deeper city had still not ceased their swaying. They resisted the general gravity. The lion made a low, unsettled noise. The crucible, groaning and whispering, was still white hot. Libussa herself bent to heave upon the bellows. There was a rush, and flame flowered. It achieved a steady roar. She smiled as she moved closer to the crucible. She reached her hand towards me. "Quickly! We must become one at the very moment of concordance. Quickly, Von Beck!" Her red lips opened as if she was swallowing fire. Her powerful body vibrated with anticipated lust. Or was it merely greed? "Come!" "Libussa," said I love you for who you are. I love you as a human creature." "I know that. You are the perfect woman. Your femininity is positive and potent. Your spirit is the bravest. Your mind the keenest. Your body the most beautiful. I love you, Libussa of Crete, and I offer myself to you in matrimony." "Come then, sir. Come and let's get on with it." Her back was almost against the fiery metal of the crucible. I looked at her wonderful naked body and almost wept. She held the helm in her left hand and beckoned to me with her right. She was smiling. Her lips were soft. She cajoled me. "Come, sir." "This is no casual decision of mine, Libussa." She smiled. "Your pride remains with you, my dear. Very well, if you wish it. I acknowledge your masculine generosity." I give myself up to you." I moved slowly towards her. Her lips were parted again, her red lips. Her teeth gleamed and her eyes were cloudy with desire. "Come, little one." The crucible sputtered and the charcoal hissed. I saw a blackened hand twisting in the furnace as if Monsorbier waved a sardonic farewell. Libussa threw open the crucible's door, and she was careless of its heat. Within I saw white fire glaring. "In there, little one, for the final blending. We shall be a single body. The two shall become one. Do you understand, little Von Beck?" I was now standing close to her, my naked flesh touching hers. The heat was terrific, but I could feel it no more than she. We were truly invulnerable, it seemed. She bent her head to kiss me upon the lips. She took a long, delicious kiss, as if she savoured me for the first time, and she sighed. "Ah, sir, you cannot know what joy your courage purchases, but it will not be long before you are rewarded. Give me your sword, little one." I made to pass her the blade, but in spite of me my hand refused to move. "Give me your sword." In her eyes was the suggestion of a frown. I forced my arm to move, to offer up the scabbarded steel. She stared languorously at me, her breath loud in her throat. "Oh, my beauty," she purred. "Promises shall be kept by us both, I swear." Her fingers touched the hilt and she gasped in pain. "Ah, what's this?" I had forgotten. It is worse than any grail. "It is my sword," I said, "but therefore I am sure it would not do you harm, Libussa, since we are almost one even now." With the grail still in her left hand, she reached determinedly for the sword's hilt, plainly controlling great agony as, deliberately, she drew forth the blade from its scabbard. She smiled again to me, and I knew fear. For the first time I understood that she meant to slice me up as I had sliced Monsorbier. Perhaps she truly believed she would resurrect me when the deed was done, by placing my remains in the crucible. Or did she intend to eat me? I knew enough of alchemical notions of how adepts believed they could confer immortality on themselves and others by the process of dismemberment. The quartered corpse was duly resurrected, they hoped, in water or sometimes fire, or both. I looked into Libussa's eyes and saw the truth. "Ah, madam, is it my execution?" She was smiling still. "It shall be true immortality, Von Beck. We shall soon become a single hermaphroditic creature. Hermaphroditus Rex shall rule upon the earth. It is all true, little one. Have faith, as I had faith upon the cross, and we shall be assured of eternal life. It is so. You must believe me now. Come, waste no more time. The astral concordance is here." The scabbard dropped free into the ash at her feet. She stood, with lips drawn back and teeth gritted, framed against the glowing copper and brass of her chemical womb, the cup in one hand, the sword in the other. Her tawny skin had always held its own radiance, but now she herself seemed made of metal, and she reflected the glare from the crucible. And she continued to smile. Her body was enough to draw me close to her. Her sex, her beauty, her power. She required no logic to coax me. Her hand holding the sword shook as if every nerve knew excruciating pain. "Come." I was reminded of the icon I had seen at Prince Miroshlav's, and then of Miroslav himself, split by a sword and clinging so hard to life, of the warnings he had given first her and then me. Momentarily alarmed, I stepped back. His smile vanished. Her expression was agony and disbelief mingled. "Little one, come quickly." I could not, though I opened my mouth. I was frozen. "Little one." She was close to weeping. She was incredulous. You gave me your oath." I forced myself again to move forward. Relieved, she stood with arms outstretched, almost as if she still hung upon the cross. "Come." Slowly panting, I tried to push my body towards her. I felt that my own agony echoed hers. I grunted. I gasped. "What is it, little one? Why can't you come to me?" "The beast." My breath was noisy in my throat. "Leave him behind. Slay him first. We have no need of him." She laughed. "He shall be our imprisoned power. There is no need to discard such power if it is truly contained. I have tamed the beast, Von Beck. Come to me, Von Beck." "Dismiss the beast, Labussa. Kill him, I beg you. Let our harmony be one with nothing but our love and faith. Kill the beast, and I promise I shall let you do what you wish. Your risk, Labussa, must be as great as mine." "What?" In her obsession, she was all but uncomprehending. "Would you betray me now?" "You betray yourself. You betray us both. Reject the beast." "The Grail must be defended. The beast defends it." "Fool! Is this all mere excuse for cowardice?" I stood still again. My eyes were fixed upon her body. I was a few feet from her. If I was to be executed, I would rather it were there. "Slay the beast, and then you may slay me. Let the Minotaur be abolished forever from our world, Labussa. It is the only way." "I offer you resurrection, Von Beck, and eternal life." The furnace, fueled still by flesh and blood, began to howl and scream, as if demanding further sacrifice. I was weeping helplessly. Still my feet would not move. In the shadows I was sure the lion still prowled, ready to kill me if she did not. I wished so much to go to her, no matter what she promised or I threatened, but my body was immobile with terror. An enormous effort brought me another step nearer. Above us in that smoking sky, the last of the autumn stars went out. In that black stillness now remained only a myriad of cold white points, hard as the angry eyes of God. Their movement had stopped entirely. The earth became utterly silent. A hushed tension infected the universe. It was as if everything in creation awaited the outcome of my decision. The concordance was upon us. The concordance of every sphere, of every occult and natural realm was upon us. Lines of light began to pass now from star to star, until soon the entire firmament was an infinitely complex web of gold and silver threads. It was astonishingly beautiful, and those threads shot down to touch us. Yet the darkness remained. Now I grew aware that the darkness was filling with the scream, the fiery glow of our chemical womb, as if the flames of hell combined and were concentrated therein. "There's still time," she whispered. She was an imploring statue with her cup and sword. "I mean you only good, Von Beck. I offer life, power, union. I offer harmony, a cure for the world's pain. You have drunk my tincture and my blood. Does that mean naught to you, my own betrothed? Please do not betray my faith in you." "Madam, if you embrace the beast, you betray me." Those threads of light curled about us as if curious to inspect the upturned helm, the Grail. My betrayal, it seemed, was not of any great importance to her scheme. I swayed. I dragged at my muscles until I was moving again. Ah! Her hair was a blazing crown as she swung her head to glance into the furnace. She was still shaking with the pain of keeping hold of my sword. Quickly she stepped back into the crucible's open door. "Quickly!" she roared. "'Tis almost too late." Behind and above us was the cool light of the new stars. Ahead was the glowing furnace. All these things were to be married at once, as we were married. I was to become part of that wholeness. This thought helped me revive my legs until I walked a few further steps, aware that the enormous heat from the crucible did not burn me, neither did the white radiance from within blind me. At last I stood beside her again. Though unharmed by the flames, I could still feel the warmth and wonder of her flesh. I touched her and leaned up to kiss her lips, but her eyes no longer looked at me. Those eyes had turned to molten brass. Not yet. She was a whispering volcano. I shall never be able to explain the next sequence of happenings. I no longer hesitated. No matter what my argument, I was drawn to her, passing fluidly into that hissing chemical womb, my body alive with the terrible coldness and a terrible heat. They were consuming me. I was melting. Lubusa! Within it, it was as though a silver universe heated and cooled, and then heated again all around me. I was trembling and weak, but my faith, since I was as yet unhurt, was improving rapidly. By now I should have been dead. Instead there was liquid metal in my veins. My eyes were steel, tempered and re-tempered 1,000 times. My brain lost all indistinct thoughts. Every impression, every idea had the clarity of a perfect diamond. I held up my arm. My skin flowed like quicksilver. I looked up and saw the Grail. She held it above my head. "We shall be the new Messiah." Her voice rang like a golden bell. "We shall begin our ministry on earth. Let them call us Antichrist or Daemon or anything they wish, but we shall define them, and that will be inescapable. The concordance encompasses us. Kneel." I obeyed her. "We begin the marriage of sulphur and mercury, that each may feed upon the other's flesh and blood. Thus shall our conjoining echo, the conjoining of the million realms, and lead us towards our resolution and our majesty. Behold the fulfilment of our art, the coming together of the bride and groom, and their becoming one." I looked up into her incandescent beauty as she raised the sword. My lips opened and I cried out my love for her, all my divine love for her. There was metal in me. There was metal in my womb. I was fully alive. "Now I give my blood and my flesh, O Lubusa. I give you all my life, and you are drinking from the cup, and you are smiling down on me while our crucible rocks and wails. You plunge the point of the sword into the cup, and fresh fire blossoms. Your features are again my features and seem to fuse, then become molten again and writhe and smoke. But you are frowning. Your eyes are suddenly puzzled. The crucible begins to shake. A different light fills our womb. I try to rise, but my limbs seem truly severed. The light comes from the Grail and is in a cold light, like the starlight outside, and it opposes that which melts and marries us. The Grail begins to utter a sound like the muffled tolling of a gigantic bell. It contains anger. It protests. "Throw away the sword, my sister. My bride, I beg thee to banish the beast. Renounce him, and we shall be truly wed." "Throw away the sword. Renounce the beast." She raged, and she screamed in her agony, but she would not discard the sword. Her flaming hair erupted about her head. Brazen lips screamed their furious pain, and burning copper eyes became of themselves a terrible holocaust. No! She would not be ruled. Neither would she be controlled in any way. Not by me. Not by any supernatural agency. Not even by herself. Not at this moment, the greatest moment of our power. No! Our crucible, our cradle, our womb creaks and sways. The Grail light gradually fills it, banishing that other more hectic incandescence. You fling it from you, but it does not fall. Instead, it hangs directly overhead, continuing to give full voice to its distress and anger. It tells us clearly how we produce a mere parody of harmony, in direct conflict with its own. It will not go in alliance with the sword or the beast. Yet you will not give up the blade. Instead, taking it in your 2 hands, you bring the blade, blow upon terrible blow, against the dented metal of the helm, and you are shrieking with anguish. But all you achieve is a deeper tolling, beating more rapidly now and seeming to grow. Golden tears start from your eyes. Your mouth is unstable brass, and silver saliva streams unchecked into your surrounding aura. The blade begins to buckle. You cry out in your frustration, and now I understand how peaceful is the Grail, how more profound a destiny has been contained in me than ever any of us believed. For you have reversed the ruined sword, and you are bringing the pommel hard against the cup, down again, and the cup is as unmoving, as fixed in its position as those stars outside. You attack bedrock. Deeper comes the note of the bell, faster until it vibrates the entire chemical womb. You smash the sword's pommel for the third time against the lip of the Grail. Your voice defies it. "No," she cried. She would not be cheated. It was unjust to cheat her. My blood, my flesh, the steel in my womb, all were unstable now. A dozen metals, swirling and shrieking, were in conflict therein. Drops of silver and gold fell upon me. Drops of silver and gold fall upon my severed limbs, and now here is pain at last. Yet my body heals. Every wound heals the moment it is made, but it is such agony. The marriage is not complete. I struggle towards you. Your face is the face of Medusa. Throw away the sword, Libussa. I reach towards her. Her agony is without reward. Libussa, throw away the sword, and we shall be united. No! The ruby pommel has touched the rim of the Grail for the third time. The Messiah is stillborn. The ruby crystal burst with such deafening loudness it seemed to shatter my ears and drowned the booming voice of the Grail. Libussa paused. She was startled. Her mouth opened, but she did not speak. The Grail grew silent. Slowly its light withdrew into it, and then faded until it was just an ordinary antique battle hat again. Libussa plucked it from the air. She stared abstractly from it to me. I began to climb to my feet. My body was so sore, so lacerated, so reddened by strange wounds about my throat, shoulders, and thighs, that I groaned in my distress and my despair. She raised, lifted the ruined sword again, turned towards me. Her eyes had lost their heat, and her lovely breasts lifted and fell even more rapidly than mine. I moved towards her to embrace her or be slain. I did not care. "You were coward for too long," she said. "You allowed the moment to pass." "No, Libussa, you should have slain the beast. Is that what Mansorbia brought up from the depths?" "I saw nothing. I knew not what he brought." "You did not see the lion?" She shook her head. "It was the beast," I said. The Grail protested. It had grown very cold. "Those who would harness the power of the beast to rule their fellows shall be destroyed by it. Maria the Jewess gave us the warnings in all her writings. You must remember." She stiffened like steel plunged in ice. She drew her wonderful brows together, looking down to the shattered ruby at her feet. Something moved there. It was a tiny fluttering creature. A phoenix. No, it was the eagle, released at last from its captivity. It was the beast within the sword. Now I understood the pattern, and I was afraid. I reached out to her, but she ignored me. I believed I had no importance for her, since I had failed to keep my bargain. She grinned as she dropped the sword and stooped to cup her hands around the bird. It screeched. It resisted. It was all noisy anger. She imprisoned it within her palms, looking at it through a chink in her fingers. Then, placing this cage to her ear, she listened. Libussa. Could I be of so little worth to her? Would she discard me so completely? I saw no reason why she should not. In her eyes I had failed to accept the greatest challenge offered to humankind. The crucible had grown cold. I stepped out into warmer darkness, cheered by an ordinary heat, the heat from the furnace and the ashes. The fire was almost spent. Overhead traceries of light formed a pure and rational geometry. In wonderment I looked upon perfection. All we had sought to achieve was shown to be rude savagery in comparison. Libussa, I wanted her to see so that she would know and be heartened. Libussa, but she remained within the crucible, speaking in a low voice to her miniature king of birds. I looked up into the mighty tranquillity of a fully ordered universe. I began to weep, and then suddenly she was shouting, "There's still time!" Bursting from the crucible, she rushed through billowing ash toward the black cross. The vile gibbet still stood where we left it. Out of the drifting dust figures began to rise, the last of her congregation. Dust clung to her naked body. I called to her, but she did not hear. She would not hear me. I had ceased to exist. Libussa, stop. I still loved her. Her followers began slowly to stumble or crawl in the direction of the cross, their filthy bodies, their wretched faces, their horrible weakling eyes caused me to wonder if I resembled them now. Had that been my true destiny? She turned with her back to the cross. What could she be planning? To begin the ritual over? It was too late. The concordance was here. She called out, "Come!" From behind me I heard an echoing shriek, a shriek that displayed a fierce thirst for revenge. How long had that bird been locked within the sword? Had Paracelsus harnessed the beast, or had the sword been forged during an earlier concordance? It shrieked again, reminding me of Klosterheim's screech as he fell towards this very spot. Had my old enemy been reincarnated so quickly? I turned towards the crucible. The metal had cooled and the horrid fire was out, but from within the sphere his great body framed for a moment against the fading luminosity within, his eyes as mad and wounded as Libussa's, the spires of his feathers rattling as he shook his huge wings, strutted a massive golden eagle. Without pausing, he took to the air. He was the shining one now. He it was who seemed made all of copper and brass as he beat his way up into the brilliant night. He had been born and reached maturity thanks to the last shreds of our crucible's magic. Libussa's body was flat against the black charred wood of the cross. Her gaze followed the eagle's flight. Up he went toward the orderly web of starlight. Higher and higher he flew until at least he had vanished. At last he had vanished. I sighed in relief, unable to guess why I feared him more than I had feared anything else. Libussa, I love you. Come from this place. There is yet hope. I wanted her so much. Still I would have died for her. There is work you and I can do, Libussa. The Grail would aid us if we obeyed its rules. I shall make the only rules, Von Beck. You hesitated. You failed us both. I warned you against the beast. Come away from here, Libussa, I beg you. Accept my love. What does that mean, Von Beck? She shivered, her whole body blue with cold. She stretched up and tried to touch the horizontal timber with her fingertips. She turned back. If you would serve me still, you must re-crucify me. Will you prove your love by doing that? Helplessly, I said, I will do anything, Libussa. You still cannot understand. Good. Then help me up, man. There's even less meaning to this ritual, I told her softly. The moment's gone. You said so. It's true. All her old authority returned to her voice. If you love me, and, as you say, Von Beck, you will do as I ask. I obey you. I shall always obey you. Upon your instructions, your servants replace the crucible upon its tumbrel and roll it until it stands at the base of the cross. Climbing on this, we help you back to your original position. The nails are in my hand. You display your stigmata. The holes go clean through you, but they do not bleed. It is not difficult to replace the nails so that you hang almost in contentment, breathing with difficulty, your head upon your shoulder, your eyes looking up to the myriad intersecting streams of light. Thank you, Von Beck, you say. You may leave me now. But I am disobedient in this one thing. I kiss you upon your cheek, your lips, your breasts, your stomach, and your sex. Your flesh is so cold, I would warm it with my own breath. You begin to laugh, but it is a terrible mockery of laughter, containing so much torment that it is possible to believe your pain might indeed be half the world's. I fall back, blocking my ears. This is the least bearable of all the hideous sounds which lately came to me. I cry out, unable to stop my own pathetic pleading. I roll from the roof of the crucible into the ashy filth below. I got slowly to my feet. Her laughter continued. She stared directly at me. Her pain and her cynicism were torment for me. I threw my weight against the crucible, scattering her witnesses, and I pushed at it, rocking it until it had crashed over. As soon as it fell, the metal sphere cracked, steaming. I searched among pieces of ruptured metal, looking for the helmet. The Grail would save her. I was convinced. The Grail would heal us both, for it cured all pain. As I searched, I heard her laughter cease. There was a dreadful silence. A silence of expectation. What more could happen? Frantically, I continued to search. And then, from the darkness above, I heard the beating of huge wings. I looked up. The eagle was rushing back, as if that had been its purpose all along. His curved beak opened in a ghastly croak. His monstrous claws were extended. He fell towards us, striking as if we were prey, his mad, betrayed eyes fixed upon the cross. Unconsciously I fell back, certain I was his victim. But I was wrong. He had marked the crucified woman. In a hideous confusion of flapping wings and fainting talons, his claws were raking her, and his croaking was muffled as his beak rent her flesh. Libussa, my love. She had begun to laugh again, the same chilling laugh. She jerked upon the cross, but could not get free. Every movement added ruin to her body. She did not wish to die in this way, but was yet amused by the irony. Desperately I searched now for my weapon. Here is the twisted remains of my Paracelsian dissector. Picking up the shard, I fling myself towards the cross. Still the eagle feeds, and still the woman laughs, alive, though already half-eaten. Clambering upwards, I am weeping as I stab wildly at the gigantic bird. It is my own body he kills. He screams, his movements growing more agitated. I am inflicting monstrous wounds on him. Libussa, he refuses to turn on me. He is possessed. He will feed only off your living flesh. You are blood from head to foot, and now at last your laughter ebbs. I stab at his throat, at his eyes. Your laughter is almost inaudible now. His talons are ripping through your breast. Screaming some profoundly obscure victory shout, the eagle holds up one dripping claw, displaying to me your living heart, your beating human heart. Libussa, I love you. A final burst of laughter. Blood pumps. The eagle glares at me almost benevolently. Then his ragged flesh and gory feathers rise into the air and fly up towards the fresh conjunction, the blinding heavens. His last scream fills the sky, blending with the fading echoes of Libussa's humour. Libussa, ye hang dead upon your black cross, without hope of resurrection. You are Antichrist betrayed. How complete was the ritual of reversal which you borrowed from Monsorbier? You did not realize, Libussa, how complete it was. Frantically I stood upon the remains of the crucible, trying to prise out the nails once more, but I could not get purchase, and my fingers slipped in the blood. I was wailing in my own unbearable grief. I found that I was licking her corpse, licking it clean as an animal would. I had it in mind to make a fire under the crucible again, to fling her remains into her alchemical womb, and somehow bring her back to life. I searched for the spring which had gushed there not long since and restored her to me. Rubble had collected over it, and as we performed our abortive wedding in his furnace, the buildings of the deeper city had continued to subside. Many were still standing, still swaying and groaning, still tumbling majestically into the pit, fallen towards the tangent where I stood, my face in her belly, my arms about the cross of charred oak. Here there was no history. We were on the very edge of time. "Oh, Libussa, tell me what I must do. Tell me your desire. I serve you. It is all I wish to do." More of the tired tenements of Amalorm made a final spastic jig before toppling from the highest rim. Others fell from her many terraces. They flung stone and brick and slate at my feet. There were clouds of dust. The noisy crashing of stone upon stone seemed designed to drive all living creatures out, so there should be no witnesses to their indignity. Only I was left. Up those damaged spirals ran the witnesses and all the other survivors. Everyone fled to the lesser city's dubious sanctuary. "Oh, Libussa, you were never a villain. You did no wrong which had not already been practised on you. You were martyred, as woman is ever martyred, particularly if she seeks her own power. Is it true, Libussa, that I lacked courage at the last, when I willingly knelt before you and offered blood and flesh in that celebratory wedding feast? I understood now that you meant me no harm, and that all I experienced was probably no more than your inspired insanity, the power of your will over mine, my lust for your person. I think you truly believed you could make us one creature, one physical, hermaphroditic immortal. It was not I that slew you. Remember? You do understand as much, I am certain. Neither did you slay yourself or engineer self-destruction. It was an inheritance from the past which brought about our ruin. You would not relinquish the past any more than I, and you were destroyed by it, as it will always destroy you, that captured beast of Paracelsus, that creature of magic and animal rapacity. Or were we all among the victims of cunning Lucifer? The power of the beast cannot be controlled. It must be abolished. The Grail protested because you sought to pervert its function. In your anger you released the beast, and in return the beast ripped out your heart and flew with it into the stars. Are you fated, Libussa, in some other universe to suffer forever that Promethean martyrdom? Or does your heart beat forever in hell? "You cannot hesitate now," you cried, as the stars conjoined. You commanded me to enter the chemical womb. I trust you with my future, with my spirit. Do not fail me, Von Beck. Thus woman trusts in man down all the years, and so, as always, is betrayed. Chapter 20, in which I witness the end of an age and meet old acquaintances. Some speculation concerning the aspirations of mankind. I sat amongst the cold ruins of Libussa's crucible and kept a vigil at her feet, occasionally staring up at the fresh constellations and patterns of light which crossed from star to star. All was frozen, lines and spheres. I wondered if it would stay fixed thus forever. When might they begin to move again? I asked Libussa, but she was in no condition to reply. I had waited there patiently in the hope that magically she would heal. I did not know, even if she did heal, if the eagle would not return to rip out her heart again. I remembered reading in some old grammar about the dangers of the rituals of repetition. I tried to recall how Prometheus had escaped his similar fate. The deeper city was now almost fully down, although a few houses remained upright, defying all the laws of nature, before they too went shuddering into dust with a weary roar. The lion was lost to us. I suspect he vanished when her spirit left her body. Yet the longer I waited at her feet, the more I believed I could hear, from somewhere beneath the debris, the snorting and panting of a beast. I was certain I had detected at least once the angry pounding of some enormous club. I still did not know the exact nature of Monsorbier's secret discovery in the depths. Could it have been Labussa's Minoan ancestor, and mine? Labussa, your blood is my blood. It remains vibrant, wonderful blood. I need nothing else. I am yours, Labussa, still, and you belong forever to me. It grew increasingly cold in those ruins. The young stars lacked warmth. I breathed too much soot. Could the pair of us have succeeded, at least partially, in changing history's course? Had we perhaps defined just one of the terms by which humankind would live and struggle to seek its cure from pain? Or had we opened the gates of the world to chaos? Her ragged corpse was limp upon its cross. She had been an extraordinary woman who had believed she could remake the world in a saner mould. She was no martyr. She died because she longed for power, but she wanted power because she recognized that there was inequality in the world, and that perhaps is ever a contradiction. As I considered this, a thin pallor began to spread across the deeper city's broken horizon. A thin strip of light established itself. This gave me to hope that Labussa and I might be astonished by some fresh Nuremberg miracle. If we could only have retreated in time to happier days and retained our experience of the future. We had harmed no one, changed nothing save ourselves. The miracle, however, was not for us. Old Nuremberg's unique night was coming to an end forever, with the abolition of the autumn stars. Her particular wonder was disappearing from the city. No longer timeless, she would come to know the rule of stricter princes than the Sebastocrator, for it seems that Kronos must inevitably gather power. I witnessed Nuremberg's first ordinary dawn. It revealed strange shadows dissipating amongst the broken stones of Amalorm. Little beasts and larger bugs scampered through the fading gloom and wriggled into cracks between the toppled slabs, many doubtless beginning an exodus for lost starlight. The sun shimmered with dissipated radiance which fell upon Labussa's body. I hoped for a moment it would bring her to life. I watched intensely to see if those new rays would affect her. I hoped to see her lift her head and smile, to tell me simply that she had played a game, that she had sought only to demonstrate a lesson. But there was a raw, red wound in her breast where her heart used to be, and from it dropped the occasional bead of blood which fell upon her shattered metal womb. The only movement was when the breeze made strips of flesh or hair flutter. The sun was up in earnest now. For a while I was blinded by golden light. I could not leave her. I had nowhere to go. I loved her. The light remained bright and the surrounding ruins became misty. Some time later I had the impression of a tall figure wading through the ashes, stopping now and again to pick among the rubble. Eventually the figure paused nearby and turned to me. Still dazzled, I could not determine any details of its features, could not see if it were a man or a woman. But then I recognized its outline. "Can you save her?" I asked. "Can you restore her to me, sir? Or tell me how I may command the Grail to do so?" I realized to my surprise that I had been weeping all the time. The figure shook his head and gestured sadly. "I am no longer permitted such power, Von Beck, not here on earth at any rate, and neither you nor I nor any living things, natural or supernatural, can command the Grail. The Grail, as I told you once before, is itself. It brings all to balance, but it will not be manipulated. It is harmony personified. Is that why you gave me that terrible sword? My gift, as you recall, was unconditional. You were told as such. It was yours to use as you saw fit. I had no special intent for it. You are still the old Lucifer, then. Still devious, still mystifying, still obfuscating. Oh, you do me wrong, sir, if you think so. Ah, Lucifer, what is it you want from us? Pity? Forgiveness? What? Victorious triumph, said Hell's monarch frankly. That alone shall restore all to grace. And what shall restore Libussa to me? She is within you. I do not appreciate your comedy, sir. It is for you to determine, sir. Was he hinting at a bargain? I do not serve you, Lucifer. I was shivering in the cool air, but noted that my body was coming to life again as my anger grew. I would have served her, sir. I wished to serve her. It was through no lack of desire that I failed. Not a moral scruple? For her sake, I did not wish to see her destroying what she valued so highly. I lacked courage. I feared the beast. Together we would have beaten you, sir. Where did the eagle carry her heart? The figure came into sharper focus for a second. The face was gloriously, androgynously beautiful, and very gentle in its concern. Well, said Lucifer, at least you serve the truth, still, and I can thank you for that. And you judge still. Sir, I do not judge, I cannot judge. Sir, you judge others and you judge yourself. He smiled, and as for your question, his expression changed. I can only answer that there are certain realities less pleasant than hell. Lucifer had positioned himself where the crucible had burned that night. He stooped very suddenly and bent down. He lifted the battered antique helm into the air. I had no liking for the Grail, for it had destroyed the woman I loved. I considered its guardianship not as a family duty, but as my family's curse. Lucifer held it up to the sky almost in appreciation, and for a moment 1,000,000 rays sprang from it, fanning upwards and seeking the bodies of those new constellations. This was in its place, he asked, during the concordance? Aye. Then there may be more than a little hope for us, Von Beck, after all. I wanted no further intercourse with Lucifer, nor any further mysteries. I'll take the thing back to hell with you, sir. That is where it deserves to dwell. I shall try to hold on to it, said Lucifer. Again the Grail caught the sun and blinded me. When I next could use my eyes, both it and Lucifer had vanished. I spent that morning pulling her corpse from the cross and lighting a pyre on which I placed all surviving relics of her ruined dream, and then gently I laid her on top of that ramshackle heap. A few coals remained to set the thing afire. It burned well enough. Again I had half a hope it would revive her, that primitive imitation of the night's rituals, but the corpse burst and roasted and stank like Christmas pork and became one with the rest of the ashes. Yet Lucifer had been right. I had her within me. I walked away from that cooling pyre, with some intention, I recall, of taking my own life, when I heard overhead the familiar collection of coughs and bangs and stutterings. It was the sound of the gunpowder engine. Flying very low through the noon mist, its peculiar machinery giving off brown smoke, came St. Audrin's battered Danos. The green and gold griffin had a faintly ridiculous air to it, hanging so soberly, so dramatically, beneath the bulbous canopy of his weather-stained scarlet and white balloon. I found that I was weeping again and waving. I had never guessed how much I should welcome that contraption in her master, or How sweet his friendship should prove to be. My dandy Scotsman was peering over the side of the basket, a telescope in one long and elegant hand, his finger and thumb upon the valve cord. "Halloo, the ground! Come aboard, sir, we leave the Middlemarch this day." And then St. Audrin narrowed his eyes and looked aghast, as if he had just noticed something freshly peculiar about my person, and then he offered me a devilish broad grin. "By God, sir, you're stark naked." I looked down at my own resurrected body. "By God, sir," said I, "so I am." Epilogue. That same day we sailed from the Middlemarch, with the intention of never visiting those regions again. Prince Miroslaev's maps and instructions were invaluable, as was his gunpowder engine. We were able to steer a discreet course into our own world. At my insistence we returned to Nuremberg, and there I planned to give up all the money we had raised on our airship swindle. We were received as heroes by the populace and invited to attend the prince himself. He had not, we discovered, put a pfennig into the scheme, but in her will the Landgräfin had left large sums to us both. The reason, it was revealed, for her neph's fury, while much of the rest of the gold had come from the estate of the Duchess of Crete and was judged to be rightfully ours. Suddenly we were legitimately rich. If I say that St. Audrin was almost suspicious of his own luck, while I had mixed feelings in the matter, the reader will understand. I would have given up everything to have had Libussa restored to me. Only my old friend and comrade Sergeant Schuster, who it appeared had entertained more than an inkling of our original plan, was unambiguous in his joy at our good fortune. He insisted upon giving us a celebratory dinner in the main hall of the martyred priest. The atmosphere of goodwill and jolly fellowship which infected the occasion did something to relieve my grief and remind me of the world's ordinary pleasures. Shortly thereafter I began the journey back to Beck, leaving St. Audrin in Nuremberg, where he and several local peoples of a scientific persuasion intended to discover the secrets of Miroslaev's gunpowder engine and build the aerial boat which until then had only existed in his imagination. In Beck I was soon enjoying the pleasant comforts and familiar love of my mother and father. Both were delighted to welcome me, though they remarked me much changed, and chiefly for the good, they thought, and my father, who was by that time ailing, began to speak of giving me gradually increasing responsibility in the running of the estate I would inherit, since my older brother was not expected to live much longer. There was no denying the appeal of that peaceful and ordered life, that rural harmony, that habit of rigorous reasoning and moral investigation which is our family tradition. The library at von Beck is known to be the finest in Germany, and I soon discovered, once I had learned what to search for, that it gave me a wealth of reading upon those subjects dominating my thought. Yet in spite of the tranquillity, the profusion of learned works, the benign affection of my dear family, and the leisure in which to trace almost the whole romantic history of the Cartagenas, the Mendozas, the Chilperics, and that specific line which brought the three together, I slowly concluded that I did not have the appropriate character, nor indeed vocation, to become Beck's next lord. In truth, I was fitted to be nobody's lord, and my mother's hopeful references to matrimony, though well meant, became offensive to my ears. Libussa remained my betrothed in life or death, and in case the reader should conclude I fostered a morbid affectation within my breast, such as the heroines of the modern romances exhibit in the new breed of English novel and its progeny, I should make it plain I neither despaired nor was unusually subject to fits of melancholy, wild frenzy, or mysterious terrors. Libussa lived within me as she lives now, and I was easy in that knowledge, unlike the heroines of, say, The Castle of Wolfenbach, or The Orphan of the Rhine. I, as Libussa, had scant capacity for languid terror, and continued to be of an active disposition. What I most desired was the easy, unself-conscious, trusting comradeship of women, whose sensibilities often nowadays seem to be much closer to my own. Whatever worked that alchemy, whether it be the mixed tincture and blood of that terrible ritual, or simply my ordinary experiences as Labussa's lover, there was no question that it had transformed me irredeemably. My interests remained the same. I had never had much taste for heroical warfare, hunting, or the like, but they gradually broadened to include those which society tells us belong to the woman's sphere, but which are not simply occupations. They suggest a certain way of observing the world. My energies were devoted increasingly to gardening, it is true, and to music. Perhaps this change in me is best explained by my mother's references to my affectionate and devoted nature, my honest willingness, considered unusual in a man, to attend my poor brother when, in the last stages of his consumption, he was permanently bedridden. Yet I continued to love late nights, talking of the most outrageous and unlikely subjects at extravagant length with my father's friends or my youngest brother, soon summoned home in expectation of Ulrich's demise. Also, the frequent visits of Baron Casaubon, whose wife I found both charming and intelligent, though much in awe of her raconteur husband, was always anticipated with considerable pleasure. What greatly frustrated me was the segregation of the sexes, so that I was unable, much of the time, to choose the company I momentarily desired, and the deep-set assumptions expressed, as frequently by women as by men, on the matter of what did and what did not constitute either man's or woman's estate. Increasingly after my brother's death I began to make trips abroad to ease my boredom and restore my wits. The frequency of these trips at length began to distress my parents, and I knew that I must resolve the matter sooner than I had planned. I arranged an interview in my father's study. This lay upon the ground floor in the east wing of the house. I looked out upon the ornamental hedges and flower beds I myself had created only the previous year, and which were pleasing to my father, who enjoyed beauty, but always swore he had no cleverness for making it. My father welcomed the interview. I suppose he believed he was to learn what I was been doing on my trips abroad. At the agreed time he seated himself in his usual chair, patiently lighting his old churchwarden, looking out into the late summer garden. It was a Monday afternoon in the year of 1797, the second year of the Directory, following that in which Bonaparte became general of the army in Italy and won victories at Lodi and Arcola. We discussed the news from France, as we often did, and he expressed some pleasure in his sense of things settling down again. I seized, as we say, the deer by the antlers. Hesitantly at first I explained why I felt I was unsuitable for the responsibilities of the next Graf von Beck, and that I believed my younger brother, Richard, was the better choice. Moreover, he would be sure to provide Beck with an heir. My father frowned at this last, and inquired delicately if there were any difficulties in that area. Perhaps a wound, he suggested, but I assured him that my life had been dissolute enough in France and America. My tendency at present was towards celibacy. I reassured him hurriedly that I was not ready to become a Jesuit. I believed thoroughly, I told him, in the old family tale concerning God's commission to Lucifer. Therefore, I did not see much to be gained from the directly religious life. However, my tendency, I said, was to join some lay group dedicated to good works, some arm, I had thought, of the Moravians. After some discussion, he gave me his blessing, and there was a tear or two in his eyes, which he wished me to ignore. "This running of land," he said a few moments later, as we walked together in the garden, "is a difficult business. It imposes duties upon one, and sometimes pointless disciplines. It imposes a role, too. I do not believe I am much cut out to be a patriarch, Manfred, yet here I am, a good old typical Saxon Vaterstädter, indistinguishable, no doubt, from 100 others. It is my choice, and I don't much regret it. But I must let you know, my son, that I have sympathy with your decision, and Richard, doubtless, will only be too happy to step into my shoes, since he never had any hopes of that." We walked out of the garden and across the meadows towards the old ruined abbey, which had stood there since the 8th century. There was little left of it, and most of that was covered with vines. It lay amongst trees on the other side of a rustic bridge. My father paused on the bridge, looking down into the slow, weed-strewn stream and the minnows darting just beneath the surface. What constitutes a man's duties, and what are a woman's, is ordained by God. Yet, if 'tis true God abandoned us, and our family motto says that so, then why should we not refuse his reasoning as he refuses us the comfort of certainty? As good parents will, he somehow found the crux of my problem without for a second guessing the superficial truth. Well, I am not sure I know, father. It's money, it seems, he said with a smile. All a question of inheritance and power, of course, since that comes with it, with land. He looked about his fields. You are certain you wish to give up this easy, comfortable power, my boy? Fervently, I said with a smile, which set him to chuckling. We continued on across the bridge and into the shade of the old abbey. Midges clustered there, and my father blew smoke from his pipe to drive them away. We enter an age which values all this far more than I ever did, he said, and at the same time conspires to destroy it. Was the world always full of so many paradoxes, Manfred? Well, I think so, I told him. Always. Yeah, I believe you're right, my boy. St. Audrin was due to visit us. He had written to say that not only had he failed to understand Miroslave's design, he had spent half his fortune on a scheme to manufacture the gas called vodoroddium, which met with complete lack of success in that direction. He had, however, met an original Englishwoman who showed intelligent and original interest in scientific inquiry, and he wished me to meet her. Her name was Lady Susan Vernon. In his letter he could not resist adding that he had certainly gone up a notch or two in society since his early beginnings, running close to the gallows in the Scottish slums. I looked forward to their visit and arranged with my father that I would leave with them when they returned to Nuremberg. Lady Susan Vernon was everything St. Audrin described, and moreover she was a great beauty, with curly black hair and brilliant blue eyes. A wonderful match. We became excellent friends almost at once. St. Audrin said he was tiring of Nuremberg, that all countries were backward now, even the new France compared to England. It's a land of engineers, old friend, said he, when in stripes and flounces and tilted beaver he brought the latest mode to beck. It may lack even a moderately good cuisine, or comfort, or decent weather. It is a land, in the main, of drunken brutes and condescending Philistines, of hypocrites and complacent know-nothings. But it has the raw materials of my trade. Moreover, of course, it is Susan's home. Her family has met me. Her father's something of an amateur experimenter. She's a genius. I'm thought a suitable groom. And you must be my best man. Doing my best to disguise any sudden sadness at his words, I accepted with what I hoped was good grace. Then I made a joke. And what are those raw materials? I always thought them a pack of playing cards and a brace of barkers. I would never let him forget our less respectable past. It always amused him. He was proud of it, and had kept no secrets from his fiancée. Odds blood, me dear, said he in that new limp manner of the English dandy, but you'd demn near have a sense of humour if you wasn't a German. He continued in great enthusiasm about the experiments with steam, new metals, and the machines which would soon make England one vast manufactory. After Nuremberg, where he was arranging his affairs and transferring his funds, he would go first to Glasgow, and then join Susan Vernon in London. He meant to do great things, he told me, but would have to begin in the north. And, he told me privately, if anyone recognised him for a Newgate absentee, it would not present much of a problem for him now. Lud, it had cost me 100 guineas, for the prince himself would have to be sweetened. I told him of my decision and what had happened to me. He thought the matter over and then nodded and embraced me. She still inhabits you then? Aye, 'tis part of it. We stood upon Beck's remaining battlements, all that was left of the old dark schloss, and looked out over lovely autumn fields where placid cattle cropped among the fallen, overgrown trees. Beside the winding stream there were oaks and lichen-covered elms, meadows of wild flowers. In the distance was the smoke of our village's hearths, for we were feeling the first hint of winter. It was almost sunset. He put a long arm about my shoulders. Courage is never constant, dear friend. It comes and goes according to circumstances, like water in a well, and 'tis as hard to keep steady as mercury. The morrow brought a very sober morning, the sun making only the very few efforts to appear, yet I augured from it everything most favourable to my wishes. We were upon our way. St. Audrin, Lady Susan, and I boarded the diligence for Nuremberg, and all my bags were packed up on it. My mother kissed me farewell, while my father hugged me with sudden strength. I told him that I could be reached in care of Sergeant Schuster at the Martyred Priest. St. Audrin lifted his hat to all and amiably say "Good day" in English, to the delight of my youngest sister's children, who thought him fine amusement. And then we were off on the Prague Express, squawking tantivys and rattling harness as the 6-horse team galloped against the clock to ensure its record. After some time in Nuremberg, where I found my memories and dreams mingling too painfully for my taste, I accepted St. Audrin's request of return with him to Glasgow. In that pretty city he found himself part of a new elite. They were called by the press in England kettle heads, and had a common interest in the uses of the improved steam engines, some of which were already driving carriages at over 5 miles per hour. In St. Audrin's shadow I became fairly famous in my own right, since I shared his enthusiasms and saw all that machinery as a means of ultimately liberating mankind from bestial toil. He planned to launch a new steam-powered airship. In the meantime he invested in engines for the driving of ships and weaving mills, and that type of machine proved so popular he could scarcely find sufficient follies on which to squander his profits. I too benefited from the enterprises and began to consider the possibility of founding a model village, a tiny universe, as it were, where at least a few of those new labouring men and women could find equality and tranquillity. St. Audrin entertained hopes for a steam carriage roadway which would carry several vehicles at a time, perhaps utilising the canal towpaths. St. Audrin, in Lady Susan's laughing presence, confided that it was difficult for him to believe, after so many years a swindler, that people possessed dreams which actually, by dint of experiment and careful investigation of nature, could be made reality. He continued to speak as someone who had hit upon a perfect fraud for which the law would not reach him. I've decided that I have not changed by a hair, and neither have those people's dreams changed. What has changed, I would guess, is reality itself. They both laughed at this, and I joined in. But I wondered if perhaps Labussa had achieved something after all. Occasionally I wonder if both of us had been allowed to go only so far, to accomplish the devil's work. We had nothing but Lucifer's word. He did not control us. Yet it is also true that my failure of courage and her failure to banish the beast would inevitably have conspired to ruin any large success for her alchemical schemes. Yet perhaps we both viewed matters too simply. Alchemy, in a few brief years, had become the material for low comedy. It is no longer feared for its occult powers as it was in my day. The engineers, like St. Audrin, are suddenly ascendant, when not long since the public had decided that those same men were the buffoons and crackpots. So there too it is possible to say Labussa failed. She threw her entire fate upon a single card. Her stake was not merely her own, she risked the fortunes and lives of dozens, and she lost. The day of the lion failed to dawn. Today is the day of the steam engine. Perhaps she was after all a martyr to changing times, but her death might also have been valuable in bringing those times about. I am still in London, though I have paid visits to Beck and to Nuremberg, where, by a mysterious personage, I exchanged letters with and sent books to a certain Philacus Grossus, whose little singular volume I still possess. I stay always at the Martyred Priest. Old Schuster still maintains a share in the hostelry run by his daughter. We talk for hours, the same stories in the main, about our days as revolutionaries in America, the fate of France, the fortunes of young Krasny, who writes to Ulrika after his considerable achievements with Bolivar in South America. Less frequently I delay my journey in Prague when I am on my way to Beck. I go in my carriage to a certain house near the Chateau Leblanc, where a couple of old men meet to discuss the days of their former power and plan for a time when they will again startle the world. We discuss the old wisdoms, the arcane law of alchemy, the chemical marriage, the great conjunction, and so forth. I am honoured by them as their High Magister and enjoy considerable respect. If they are disappointed in me, it is only because I refuse to support them in their dreams of a revival of what they term the golden work. There are some amongst them who would flatter me. They say I have scarcely changed at all. I am still the same Duke of Crete, last possessor of pure Tauran blood, older than the human race itself, the same they knew a quarter-century since. And if I smile and make light of all of that, it is not to mock them. These days it is wise to keep perspective. Unless we do so, can we ever hope to see true harmony, a cure for the world's pain? That secret lies in the Grail, they tell me, and the Grail is locked up in hell. Lucifer has charge of it. Thus they explain their failures, the decline of their power. On that subject I would not display my scepticism. We all continue to grow rich in England on the profits of our former idealism. I have described to St. Audrin my feelings of ambiguity on the matter, but he tells me that I have no need to agonise over the morality of it. The new age will come, he tells me, but it will be a messy and sometimes painful birth, too complex for any single being to understand. The danger will lie in attempting to simplify it, he says. On the insistence of Lady Susan, I began in the summer of 1817 to set down this account of my story. She insisted that my experience should not go unrecorded. Thus I complied, and the manuscript, as agreed, shall be put into her safekeeping to do with as she pleases after my death, she being a few years younger than myself and in better health. Should she die, the manuscript is willed to her nearest female relative. Of my further adventures and discoveries I have said nothing. They belong, I believe, to another account, which, if I am able, I shall also retail. It is my intention soon to return to Nuremberg, where I have bought a small house in Rosenstrasse. I believe I would rather live with what remains of my pain in place, which we once shared. I look forward to taking an open carriage and driving beside the Rhett during the month of October, when Nuremberg grows mild and sleepy. My coachman shall take me out just before dawn when the stars are still visible. Later I shall ask him to stop upon the Rodotta Bridge. The air is always clear there, bearing the smell of wood smoke, autumn leaves and late summer flowers. The few barges move slowly through the mist of the Rhett, early risen boatmen calling mutual greetings from a distance. Then there's the sun, a golden Nuremberg dawn flooding into the pale blue of the sky, washing across the river, illuminating glittering domes and silver spires on either side, and the doves which nest nearby flutter up through the morning, a cloud of white enlivened by the light. When Nuremberg begins to come fully awake, opening cafes and shops, trundling produce through her streets, setting off to school, I shall begin the drive back to Rosenstrasse. Nuremberg is an extraordinary city, more peaceful and beautiful than most. They are no different. They conduct their lives and business pretty much as others do. It is a warm, old city with a traditional tolerance of strangers. She is within me always, my Libussa. If her alchemy failed radically to change the world, it achieved permanent transformations elsewhere, through those she influenced. But I prefer to remember the earlier times when it seemed our love must result in a more conventional marriage. I like to imagine she rides with me in the carriage, enjoying those simpler pleasures I now relish. We shall be happy, shall we not, Libussa, in our decaying autumn days? Das Ende.